Calling all Foundation staff, this is Dr. Theron Sherman. We are anomalously broadcasting from Site-42. Do you read us? Chat, let us know that we're coming in loud and clear. We are reticulating splines. We are digitizing our signal. If you hear us, let us know in the chat, and also make sure you like, share, and subscribe using all those wonderful YouTube things. Make sure you do so using your Foundation-issued encrypted YouTube account. That's right, please do not use your civilian account and share Foundation secrets to the public. Steve. We are getting ready to continue our reading of all SCP-7000 entries. It sounds like we're coming in loud and clear. So with that, you will be seeing our beautiful faces in 3, 2, 1. What's up, everybody? This is Dr. Theron Sherman and Billith broadcasting live from Site-42. Good to see you, Billith.
Good to see you too, Sherm. I'm happy to be back.
And on for a 3-day work week of streaming this time as we get this thing on the road.
At best.
The reason we did this, everyone, remember, is first and foremost because our buddy Dr. Cimmerian was almost brutally murdered by a tree, and so we are trying to do what we can to help replace what material goods may have been lost in the disaster.
And to heal all emotional wounds as well. Money can heal everything.
Your donations are SCP-500 for his soul.
Absolutely. And for burning every tree down in the greater North American region. We've expanded our reach.
This is how SCP-4521 will scream, "I have you know."
Absolutely.
And so with that out of the way, make sure to go to the link in the description to donate to that cause or to see the support links for Billith and I. But we are going to get this show on the road because we have a lot to cover, and we are starting with a special entry today.
Very special. In fact, that it's currently the highest rated one, I think, currently.
The front runner for SCP-7000 contest, right?
Yep, by a huge margin, as far as I'm aware.
And so this is in posting order. Let me get my microphone to stop moving. Come on, please. There you go. Running down, scrolling until we hit the reverse posting order. And we are picking up with SCP-7000, The Loser, by Harry Blank. Hashtag Weddle Sweep.
Absolutely.
So
I don't know what that hashtag's about, actually.
I
just
no
saw
idea.
I saw some people using it on the post, but yeah, definitely Weddle Sweep. Woo!
All right, so let's just make this a little bit smaller so it fits. Your upvote could be upvote 420 if you upvote right now. This is your chance.
I'm eyeing that spot. You better hit it before I do.
All right.
Actually, I keep thinking of Plankton too. That one we read last session, the last one.
Fuck yeah,
so
Plankton.
Good. Yeah, it was so good. All right.
All right. Here we go from the top.
Should I kick us off, or you got this?
I'll take this one for the opening, but I know It's 16,000 words, so we'll have probably dialogue and tag back and forth.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
All right, so I like the spinning graphic. Good start. Attention. Emergent Threat Tactical Response Authority. Priority 1 announcement. A global LK class twist of fate probability failure scenario is presently in progress. For the duration of this crisis, any and all requests originating from ETRA personnel are mandatory directives carrying the authority of Overwatch Command. SCP Foundation personnel with undeclared anomalous conditions declaring themselves to be an ETRA representative at this time will be granted amnesty from containment, amnestization, or termination. It is vital to this organization's continued survival that all internal probability vectors be identified and countermeasures developed in a timely manner. It is vital to the continuance of the human race that this organization survive. We hold dominion over paranormalcy, and our law supersedes Murphy's. Dr. Dan, redacted, Director, ETRA. All right, gotta shrink that a little bit more for the screen. There we go. Beautiful. And SCP-7000. Classification Level 3, Confidential. Containment Class Keter. Secondary Class Imical. Disruption Class Amida. Risk Class Critical. Sneezy. Oh boy. There we go. Disruption class Amida, risk class critical. Pictured as a representative single-cell thunderstorm event during SCP-7000. Special containment procedures. All containment efforts respecting SCP-7000 are under the purview of the Emergent Threat Tactical Response Authority. Non-ETRA personnel must refrain from containment activities directly related to this scenario. Footnote: inimical class anomalies are exacerbated by containment efforts and must therefore be decommissioned. All Foundation personnel must consult ETRA Manual LK4, codenamed Don't Bet on It, assessing your tasks of probabilistic variable intensity before undertaking their daily duties. Tasks with a probability index above 4.9 must not be attempted except under direct instruction from Overwatch Command, ETRA, or supervisory personnel possessing security clearance level 4 or more. A full manifest of known SCP-7000 effects will be propagated daily on SkipNet, and must, until further notice, be consulted before experiments or operations of any kind are undertaken. SCP-7000-1 is inconsequential and requires no containment. Description: SCP-7000 is a progressive randomization of probability factors and anomalous fortuity on the planet Earth, and potentially beyond. The effect is not total. A comprehensive karmic failure would in quick succession terminate consensus normalcy, the SCP Foundation, and the human race, but instead piecemeal. Each factor is randomized to a different extent for a different length of time, and often with a different geographical radius of effect, corresponding to no obvious logical pattern. Nevertheless, the cumulative impact of many nonsensical and high-profile outcomes to formerly predictable actions is degrading the veil of secrecy at an alarming rate and jeopardizing containment efforts worldwide. The cause of this disruption is at present unknown. SCP-7000-1 is Dr. William Wallace Weddle, a white male, 54 years of age, presently serving as Deputy Chair of Replication Studies at Site-43. His relationship to SCP-7000 is classified Level 4, Secret. Pictured here, SCP-7000-1. Clearance Level 4+ credentials confirmed. The remainder of this file may only be disseminated with express authorization from the Emergent Threat Tactical Response Authority, or O5 Council, on penalty of death. Addendum 7000-1. Phenomenological Overview. On the 7th of July 2022, web crawler I.O. Lorenz reported unusual behavior from Random.org, an online number generation service serving as a bellwether for changes in universal probability. Hey, we got those random number generators you wanted the last time. Computers can only generate pseudo-random values due to the inherent predictability of programming code. Random.org circumvents this by converting natural atmospheric radio noise, achieving true randomness. I.O. Lorenz issues daily requests for 10 random numbers between 1 and 10, 1 and 100, and 1 and 1000 as an early warning signal for probability collapse. The results of 6th of July 2022 had been as follows: 9, 2, 6, 8, 10, 4, 7, 7, 5, 10. 83, 66, 32, 58, 34, 29, 91, 8, 56, 54. 37, 1, 95, 81, 848, 63, 767, 166, 668, 564, 932. The results for the following day were as follows: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 1, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, 1000, or 1000 as some may call it. Meteorological investigation revealed that all atmospheric noise, regardless of weather conditions, now produces non-random numbers in discernible sequence. I.O. Lorenz immediately activated a brute force redirect from Random.org's number generator to itself and began generating pseudo-random numbers for public consumption until the anomaly could be identified and contained. The Emergent Threat Tactical Response Authority and the Analytics Department were informed, and the latter quickly generated the following list of statistically unlikely events occurring on the same date, testifying to a rapid and widespread ontokinetic event. Analytics Department Report. Item: Infiltrator belonging to Group of Interest 003, codename the Chaos Insurgency, captured whilst engaged in a series of cryptic acts in Area 150. Infiltrator possessed a partial STEP compilation, an operational overview prepared by the insurgency's chief operative, the engineer, from data provided by an enigmatic stochastic prediction device, codenamed the Engine. Step 22 of 617 suggested travel between two structures via a tarmac path. Infiltrator interrupted by the sudden onset of a violent storm and knocked unconscious by a large hailstone. Reactive action. Subject detained, interrogation underway. As the Engine's master plan and ultimate goal are never made clear to any individual insurgent, it remains possible that this was the desired outcome. Item: sudden and wholesale collapse of all extant cryptocurrency markets. Reactive action. None taken. Event fully consistent with long-term probability models. Lol. Gotcha. Item: SCP-179 expressing obvious confusion, identifying threats in 8 directions corresponding to the cardinal compass points, though the relationship is purely visual, as SCP-179 is located not on Earth, but in close proximity to the heliosphere. Reactive action. Due to the prohibitive expense of replacing solar probes after mishap, no attempt made to communicate directly with SCP-179 until stable probability restored. Area 08-C monitoring remotely. Item: repeated eruption of the Old Faithful Cone Geyser in Yellowstone National Park every 13 minutes, deviating from a bimodal pattern of approximately 65 or 91 minutes, followed since at least 1870. Reactive action. Evacuation of the area and implementation of a scientific cordon to disguise parascientific investigation. Item: uncorrelated yield curve shifts of multiple low-yield investments by anomalous insurer Goldbaker Rhines Insurance Group Limited. Adjusted book value now in the hundreds of millions of dollars USD. This is from SCP-6987. Reactive action. Goldbaker Rhines representatives respond to all inquiries with the following. We would be pleased to discuss these unforeseen by you developments in person, should you wish to trigger an early review of your policies at this time. No action taken. Investments crashed the following day, erasing all gains made. GNR representatives unresponsive to further inquiries. Pictured is Yellowstone National Park Interdiction Zone during SCP-7000. Steamy. The Emergent Threat Tactical Response Authority declared a state of emergency on July 8th. The O5 Council granted ETRA amnesty powers over staff with undeclared anomalous conditions to encourage self-identification. Unaccounted for ontokinetic or thaumaturgical factors could theoretically complicate scenario mitigation efforts. Multiple staff members at Site-43 came forward for anomalous classification over the following week. The last was Dr. William Weddle, interviewed on July 13th. Interview log: Officer of Record, Dr. D. Sokolsky, Deputy Director of ETRA. Subject, Dr. W. Weddle, Replication Studies, Site-43. Do you want Weddle?
Sure. Yeah, sounds good.
All right. Excerpt begins.
They've got you doing interviews now. Something happened to the people persons?
Every able-body's got an obligation to help if they can, pal. We're facing an all-hands-on-deck crisis.
Are those getting closer together, or is it just me? I swear we've only had one last year.
Okay, I'm gonna skip the boilerplate and level with you. We're extremely busy, what with the world having found a fun and new creative way to end, so don't waste my time. I know you're a time waster, and a hypochondriac to boot, but give it to me straight and simple so I can dismiss it out of hand. What anomalous condition do you think you possess?
I'm unlucky.
Jesus Christ.
No, honest. I'm extremely unlucky. Good things just don't happen to me, period. Game-changingly bad things don't happen to me either. I'm stuck in a cycle where nothing I do turns out right.
This is a walk-in clinic for closeted reality benders. You realize that. I'm not a disaster response coordinator. I'm a disaster response coordinator, not your therapist.
You're not listening. I'm in charge of replication studies, yeah? Well, I've done replication studies on myself.
What you do in the privacy of your room.
Fucking listen, all right? Or you know what? Let me just...
Dr. Weddle reaches into his lab coat pocket and produces, in slow sequence, 3 large pieces of pocket lint, a plastic bottle cap, a lab coat button, a push pin with the point piercing his thumb, and a Canadian quarter. He sucks on his thumb for a moment, then places the quarter on top of it.
Gonna call it in the air.
Dr. Weddle flips the coin.
Heads.
The coin sticks to a ceiling tile. Dr. Weddle and Dr. Sokolsky examine it for a moment. Who puts gum on a ceiling tile?
All right, doesn't matter. Think of a number between 1 and 10.
Okay.
10,
No.
3,
No.
5,
No.
1,
No.
9,
No.
8,
No. Come on.
3,
You said 3.
4,
No.
2,
No.
6,
No.
7.
No. I mean, yes. Jesus, that was entrancing.
Let's do it again.
Let's not. You have any other data? The coin lands on Dr. Weddle's head. He reaches up to remove it from his hair. It is stuck as the gum is still attached. He sighs.
Coin flip records going back 20 years. I've never called it correctly.
Never?
Never. And this?
Dr. Weddle gestures at his hair.
This is my whole life. Has been since I don't know when. Every decision I make was a mistake. Everything that can go wrong does go wrong. I've been exposed to so many batshit anomalies that they stopped bothering with me the 1 week E-class, that 1 week E-class quarantine. I've been kidnapped by VKTM so many times I've lost count. I've got no agency. I've got no control. Everybody else moves forward and I stand still because my foot is stuck between the train track boards. I'm a negative probability sink.
Does it affect other people?
I think it can. I make my staff run through a few periodic exercises to reset their luck, which seems to protect them from the backlash. I was going to write a paper about it. I thought I'd have to write it from a containment cell.
Yeah, about that. Why are you sharing this now? You could have kept it a secret indefinitely. Folks around here just think you're a clumsy idiot. I thought I had experimental proof you're just a clumsy idiot.
Because if this kind of shit is getting worse, random stuff not being random anymore, predictable stuff going haywire, I'm liable to get pasted by a bus the moment I walk outside the top side elevator.
Buses don't run around here.
With my bad luck and our bad luck combined, they might make an exception.
Well, wait a second. You said you've been keeping records?
Yeah.
Any change in the past week?
Nope. Every call goes wrong. Every single one.
Every single one.
Yeah. Why?
Silence on the recording. There are 136 probabilistic anomalies on record. You just became the 137th.
Yay me? So what?
For the first time in your miserable life, Willie, you're someone special. Excerpt ends. Dr. Sokolsky developed a tentative theory to explain the above, rejecting some of Dr. Weddle's conclusions out of hand. He engaged in a short program of informal interviews, primarily with the staff of Site-43, to confirm his suspicions. Subject, Dr. Harold Blank. Chair, Archives and Revision, Site-43. You're friends with Dr. Weddle, right?
Gonna tell him if I say yes?
No, Harry, I'm not going to go out of my way to engage wee Willie Weddle in conversation. Think about it.
Then yeah, sure, we're friends.
And what does that consist of?
He follows me around, I make fun of him, he eventually falls over or walks into something and I help him get him or call the medics. We got a kind of give and take thing going on where he gives me headaches and I take the piss out of him. We probably seem like an odd pair.
Not really. You kind of look like him.
What?
Dr. Sokolsky points. Big head, weird beard, dad glasses, no style.
Fuck off.
Bet he thinks about that a lot. I could almost be this guy. How come he's got a better job and more friends and a real human wife instead of a...
However that sentence ends, I do not want to hear it.
Point is, but for the grace of Fortuna, there you go. Or there go you.
I prefer to think of it as Grace having absolutely any grace. I feel bad for him sometimes, but he lives down to a station. He's an ass.
You ever think there's anything anomalous about his blundering about?
1 or 2 times, maybe.
Spill.
Yeah, Spill is right. My wedding last month.
Oh, yeah. The flood.
First damn day in decades I wasn't wearing work boots.
And the other time?
Well, if you talk to his ex-wife.
Subject, Margarita Villar, civilian, VR.
I've never heard of Silly Crab Productions.
You will, but we're still finding our knobbly little feet, so to speak.
I guess that explains why you'd hire such a shitty expert. Did he ever tell you the grades he got in college? They only let him get in his PhD program because his father was a donor.
Weddle's a bit of a donor too, isn't he? If you get my drift. Viller stares at Dr. Sokolsky for a moment, then bursts out laughing.
All right, that was good. You got 5 minutes.
Terrific. So yes, we're doing a background check on him. Want to know if there's any skeletons in the closet so the company doesn't get embarrassed when some paparazzo digs up an old tweet.
Doubt he uses Twitter. He's all thumbs and everything else, but all pinkies and electronics.
That's good. I'll have to remember that one. But how about his character? What kind of man was your ex-husband? Silence on recording.
He was a selfish, worthless piece of shit, Mr. Vasilev. I doubt he's improved much since then.
Wow, not exactly the answer I was hoping for. Care to clarify?
When he accidentally dropped my Nikon off Niagara Falls on our honeymoon, I kept my cool. When he face-planted into my father's cake on his 70th birthday, I took it in stride. When I had to get a second job because he'd accidentally showed up to the wrong side of the office for 2 weeks, he said he'd never noticed, said nobody even told him, and he got fired, I let it slide. But the crash?
Crash?
It's not his fault. The crash was not his fault. I was driving mad. Mad at him, of course. I was always mad at him. At his stupid puppy dog shat on the rug face and oh so believable bullshit about how he just didn't mean to cut the bottoms off my best jeans and with our weed trimmer. It just happened. And then our house. What was I?
The crash.
Yes, the crash. I was furious with him over some shit. I can't even remember. And then I saw red. Except not where there actually was red. He boned a minivan at speed. Lost my license, lost my car, nearly lost my job, and I lost my husband too. The day after I got out of the hospital, he just fucking left.
Jeez.
Can you imagine blaming somebody for getting hurt? Couldn't handle the least amount of responsibility. I was better off without him. Still am. But it sure as hell didn't feel that way at the time. Healthcare might be free in Canada, but down here it can cost you your whole life.
I understand. Rest assured, we'll be taking all of this into careful consideration in our hiring decisions.
Good. Because no matter how hard you guys are for help, you still need someone you could trust. You'll be better off without him too.
Subject, Gabrielle O'Connor, Research Assistant, Replication Studies, Site 43. Tell me what you think of Dr. Weddle. It's okay. This file is above his clearance level.
Wow, that sounds kind of mean.
Come on, shit talk your boss. I'm giving you a free pass here.
Yeah, I wasn't saying I disapprove. I'm being mean to the guy is a pretty natural reaction. Never met a more inconsiderate person, you know? I don't know how many times I've caught him taking the last drop of coffee and leaving without taking more.
Maybe he thinks his time is worth...
Okay, that was you, sorry.
I couldn't even get through that sentence.
No kidding. But no, his excuse was even better. If I made the coffee, you'd probably all get bean poisoning.
Bean poisoning.
Right? That's not a thing. You're gonna be a jerk, own up to it. Be a jerk about being a jerk. Don't sugarcoat it.
Yeah, no point sweetening jerk coffee. Would you characterize him as unlucky?
I'd characterize it as karma, but yeah, for sure. You want to ask Bast about that, though. He's made a study of it.
Bast? Researcher O'Connor blushes.
Researcher LeBlanc.
Subject, Bastien LeBlanc, Research Assistant, Replication Studies, Site 43. Gabby thinks you've got the scoop on Weddle.
Why are you talking like a 50s newsboy?
He ever tell you about his luck anomaly? Silence on recording. He's come clean to Etra for the amnesty.
I kind of didn't believe that was for real. And he's got a lot more cynical than me. He must have been really freaked out.
Does he have a reason to be?
I think so. He's got a bad luck. He thinks he's a bad luck magnet. Got rituals to make sure that luck doesn't rub off on anyone else.
He told you about that. Do you think it's plausible?
All I know is that he's worried about it.
Your girlfriend doesn't think he worries about other people at all. Researcher LeBlanc looks embarrassed. He have any problem with his employees dating?
It's only been a month, but he's never mentioned it. Why would he? He could be a jackass, sure, but he's not cruel.
You actually like the guy, don't you?
Yeah, I kind of do. He's stuck in a bad pattern and he's trying to break out of it. He's not all that bad once you get to know him.
I've known him for 20 years, kid. Maybe you don't know him well enough. He spent that entire time talking himself up, trying to get noticed, trying to outdo everyone around him, and it's never worked out. Now, he's too old to change.
I think he has changed. He hasn't been doing any of that for months. If anything, he's been avoiding attention, trying to keep under the radar. What if you've been misjudging him for 20 years?
What if he's been misjudging himself?
What's that supposed to mean?
Has his bad luck ever rubbed off on you?
How would I even measure that?
Well, would you say your luck's been bad or good since you transferred here? Silence on recording.
I guess it's been pretty good.
Yeah, your girlfriend seems nice. Okay, Replication Studies keeps the accident logs, right? For the whole site?
Right.
Who's logging this week?
Me, actually.
How many accidents have you logged?
None as of yet.
Haven't put the reports in.
Haven't gotten any reports.
Silence on recording.
I'm just now hearing how that sounds.
Don't beat yourself up about it. Absent trends are the hardest to spot. On the back of these interviews, Dr. Sokolsky approached Dr. Dan, redacted, director of ETRA, with an experimental proposal involving SCP-7000 and Dr. Weddle. The probabilistic breakdown continued to progress, with effects felt most keenly by the paranormal community. Analytics Department report. Item: Sloth Spit, Wisconsin, in NX-18 ceases to operate according to the rules of narrative logic. NX-18's prime effect being effectively probabilistic in nature, the exploitation of tropes and literary devices consistently producing desired effects, this reduces Sloth Spit to the status of an average Midwestern American town. Reactive action. Nexus occlusion measures continue in the expectation SCP-7000 will eventually be neutralized and this effect reversed. Counseling provided by Site-87 staff to affected civilians and myth figures in the area. Item: Senior Associate at Marshall Carter and Dark Limited killed in a folding couch accident. Reactive action. None taken. Folding couch accidents, though uncommon, do occur naturally. Item: Earthquake in Antarctica. The least earthquake-prone continent on Earth. Epicentral investigation uncovers a buried Chaos Insurgency fire base. All 53 personnel dead of asphyxiation. Reactive action. Excavation for further use. Dr. Dan presented a brief to the O5 Council on July 16th. Overwatch Command, O5 Council Minutes. Excerpt begins, pictured Dr. Dan. So we have Dr. Dan, we have 5, 1, 7, 1, 12, 10. I guess you take even O5s, I'll take odd, and do you want Dr. Dan or I'll take Dr. Dan?
I'll do Dan since you're reading bulk of this article.
Gotcha.
We have to do something about this. It's simply not sustainable. We've got butterflies causing super typhoons in the South China Sea. We've got the asshole that decided it would be fun experiment in irons at Area 06. We've got black cats, mirrors, and ladders changing the arcs of people's lives out there. We have to task 2 AICs with sniping eBay auctions because, I don't know if you know this, everybody always labels everything rare on eBay, but suddenly everything is rare unless it should be. There are 15 auctions for pieces of toast with Jesus' face burned into them when I got up this morning, and only 3 of them were faked. Procurement and liquidation reports that every agent who goes to the garage sale now comes home with a handful of anomalies. Half the kittens in the world are being born polydactyl, 6 or more toes on each foot. And we're going to have to brainwash the entire scientific establishment into believing some bogus argument about atmospheric factors to explain it away. That, or put a lot of cats into the bag, and the bag being one hell of a deep, dark river.
Oof. Quite the preamble. Was it worth wasting precious time you could have spent pressing us to a solution?
Yes, absolutely. Because here's the thing about that preamble. Not everything I just told you is strictly probabilistic. Polydactyly is an inheritable mutation. Rare items for sale, not talking about Jesus bread here, have nothing to do with random chance. Probability doesn't make valuable objects. Man-made valuable objects start existing where they didn't exist before. And hen's teeth? That just doesn't happen at all outside of the lab.
You didn't even mention hen's teeth.
I haven't mentioned about 500 of the things either.
But what you're saying is, this isn't actually a probability crisis.
No, it definitely is that. It just isn't entirely that. Everyone who ate that potentially deadly blowfish yesterday lived. Everybody who ate it today died. Days came up with snake eyes today after 24 hours of natural 6s or 20s or whatever the max is. So many of you catching shiny Pokemon, I could explain what that is thanks to my staff, but you don't and shouldn't care. That we've had to knock out Nintendo's online services, every fan site, and a few Reddit communities to avoid getting word around. We've had to slot agents into every extant gaming commission to manipulate their numbers, or where possible just close the casinos directly on the pretext that it's too dangerous to operate them during COVID. Which it is. So that's lucky, meaning the disease will probably dry up tomorrow and we'll need to find a new excuse. And it didn't even take in Vegas, so we had to go wackier still. Site-XXX brokered a deal with the under Vegas demons to run fixed games on the strip to hide the fact that honest gambling, to the extent that such thing exists, straight up doesn't work anymore. They were, I'm sure you wouldn't be surprised to hear, thrilled to help. But that's just a band-aid solution. And since we're going to absolutely hate my short but a little longer-term fix, I need to make it perfectly clear that we're dealing with an extremely complex constellation of strictly probabilistic and superstitious luck effects, which we are calling one anomaly for lack of a better explanation.
All right, well, rip the band-aid off then. What's your terrible solution?
Every probabilistic anomaly in the SCP database is either dead as a doornail or operating wildly outside of established parameters as of right now. Every single one. That won't be the case when, with your permission, I update the SCP-7000 file to include Dr. William Weddle. Who is Dr. William Weddle? Did you say Weddle? That's a real name? He's a lowlifer at Site-43. You've got very little reason to know who he is. But at this time, he's potentially the most important employee we have. He just self-identified as a serial loser, and experimental data backs it up. This guy literally cannot ever catch a break, which is sad. But what isn't sad is this. He's the only probabilistic anomaly still ticking over.
You're certain?
Absolutely.
Do you know why?
Absolutely not. We haven't had the time to study him. All we have is his data to go on, and a hunch from my deputy, but that data is extensive. Yet Willie lacks the imagination to lie, and my deputy knows his shit. As of this moment, Dr. William Weddle is the only reliable probability factor on planet Earth. Good Lord! And what can that do for us? On the face of it, not much. If he had good luck, well, obviously we could use that. But bad luck? We could let him get corrupted by some GOI or other, have him fuck them up with his good intentions. But that's a very limited utility in a very wide problem field.
Yeah, let's not do that.
If the guy just plain unlucky, personally, it's nothing better than a baseline for predicted probability.
Obviously, you think it might be something more.
I do indeed. There are two theories, William's own and Dr. Sokolowski's. Here's what Weddle thinks. Bad luck clings to him like an ontokinetic cloud. The universe will take any opportunity to get a cheap shot on him. And if he gets an overload, it can bleed into his surroundings and cause chaos. This mostly fits with the observed facts.
Dr. Sokolsky's hunch goes deeper, I presume.
A lot deeper. Based on his initial interviews with Weddle's colleagues, he had the analytics department compare negative probability events from every facility since 7K started. Here's what they discovered. Site-43 is the luckiest place on Earth right now. They're still seeing random luck effects, but only good ones. So Sokolowski had them pull older data, and while they're still going over everything, it looks like a general trend. Allowing for the occasional unavoidable cataclysm, Site-43 has always been one of the luckiest places on Earth, and I think it's because of Dr. Weddle.
You don't think his bad luck wears off. You think everyone else's wears off on him.
Precisely. An unavoidable, unpredictable bad luck is presently our biggest issue in dealing with the effects of 7000. We rush in to fix one problem and encounter three more in the way. I want to use Dr. Weddle as a stabilizing agent for our spot treatments. Put together a mobile task force, append him to it, and then let it swoop in to save the day wherever necessary. Call it MTF something 7000, Magnificent 7, or whatever.
Not that.
No, definitely not that. Half of the Magnificent 7 die. I'm just spitballing. Logistics can come up with something better. We'll use them for all high-value deployments where possible to ensure success. 6 expert super soldiers and 1 walking time bomb. Let them wander around soaking up the bad karma while our boys and girls get the job done regardless of probabilistic bullshit. I call it Operation Black Swan.
It's nice to know that you had the time to name all these things, what with the world falling apart around us.
Not giving them names would be unlucky, sir, and I'm operating on the assumption that at some point fortune will smile upon us again. I have a theory about that too, but I'd rather not go on record at present. Don't want to jinx myself since, well, you know.
I'll allow it. What's your theory?
Redacted.
You can't be serious. Of course he can't. Ask him what that slide he's been pointing at the entire time is.
I'd assumed it was some sort of chaos theory heat map projection. I'd assumed he was going to explain it eventually. Did I not? Sorry, it's my breakfast.
Dr. Dan's breakfast for 16th of July, 2022.
Every egg in my house has 2 yolks now.
Silence on recording.
The point is, this is going to affect every aspect of our lives before long. And that means I'm as serious as I've ever been in my life about potential solutions.
I think we know enough to be getting on with. We'll put your Black Swan to a vote. I move to accept. All in favor? Many yeas. 2 nays, 2 abstains.
I like this, that 7 and 13 abstained, since they're like the numbers that would be associated with luck.
Luck and unluck, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for your time. You won't regret this.
The success to failure ratio of that particular statement is...
presently up in the air, like everything else. With respect, sir.
Dr. Dan and Dr. Sokolsky immediately began preparations for Operation Black Swan, as the probability collapse continued. Captain Andrea Adams assembled 5 of her top-performing agents to fill out the ranks of Mobile Task Force Theta 7000, codename Fortunate Sons, and begin a rigorous training period. Pictured as Mobile Task Force Theta 7000 in training, Dr. Weddle in the foreground. Despite possessing advanced survival instruction as a consequence of his existing esoteric containment duties, Dr. Weddle scored significantly lower than the previous bottom percentile on all Mobile Task Force training metrics. The acceleration of SCP-7000 phenomena nevertheless necessitated the denial of his repeated requests to be relieved of this new duty, as well as similar requests on his behalf by Captain Adams. Analytics Department Report. Item: steady increase in accounts of chickens born with monophyodontic dentition. Reactive action. Creation of a thread on the conspiracy website parawatch.org suggesting that the phrase rare as hen's teeth refers not to a scientific impossibility, but instead a hereditary mutation which the proliferation of genetically modified organisms in modern farmscapes has reawakened. Theory saturates the globe due to predatory news aggregators within 1 week. Oh, that's too real. Item: 3 Chaos Insurgency infiltrators captured attempting to gain access to Site-91. Step 22 out of 624 of their step compilation details an up-to-date schema of security protocols. 1 patrol's route significantly delayed when all 5 officers discovered pebbles in their footwear and stopped to remove them, leading to a confrontation with no Foundation casualties. Reactive actions. Patrols increased at all large containment facilities, resulting in 11 further captures and 6 terminations. Item: SCP-4040, namesake of the Sloth's Pit, Wisconsin, transformed to a bottomless pit, from a bottomless pit to a pit of variable depth. Reactive action. As only the civilians aware of the pit's former nature are already residents of the Nexus, response limited to active monitoring at this time. Site-87 thaumaturgist Dr. Catherine Sinclair and Dr. Montgomery Reynolds remain stationed at the pit with radio equipment and supplies for long-term occupancy. Pictured: the bottomless pit of NX-18, view from the bottom. Well, that's not very bottomless at all. Despite the misgivings of his captain, Dr. Weddle was declared officially fit for combat on July 30th. Theta 7000 were deployed to attempt insertion into Firebase 5, a Chaos Insurgency facility uncovered via the accidental encoding of its location on a cognitohazard carrier wave directed at Site 1. No previous attempt had been made to exploit this information, as the 7000 effect was expected to nullify the professional advantage Foundation agents enjoy over Chaos Insurgents. It was therefore deemed the likeliest test case for Dr. Weddle as a field asset. Operation Black Swan's first mission took place on August 3rd, my birthday. Very nice. Mission transcript. Mobile Task Force Theta 7000. Fortunate Sons. Captain Andrea Adams, codename Adams. Dr. William Weddle, codename Luck. Agent Daria Ozels, codename Chico. Agent Brandon Bruce, codename Lee. Agent Seong Jin Han, codename O'Reilly. Agent Natsia Koslova, codename Britt. And Agent Murad Quilev, codename Tanner. Alright, so there's 7 people on hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I guess I'll take... You got Weddles. I'll take Adams, Chico, Lee. You take O'Reilly, Britt, Tanner.
Sure.
Adams, Chico, Lee. Adams, Chico, Lee. Okay, I got 3 names. Theta 7000 airlift and support vehicle. They are approaching the operational zone in their modified Chinook helicopter. Sound ready.
Ready. Ready. Ready.
Ready.
I don't want to be here.
Ready. All ready. Drop. Theta 7000 repelled to the rooftop. Adams, Britt, Chico, O'Reilly, Tanner, and Lee land without incident. Luck twists his ankle.
Shit. Fuck.
Breach.
Breaching.
Tanner sets an explosive on the roof as the team heads for cover behind an exterior air conditioning unit. Luck leans on Lee for support. Their helmets strike, and Luck is momentarily dazed.
Get down.
Adams pulls Luck behind the air conditioner. Luck stumbles and falls, losing 1 combat boot as the breaching charges detonate. Get his damn boot on.
I'll do it, Mike.
Not taking that chance. Get his damn boot on. Lee replaces Luck's boot. All set, kiddo.
Piss off.
Positions! Theta 7000 take positions around the new ingress point on the roof. Clean cut. Good work.
Thanks.
A sudden crack appears at the edge of the aperture, and the portion of roof Luck is standing on collapses. He falls into the structure. Did we lose Luck already? Move in! Move in now! Theta 7000 enter the facility via the aperture, which does not collapse further. Lee finds Luck sprawled on top of a presumed Chaos Insurgent who is now unconscious. Guess your name means something after all.
I don't want to do this.
Theta 7000 are standing in an access corridor. There are red flashing lights and semi-spherical globes on the ceiling illuminating 2 rows of doors. Some open, some closed. Adams gestures and the team begins cautiously checking each door. O'Reilly?
On it.
O'Reilly locates a wall panel, then pulls on various components until wires are exposed. He retrieves an electronic multi-tool from his belt and carefully affixes the leads to it. Luck twists his other ankle as O'Reilly checks the readout.
Jesus, fuck.
All clear ahead, Cap.
They had 3 different gas systems ready to go, if you could believe it. All disabled now. Got a schematic for traps ahead, too.
How many?
It's the CI boss, over 100 in the next rooms, few rooms alone. I've shut down everything that triggers remotely. Just watch your step and you should be fine.
All right. Moving on, people. Theta 7000 proceed down the hall at a brisk pace. Luck runs to catch up, falling flat on his face twice. The 3rd time, he turns in midair, landing on his back. He is unable to right himself. Halt! Lee retrieves Luck as Adams bends to examine a metal strip embedded in the floor grouting. Wired for current. How'd you miss that, O'Reilly?
Sorry, Cap. It wasn't on the schematic.
Fucking CI. Good thing it wasn't active. Adams glances at Luck. Luck sneezes.
I can't see.
Theta 7000 head to the end of the corridor. The door is ajar. Cover. Theta 7000 take cover to either side of the door. Luck crouches down behind Lee. Both microphones capture the sound of fabric tearing.
God damn it.
A series of gunshots ring out, striking the door frame. The team is positioned such that no round finds its mark. Dazzle! Lee throws a flashbang grenade through the door. Heads down! Luck begins to sneeze again. His head is raised when the grenade detonates. Forward! Theta 7000 enter the next room, a wide T-junction. Luck continues to scream and struggles to his feet.
I can't fucking see.
Theta 7000 subdue 5 insurgents in tactical gear with minimal expenditure of ammunition. Luck staggers along the wall behind them, occasionally walking directly into it with muffled curses. Where's the main breaker?
Judging by the power draw profile, probably on the lower level.
We need to find some stairs. Luck walks through the door and directly into the waist-high railing of a wide, well-lit stairwell.
Oh.
Luck pitches over the railing and falls, shoulder camera view of Chico here. We lost him again. Theta 7000 rush into a stairwell, forgoing operational caution to retrieve the asset. Luck's belt is caught on a lower railing, and he is hanging with his pants half down.
I don't want to be here.
Get him loose. Theta 7000 explore the stairwell and attached hallway as the lead detaches Luck's belt. Luck falls to the floor.
I want to go home.
Is your home child-proofed?
Suck.
Gunfire resumes. Theta 7000 take defensive positions and return fire.
Looks like 2 teams, Cap. Stuck in good.
Which way's the breaker? O'Reilly quickly checks his device, then scans the halls. He points. Take Luck and Lee. We'll hold them off.
I don't.
Shut the fuck up. Adams, Britton, Tanner, and Chico provide cover fire as O'Reilly, Lee, and Luck take the indicated door and rush along a new passage. The sound of gunfire recedes. O'Reilly notices a wall-mounted electrical panel.
Here we go.
O'Reilly trips a series of circuit breakers. A distant groaning sound can be heard.
Front door's opening. Send in the cavalry.
Adams responds over helmet comms. They're jamming our signal.
Damn it. Can't do jack from in here. Ops outside might be able to crack the code, but there's a lot of luck involved in these CI ciphers.
Luck reaches into his helmet and scratch his nose. He is unable to remove it again.
Help.
We've got a signal. Control, this is Adams. Send in the ASVs. Expect heavy resistance. We'll give cover. Adams, Britton, Tanner, and Chico advance on the insurgents. O'Reilly suddenly sneezes, removing his hand from the circuit breaker at the moment it begins to spark and catch flame. Luck, in attempting to remove his hand from his helmet, has lodged his index finger in one nostril.
That was a close one.
Ceiling-mounted sprinklers briefly activate, then cease. There's a flash and a muffled explosion beneath their feet. Shoulder camera view of Chico. Adams, what was that? Get back here, pronto. Lee and O'Reilly head back down the hall. Luck trips on a loose floor tile and stumbles through a plate glass office window. Oh, for fucks! There's a loud crashing sound from the office Luck now occupies. Lee and O'Reilly rush to the broken window to see that the floor has caved in again and Luck is gone.
Must have overloaded some system in the floor when the breaker blew.
Lee jerks a thumb towards the remainder of Theta 7000, where the remainder of Theta 7000 are engaging the insurgents. That stairwell goes down at least one more level. O'Reilly sighs. The 2 agents return to the hall. Their teammates have pushed into an attached atrium and are trading fire with insurgents now boxed in by more agents advancing from the entrance.
Gonna grab the albatross, boss.
Give him a pat for me. Tell him he's a good boy. Britt, go with them. Britt, O'Reilly, and Lee cautiously head down the stairs to the bottom level, then proceed along the attached hallway until they reach a large storage facility. Luck is visible in the center, dazed, heading towards the door on the far wall. One insurgent is standing nearby, rifle trained on him.
Shit. I got this.
Britt advances into the room, taking cover behind wooden crates and steel shipping containers. As the insurgent raises a weapon to shoot Luck, Britt springs out of the shadows and slits his throat at the precise instant the door opens, and a second insurgent appears, rifle at the ready.
Bad luck.
The roof collapses. The insurgent is struck by a piece of falling masonry, crushing his helmet and presumably his skull. Luck is covered in debris.
Shit. Luck, are you alright? I hate...
Luck swallows his helmet microphone and begins to choke. Transcript ends. Shoulder camera view, O'Reilly. Aftermath. Firebase 5 was taken with minimal Foundation casualties. Dr. Weddle was treated for a broken collarbone. No other member of Theta 7000 sustained serious injury. Chaos Insurgency lost his total 37 individuals incapacitated or killed, and 1 major supply and repair depot now under Foundation control. 7 stolen SCP objects, multiple vehicles employing pyrotechnical components, and 3 prisoners recovered on site. Analytics Department review of shoulder camera footage reveals the near absence of anomalous probability factors in the atrium firefight, suggesting Dr. Weddle did in fact absorb all SCP-7000 effects over the course of the operation. In the interim between missions, SCP-7000 continued to take its toll. Analytics Department report. Item: 7 Chaos Insurgency infiltrators captured installing explosive devices at Site-120. All 7 attempted to destroy their STEP compilations before capture. One was unable to do so, as her portable lighter would not produce flame. Surviving STEP compilation carried the impression of handwriting, presumably from a note written on top of it on a separate piece of paper. Reactive action. Handwriting decryption leads to the discovery of an insurgency safe house in Poland and the detention or neutralization of a cell of 23 individuals. Item: SCP-3856-1, the multiversal iteration of researcher Samuel Lloyd residing in baseline reality, chokes on a ham sandwich and expires. Reactive action. SCP's Foundation placed on high alert for imminent escalation of the present K-class scenario, ending with the termination of all life on Earth, the inevitable result of any universe's loss of its iteration of researcher Lloyd. No change in the scenario's course noted thus far. Item: 3 senior Mechanite priests, 1 for each primary faith, killed in freak Murphy bed accidents. Reactive action. Per the Triumvirate Accords, expressions of sympathy made on behalf of Overwatch Command and funeral costs partially defrayed. After a brief recuperative period, Dr. Weddle was cleared for active duty again, and Theta-7000 was officially commissioned. A series of missions over the following weeks served to mitigate the worst of SCP-7000's veil-threatening elements, though the search for a permanent solution remained ongoing. A digest of representative operations is appended below. Operation Theta-7000-4. Situation: attack on deep well systems at Outpost 316 by Serpent's Hand agents. Intervention: Theta-7000 repelled the attackers while tacticians attempted to reverse thaumaturgical damage and corrupted code. Dr. Weddle supervised. Outcome: only minor difficulties encountered. Operation declared successful. Dr. Weddle sustained a variety of minor injuries. Stubbed toe, 2 of them. Chipped tooth, 1. Broken collarbone, 1. Broken fingernail, 7. Herniated disc, 2. On-site paramedical services returned him immediately to active duty. Debriefing. Due to recalcitrance on the part of Dr. Weddle, researcher LeBlanc was appended to the task force to conduct the asset's debriefings. Partial transcript appended below. Excerpt begins. Do you want me to take LeBlanc since that was you before?
I was going to say I would do it. I'll do both of them, but I think the next few are between Weddle and LeBlanc only. So yeah, go ahead.
Alrighty.
But I didn't do anything.
They estimate the damaged code involves some 7 million independent variables. Every one of them was a minute but extant threat to the success of the repair process. You stopped them from going off. You saved a computer system carrying more information than...
I didn't do anything.
Silence on recording.
So they got me a handler.
I prefer to think of myself as an agent.
If you were my agent, I'd fire you.
If you were my client, I'd get you fired. Dr. Weddle smiles.
I know you would, kid.
Excerpt ends. Operation Theta-7000-7. Situation: expert defusal of an improvised thermonuclear bomb in the free port of 3 Portlands by the Unusual Incidents Unit. Intervention: joint action with the SCP Foundation via the presence of Dr. Weddle. Exhausted from an earlier operation on that same day, Dr. Weddle attended in his sleep via the provision of an army cot. Outcome: post-defusal investigation revealed 3 separate anti-tampering measures on hair triggers which had not been tripped. Dr. Weddle swallowed 3 files during the operation. UIU representatives and Dr. Dan agreed that the technician would not be informed of this correlation.
Remote bomb flies.
Flies. Okay, good. I was confused. Swallowed 3 flies. Pictured: remote bomb defusal. Dr. Weddle supervising at center. Sleepy boy. Debriefing. Partial transcript appended below.
I did what?
You mean about the fly?
I mean about the bomb.
Excerpt ends. Operation Theta-7000-13. So we had 7 and 13 again. Nice. Situation: O5 Council required to escort to a classified location on the Asian subcontinent. Intervention: Theta-7000 partnered with Mobile Task Force Alpha-1, codenamed Red Right Hand, to complete the pilgrimage. Outcome: success with no operational complications. Per regulations, as an active anomaly, Dr. Weddle was kept as far distant from council members as was feasible. Nevertheless, 051 encountered him in compromising positions on 3 separate occasions. Debriefing, partial transcript appended below. Excerpt begins.
I don't want to do this.
I know you don't.
The universe has something to say, Bastion, about whether my pants are up or down. It has a lot to say, Bastion, about whether my pants are up or down.
Man, I'm really sorry.
I can't do this anymore. I can't. Please don't make them make me.
Dr. Weddle sobs. Okay, I won't. Silence on recording. I promise I won't.
What?
I won't let them make you. We'll miss the next appointment. Let them come get us if they want. What are they going to do? Shoot a researcher and the goose that lays the golden egg? Silence on recording. You get it?
Bastion.
Laying an egg is slang for messing.
Bastion, you have one job. What is it?
Silence on recording.
To kick my sorry ass in gear. So do it.
Silence on recording. Well, I guess I forgot the geese can bite. After you, Dr. Weddle.
They spit too, so watch the fuck out.
Excerpt ends. Operation Theta 7000-27. Situation. SCP-682 breached containment at Site 45 and approached the town of Augusta, Western Australia during a folk music festival. Intervention. Theta 7000 attempted to recapture the anomaly whilst evading the scrutiny of approximately 1,000 people, including media representatives. Outcome. Dr. Weddle was stationed between the operational zone and the festival. As containment efforts failed and SCP-682 approached, he was forced to move into the crowd. The anomaly was finally disabled within 100 meters of the event, an action nevertheless escaping civilian notice as their attention was fixed on Dr. Weddle's altercation with a rogue kangaroo. SCP-682 returned to containment without incident, while video footage of Dr. Weddle being kicked into an industrial barbecue immediately saturated the internet. Pictured, Fat Idiot Gets Wrecked by Kangaroo, uploaded by Falcon Crazy with 7K subscribers, viewed 345,625 times, uploaded 14th of August 2022. That is pretty darn good numbers for that low subs. Good job, Falcon Crazy. Make sure to subscribe.
I want to see that video.
I want to see that video. Okay. Debriefing, partial transcript appended below. Excerpt begins.
This isn't working.
No, but it's helping. Dr. Weddle spits. It does not escape his beard. He wipes his face with a lab coat sleeve.
Helping. I'm making an all-time ass out of myself to prolong my worst nightmare.
You're a hero.
I don't want to be a hero.
You're named after William Wallace, Braveheart, one of the most famous heroes of all time. Where would he have gotten without sticking his neck out for others?
Not famous enough, apparently. He got his neck stretched.
Silence on recording. Well, he did get a movie.
A Mel Gibson movie. You call that luck? I don't.
Look, I'm sure they have a backup plan. This will only go on for a little while longer.
Why?
What?
Why are you sure they have a backup plan? When I said this wasn't working, I meant it wasn't working for me. It's working just fine for them.
William.
They're gonna roll me up the hill and let me fall back down for the rest of my life, like Sisyphus. You know that's true.
For one thing, the myth is actually...
Great. Perfect. Change the subject to what a hapless asshole I am. I hadn't heard about that for all of 1 hour. Like, wow, it's like Harry's right here with me. I bet we soaked up enough bad luck for 10 people just now. Hooray!
I didn't mean...
You're having fun writing those reports? I've read them. Really tight phrasing there, Bast. Dry comedy. Bet they get a real chuckle all around the water coolers. But you wouldn't know anything about that, right?
I never...
You remember what I told you when you said you wanted me to be my friend?
Link to the lamest story never told. Silence on recording.
Well, now I do regret it. So fuck back off to 43 and tell them your next set of funny stories in person.
Silence on recording. After a moment, researcher LeBlanc leaves. Excerpt ends. At this time, Dr. Weddle advanced the theory that SCP-7000 phenomenon was seasonal and would soon dissipate. Analytics Department study suggested this was unlikely. Dr. Weddle further theorized that SCP Foundation containment efforts might be responsible, as per the discredited allegations leveled by various groups of interest during the SCP-6500 crisis. This, too, was rejected. Whatever the cause, the actions of Theta-7000 did not appear to neutralize or recognizably worsen the anomaly, merely offsetting its most problematic consequences for the time being. Pictured is persistent lunar discoloration during SCP-7000. Also, I note that Site-43 and these characters, I guess, have a lot more stories together then. And so this is just like one slice of their bullshit, I guess. Which, if so, this has got me interested in checking them out. So good job, gang. Analytics Department report. Item. Economics temporarily reflective of actual reality. Reactive action. None taken. Market will correct itself. Item. 2 Chaos Insurgency infiltrators evade capture after attempting to enter Site-79. Chief of Security had changed the daily password on a hunch. Reactive action. 5 days later, Foundation personnel intercept an urgent call for medical aid from a townhouse on the outskirts of Umegemu, discovering a cell of 12 insurgents violently ill with COVID-19. The agent who encountered the infiltrators at Site-79 had tested positive shortly after their escape. A series of step compilations found in the townhouse outline a grandiose series of sabotages and thefts to be carried out at Japanese facilities. On inspection, each is found to have been individually impractical due to unforeseeable on-the-ground exigencies.
One sec. I didn't get that.
I didn't talk to you. Item. Bunk theory of manifesting popularized by Rhonda Byrne's The Secret, with no basis in either science or parascience, becomes inexplicably efficacious. Reactive action. None taken. Neither evidence nor the lack thereof have any apparent effect on individual belief in the technique's efficacy, as before SCP-7000. On August 24th, an encoded transmission originating from the Chaos Insurgency's hardened mobile array was received by Overwatch Command at Site 1. Though deemed a low priority at the time due to the insurgency's vastly reduced profile in light of their recent heavy losses, the ensuing conversation did finally present one possible causal explanation for the scenario itself. Overwatch Command, 05 Council Minutes. Odds and evens again? Excerpt begins. Hazard screening.
Wait. Where'd it go? Oh, I'm it zoomed in and it. On. There you go. Okay. Odds and evens. Okay. Active and proactive.
Very well. Let's hear what he has to say. A white silhouetted face appears on the screen, backlit by a glowing Chaos Insurgency insignia. Do you have a voice in mind for the engineer?
Yeah, probably. Time's almost up, friends. Do you have a response?
To what? Time almost being up? Not as such.
The message expunged. You have less than 1 hour to make your decision.
Should I know what message you're talking about, redacted? Because I'm afraid you have me at a disadvantage. The engineer pauses.
The ultimatum we delivered you.
Let me put you on hold for a moment.
What game are you?
051 cuts the two-way audio feed. Any idea what he's on about? We haven't received a message from the insurgency in months. Not unless we're speaking metaphorically. The engineer's face retreats further into shadow, obscuring his features. I think he means it literally. Anybody else? No? 051 reactivates the two-way audio feed.
Your misguided mission of containment, which you know to be disastrous, and yet...
Sorry, were you still going? Cut you off there. You know we can't see your mouth. The engineer's silhouette visibly stiffens. So, this is a little embarrassing, but we're pretty sure we never got any messages from you. At all.
Your vengeance has been particularly intermittent as of late.
That always bothered me. The word is intermitted. Why even quote if you're not going to do it right?
You think this is a good time to stall when you have only minutes to spare?
Redacted, please. We didn't receive any message. When did you set it?
On the day of chaos, the 13th of July.
13-7, apropos. Have we any record of suppressed communications on the 13th, too?
Yes, 13 messages from IP addresses associated with known hackers. The file size and packaging was consistent with random cyber terror attacks originating from the Russian Federation, and as such, the messages were scanned for viral content, returned positive results in each case, and were deleted unread. What? That's ridiculous. We chose the addresses at random. Oops. Oops.
The engineer sighs.
We'll send it again. Don't block us this time.
You could just tell. The engineer ends the call. Be like that. 2.
Yes, we received something. The IP addresses they're spoofing this time belongs to a robocall center in Mumbai, and our antivirus systems return another false positive. I have examined the file personally, and it appears safe to view.
So it's a video. Suppose we ought to. The holographic video screen in the center of the room flickers to life. The insignia of the Chaos Insurgency is displayed. The engineer's voice begins to speak.
What if the breath that kindled those grim fires, awaked, should blow them into the sevenfold rage and plunge us in the flames?
Skip. The video advances 10 seconds.
Long struggle is at an end. The rotten paste of lies of which the false foundation is comprised will finally crumble, and all they have built atop will tumble down to dust. For the first time, the numbers are not on their side. For the first time, the red right hand holds all the cards.
Speed it up. The video plays at double speed for the remainder of the speech. An artifactive image of a large machine appears on the screen.
The Containment device now exercises total control over the course of the fate of all the globe. All mechanisms of chance and contingency will be irrevocably broken. The suffocating veil of the enemy will fall away, and the truth will be known.
Preambles are always so damn long.
There is, however, an alternative. A means of preserving the long night you have cast over mankind entire. Surrender your assets to the red right hand. Return your loyal soldiers into the fold. Become that which you were meant to be. Remember your great purpose and admit the righteous victory of the Chaos Insurgency.
The insignia returns.
You will respond by midnight on August 24th in the year of our Crusade 2022, or we will know the reason why and will know the meaning of misfortune. After we have dealt to command and the engineer of the insurgency, wait your swift response. Capitulate or be swept aside.
The video ends.
Bullshit. The Kismet device looks suspiciously like the one, the CMS muon detector of the Large Hadron Collider.
What's their operational status versus us since the LK started? Estimate over 200 personnel dead, catastrophic loss of equipment and facilities, complete disarray. Field victories? Not a 1.
They've escalated to open warfare in desperation, and our folks are the betters across the board. It's a foregone conclusion to the extent that those still exist these days.
Well, I'm glad we didn't get this message on the 13th then. That was...
Don't.
I was going to say fortuitous.
Still don't.
But yes, if they're in control of this situation, they've got a funny way of showing it.
Should we call them back?
Silence on recording. Let's not. Excerpt ends. The engineer's explanation for SCP-7000 was filed for further study. Despite the apparent passing of the deadline presented in his ultimatum, however, the character of the LK scenario did not appear to change in the coming days. Analytics Department report. Item. 7-year-old Stephanie Ballinger of Lyon, France, becomes world champion in chess, having begun playing for the first time on July 7, 2022. She has never lost a game. Reactive action. Further investigation reveals that Ballinger is the grandchild of Data Expunged, encouraged to pursue the game at this time due to Data Expunged knowledge of the LK class event. Data Expunged was also responsible for moving the event up from its next planned occurrence in 2023, and his granddaughter's unorthodox inclusion on the roster. Due to Data Expunged seniority, matter has not been pursued further. Item. Predictive meteorology becomes ineffective beyond the existing alterations to atmospheric noise. Reactive action. None taking. Changes escape public notice at this time. Item. Site-41 occupied by Chaos Insurgency. The periodic and unpredictable amnestic effect plaguing all facilities and personnel relating to the Anti-Memetics Division strikes the insurgents full force during their occupation. Disoriented, they exit the site and are immediately detained by guards stationed at the perimeter. Reactive action. Foundation researchers repeatedly attempt to further weaponize this anomaly, but are immediately afflicted by the same condition in each case. Having been relieved from his post with Theta 7000 by Dr. Weddle, researcher LeBlanc began a personal investigation into the LK class scenario at this time. After consultation with Dr. Blank, he visited Dr. Weddle's elderly parents in their home at the Foundation-operated retirement village of Sunset Cove, Pensacola, in the American state of Florida in 24th of August 2022. Interview log. Officer of Record, Researcher B. LeBlanc, Replication Study Site 43. Subjects, Mindy and Simon Weddle. Civilians, retired. Excerpt begins. Researcher LeBlanc is sitting in the living room of a single-story, post-war ranch house with the Weddles. Pictured, Mindy and Simon Weddle. Did you ever get the impression that your son was carrying some sort of burden?
Of course, you know, William, always thinking about others.
LeBlanc laughs. The Weddles watch in silence.
Something funny?
No, sorry, I was remembering something. Yes, go on.
Like I said, he never spared a thought for himself. Spent all his time fussing over what could go wrong with other people, what he could do about it. What he had to do about it. He couldn't live with himself if something happened, and he passed up a chance to help. I think it started in his 20s. My brother died in 75, and no, Simon, it wasn't that. It started much, much earlier, when I was sick.
Sick?
Lung cancer. They didn't expect me to make it. Willie was only 12 at the time. You're right. That's when it started. He'd stay up night praying.
He never struck me as a particularly religious guy.
I don't think it was religious. I think, no.
Mindy Weddle taps her temple in irritation.
I can't quite get at it. The destination is there, of course, but the bridge is out. I don't remember any praying.
I have some medicine with me to help you remember if you're interested.
You mean mnestics?
How did you...
We've taken them before. Back in, God, it was ages ago. They were checking up on William after some accident at work, asking if it could have been his fault, if he was reliable. They wanted to know everything about him. We think about those mnestics a lot, when I can remember it. There's irony for you. I imagine how much good they could do in a place like this. One of our friends doesn't remember her own children. She remembers me, because we go back farther than that. I tried to tell her about the mnestics once, but I can't. The words won't come. Something to do with where you work, where William works?
Yes, I'm sorry about that, and I'm sorry I can't tell you more, but it's not my secret to reveal, and Dr. Weddle wouldn't want to put you in any danger. In fact, I think this is all about that need to protect people you were talking about. He's trying to protect everyone, and I don't think he even really knows what from. I can't ask him, but...
You can ask me, all right? For William, I'll do it. But you have to promise me something first.
If I can.
You can. Promise you'll tell him to think of himself from time to time.
Silence on recording.
Well?
Yes, I think I can manage that. Excerpt ends. Following his return to Site 43, researcher LeBlanc attempted to make contact with Dr. Weddle. The latter disregarded the former's entreaties, and at any event was rarely present due to repeated deployments with Theta 7000. On the 26th of July, after his 68th operation with Theta 7000, Dr. Weddle abandoned his post. He was recovered almost immediately by Mobile Task Force Pi 43, codenamed Garbage In, Garbage Out, having failed to either disable the tracking devices installed on his personal telephone or turn the device off entirely. He had recorded the following video during his brief period AWOL. The camera view is zoomed in close to Dr. Weddle's face. He appears to be out of doors, in the dark. Inadequate color correction filters are disabled.
So this is it. I'm putting my damn foot down.
Dr. Weddle shifts, as though stamping his foot. His expression darkens. He looks down, then back up in obvious irritation and disgust.
You're probably going to lobotomize me when you get this message. I get that. I don't blame you. Actually, let me Google lobotomies for a second.
Dr. Weddle hands obscures the camera as he presumably scrolls his screen.
No, but what does it do? Fuck shit app.
He continues to scroll.
Oh, come on. Can't fucking find anything else. No, yeah. Okay. Apathy. That sounds nice. So when you do that, I'll get it. Maybe I'll be a funnier clown when I don't even give a shit about what's happening to me. But I can't keep tripping on my dick so the universe can laugh. This can't be the rest of my life.
Dr. Weddle drops the device.
Shit.
It takes 2 attempts for him to pick it back up.
It's not like I liked the way my life was going before. This is just more of the same, a lot more of the same. Replication study straight out of hell. You know, when I joined back in 2000, the director told me something like, our world is filled with hidden terrors, strange. Okay, my memory is crap and I wasn't really listening, but it was something like stranger stuff than you could possibly imagine. He wanted me to know what I was getting into. And I told him it didn't matter, that the shit I'd seen was already strange in a real bad way, and I was looking forward to seeing the scary stuff. And you know what happened?
Dr. Weddle shakes his head. His glasses fall off. He retrieves them.
I found out that scary stuff isn't always different from stupid stuff. I guess that makes sense. The scary stuff comes from our fears, our everyday bullshit. And a little bit of different, and a little bit of everything in the world is already stupid. Why would the scary stuff be any different? I just didn't expect that all the weirdness I'd be seeing would be so
Dr. Weddle sighs.
fucking dumb. Everybody thinks it's funny what happens to me. It's not funny. I guess I thought it would end when I joined up. I thought I could replace my bullshit with yours, but it just all ended up in the same pot. And now the pot's filling up, and it's coming over the edge, and I'm too old to learn how to mop. I don't know where this metaphor is going.
Dr. Weddle purses his lips.
I'm too old for a lot of things. They never get tired of reminding me.
Dr. Weddle drops the device. He is able to retrieve it with only 1 attempt, though he is forced to bend over again and retrieve his glasses for a second time.
Replication studies. The entire point is that once you know something's true, you can damn well stop repeating it. But this fucking shit show went on well past the point of scientific proof. I figured fate just wanted me to give up, you know? So I gave up. And it got fucking worse. So what am I supposed to do? Wave at everybody as they pass me by? Wait up for them like I'm their goddamn mom and die in the death of 1,000 stubbed toes for my trouble? Like fucking fuck.
Dr. Weddle stares into the screen for several seconds.
I didn't even get to be the anomaly. I'm not the main character in my own story. I put in my dues all this time, and what's my big break? How do I get to save the day? A goddamn treadmill of Buster Brown? Buster Brown? Is that the right... It doesn't matter. The point is, this isn't how I want it to be remembered. But you don't get to decide that, do you? Everybody else does. And everybody else is an asshole.
Dr. Weddle shakes his head.
I'm 54 years old, and I've been a joke for I don't know how long. Most of that time. And I'm done with it. I know it's selfish, but you're going to have to find some way to fix this shit that doesn't involve me. I'm going to do the only thing I can do. I'm going to end it all.
Dr. Weddle taps the screen, and the view shifts rapidly. He has presumably placed the device in his pocket after unsuccessfully attempting to cease filming. The view returns suddenly to Dr. Weddle's face.
Okay, that came out wrong. What I meant is I'm going to run away. I just heard how it sounded in my head. Well, all right. Running away for real now.
Dr. Weddle's face is suddenly illuminated by bright lights. Footsteps can be heard approaching.
Ah, shit.
Dr. Weddle was remanded to the custody of the Emergent Threat Tactical Response Authority. Dr. Dan requested his transportation to Area 08-C for debriefing. Debriefing log. Officer of Record, Dr. Dan. Director Etra. Subject, Dr. W. Weddle. Replication Studies 43. This is 2 characters of you again. Do you just want to take them this time?
Sure.
Dr. Dan and Dr. Weddle are standing in Foundation mission control. Technicians are monitoring all Foundation probes, stellar phenomena, civilian satellites, or space flights. Dr. Richard Barnard is overseeing operations from the rear.
It's time you had a little perspective, I think. Take a wider view. Show, don't tell. Well spoken for a change. Bring her up. Her?
The lead technician transfers it to a specific probe feed to the main board.
Tyke watching over us.
SCP-179 in the solar corona, cognitohazard censored, is pictured.
What in the hell is that? The heavens, actually, though no doubt it's hot enough. Her name is Celsior. She stands vigil over the stars, directs our attention to potential threats. Looks more like she's directing our attention to chaos undivided. What? Warhammer 40K. They got a wagon wheel logo. You don't care. Yeah, not really. But no, the first person to look at this and think chaos. She normally has a lot fewer arms. They're usually pointing to specific directions. or, less specific ones. Most of my colleagues are convinced the LK has driven her batty, and she's just acting out of confusion. I'm guessing life is confusing isn't the big important life lesson you brought me here to learn. No, it's not. I do think her threat compass is on the fritz, but I don't think that's what we're seeing. I don't think this is her equivalent of a blue screen of death. Hey, did I ever tell you I'm the only guy in the office who can reliably get Windows 10 to BSOD? The point is, I think she's still trying to communicate something to us. If it's the cardinal directions, someone ought to tell her that we already know those. I think she's pantomiming the Wheel of Fortune.
Silence on recording.
I'd like to buy an explanation. The Wheel of Fortune is a tarot card. It represents change, the alteration of one's situation, success, fate, luck. Luck. It's a reminder that there are intractable, implacable, impersonal forces constricting and constructing our destinies. Always seems plenty personal to me. Good. That's a start. You're taking offense, which is the first step towards treating this as a conversation with the universe. So, why not raise the tenor? Make it a positive conversation. I'm stuck in a loop of bullshit, Dan. If the fortune is a wheel, I'm strapped to it, and it's spinning. And everybody is chucking knives at me. You think you're being punished by your own sudden usefulness? Well, yes, I do. I liked being useless. Useless people get left alone. You don't know what that's like. I was in detention for 10 years. I know what it's like to be left alone. I'd give anything to be a pariah. I'm a laughingstock instead. You can't know what that's like.
Silence on recording.
You wouldn't say that if you knew what was behind the black boxes. What? In my name? Oh. What's with that anyway?
Dr. Dan shrugs.
It's a gimmick. I was at Site 19 in the late 2000s. We all had them. Kondraki had his camera and his hat. Gerald drove the way you do everything else. Clef had a shotgun. If they told me I could have a shotgun, I wouldn't have just black boxed my name. I bet it's something really dumb. What would it take for me to weasel it out of you? Outsmart me. Now drop the tangent. We were discussing your chronic inability to accept the attention of others.
Dr. Weddle grimaces.
I've had enough attention for a lifetime. Just once, I'd like to step on a rake without anybody around to point and giggle. I'd just as soon nobody ever looked in my direction again. Blanc and LeBlanc want to get fawned over. That's their business. Those are two different people. Might as well not be from my perspective. Everyone else is charmed, and I'm cursed. I still can't believe it. What? I swear to God, 2 months ago I actually said out loud, it can't get any worse.
Dr. Dan considers.
Well, I don't mind telling you, this is the new status quo. We don't see any way out of it. You're going to be working with Theta 7000 for the foreseeable future, at least until we give up and drop the veil. Give it to me, and I'll drop it in seconds. Conversation with the universe, remember? Think bigger.
Dr. Dan points at the screen again.
The messenger of the cosmos is trying to send you, specifically you, a message, and that message is to seize the moment. You think she's doing hot yoga for me? That's dumb. Who else would it be for? You're the only one in this event that's singled out. Just you. Nobody else on Earth has that distinction.
Flare activity. Getting chromatic aberration. We're about to lose the feed from Discover 2. Back off. Can't afford to lose another one.
Wave goodbye, Dr. Weddle. She can't fucking see me. Still, it's only polite.
Dr. Weddle sighs and waves at the main board as the connection deteriorates. Before the transmission cuts off entirely, SCP-179 appears to return the gesture with all 8 arms. Pictured.
What the fuck? You trained her to do that. She's a lookout, not a watchdog. Still think you're nothing special. Even with anecdotal evidence, it's still just anecdotal. God, you really don't see it, do you? This is your debut on the world stage. You're making a positive change, not just for you, but for everybody. For all we know, it's what you were always meant to do. Your destiny. To fall on my face at the end of the world. Literally, yes. Metaphorically, you're rising to the occasion. You're the most important person in creation right now. Everybody knows your name. Great. Everybody knows that I peed myself to prevent an asteroid strike. I bet that makes me the toast of the town. You'd be surprised. People love an underdog. Sympathy leads to empathy, and empathy, well, that can lead to all sorts of complicated relationships. Haven't you been stuck in your simple rut long enough? Yeah, all the ladies love a man who gets kicked in the groin by a horse, then another man can pull off a sweet slam dunk with a hand grenade. Exactly. They love sensitive men.
Silence on recording.
You think I ought to try enjoying this? What's the worst that can happen? I'm allowed to say that now, since the entire human race has lost their tempting fate privileges. Everyone except you. You think I should embrace this insane nonsense? You really think that? Think of it this way. Have you ever not been miserable? No. Have you ever tried?
Silence on recording.
Maybe she's doing a clock face. Clocks have 12-hour markers. She's only got 8 arms right now. Oh, shit. She's a sundial. You get it? Sundials are just clocks, buddy.
Dr. Weddle agreed to return to duty with Theta 7000. Captain Adams reported he appeared calm and resigned to his station. Dr. Dan indicated to the O5 Council that his plan for neutralizing SCP-7000 was now in motion. The LK-class event nevertheless continued apace for the following 2 days. A representative 6-leaved instance of genus Trifolium, clover, during SCP-7000. Analytics Department report. Item SCP-6263, an anomaly formally triggering spelling and grammar mistakes in all attempts to point out spelling and grammar mistakes, resumes operation for precisely the amount of time required to precipitate over the course of 3 days the incarceration of outgoing United Kingdom Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Reactive action, none taken. Item 3 rogue sharks discovered in Martha's Vineyard. Reactive action. Capture and release by the SCPS vehicles disguised as American Coast Guard, and implementation of a cover story involving filming of the fictitious Jaws 5 return to Amity Island. Item. Tactical nuclear detonation detected over the unoccupied Auckland Islands in New Zealand. As no conventional launch was detected, Foundation personnel responded to the scene. They discovered the remains of the Chaos Insurgency's hearted mobile array burning in the Carnley Harbor. Documents recovered from the site attest to an apparently lost step compilation culminating with a nuclear strike on Site 1. Though the state of the wreckage and unfamiliarity with the platform make precise determinations impossible, Foundation engineers report the likeliest explanation for the apparent accident is a catastrophic launch bay door failure. Further forensic investigation reveals the presence of anomalous components suffused with chronons, antichronons, and tachyons, suggesting the engine itself may have been present on the array at the time of detonation. Reactive action. In light of its recent loss of material and manpower, the Chaos Insurgency's activity class has reassessed from level 5, Varmt, to level 2, Cooled, falling below the Serpent's Hand, each sect of the Church of the Broken God, and Are We Cool Yet, among others, for the first time since their respective group of interest classifications. Crash site, hardened mobile array. Pictured. Frustrated with being stonewalled by Dr. Weddle, researcher LeBlanc confronted him in his quarters on the night of 28th August. Excerpt begins. Researcher LeBlanc enters the dorm room. Dr. Weddle is lying on the couch in his underwear.
I locked the damn door.
Yeah, I figured you wanted to be alone, so I just hit a bunch of random numbers, and guess what?
Fuck.
Dr. Weddle laughs.
Yeah, that would work.
So, I've been talking to your parents.
What? Why?
Dr. Weddle sits up on the couch, banging both knees on his coffee table as he does so. The table collapses. Because you're stuck in a holding pattern, William, and I wouldn't be a very good friend if I left you there.
I'm a gold medalist in the Shitty Friend Olympics. You don't know me anything. I'm my parents, specifically.
While I was with Theta 7000, I got to see a lot of the SCP file. This is my whole life. Has been since I don't know when. If you didn't know, I figured.
Sorry you wasted a trip to fucking Florida, of all places. That's what they call a double waste.
It wasn't a waste. Put some clothes on.
Why?
Because there's places in this site where the cameras don't see, but there's public corridors between here and there, and nobody wants to see that. Researcher LeBlanc gestures at Dr. Weddle. No offense.
How would I not take offense?
Excerpt ends. Dr. Weddle and researcher LeBlanc exited the former's quarters and proceeded to the achromatic and abatement section, escaping the effective audiovisual range of the site's surveillance cameras. On returning to view, Dr. Weddle appeared distraught and agitated. He returned to his quarters alone, pacing for several hours before pushing a variety of random items off his bed and lying down to sleep. Just after midnight, he began speaking to himself. Picture Dr. Weddle in bed, security feed still.
It can't be that simple.
Silence on recording.
It really can't be that simple. It can't be.
Silence on recording.
SCP-7000-1 is inconsequential and requires no containment. Exactly. That's all there is to it. He's full of shit.
Silence on recording.
He's right, isn't he?
Silence on recording as Dr. Weddle stares at the ceiling for 49 minutes.
Well, what do you want me to say? I've learned my lesson? I'm overflowing with the milk of fucking human kindness here? Fuck you. Fuck you forever.
Silence on recording.
Inaudible.
Silence on recording.
Inaudible.
Silence on recording.
You fucking hear me?
A light fixture detaches from the ceiling and falls, shattering in a hail of sparks as it hits the bed frame.
Yeah, you hear me.
The bed sheets catch fire. Dr. Weddle reported for duty once more the following morning. Captain Adams reported that he seemed refreshed, but also rueful, but also more than a little bit smug, and I don't know why. Updates will be appended as the situation develops further. O5 Council credentials confirmed. The following pending updates to the SCP-7000 file are classified Overseer Eyes only. As Dr. Dan had predicted, following his debriefing of Dr. Weddle at Area 08-C, the SCP-7000 phenomenon gradually decreased in severity. Thorough Analytics Department canvassing returned the following new probabilistic effects on 29th of August. Analytics Department report, item, none identified, reactive action, none required. Probabilistic anomalies resumed to their prior functionality at staggered intervals over the course of the day. The narrative returned to NX-18, SCP-4040 regained its former depth, and SCP-179 demanifested 5 arms before resuming her usual routine of threat identification. The SCP Foundation had suffered 38 casualties over the course of the LK class scenario. Of those killed as a result of the scenario itself, rather than direct enemy action, 36 had been posthumously identified as double agents for the Chaos Insurgency. The remaining 2 are under continued investigation. Despite significant global destruction and immeasurable interpersonal catastrophe, all civilian deaths attributed to SCP-7000 appear to have involved individual moral failing or spectacularly poor decision-making processes. Cover-up operations including smear campaigns against the present generation of mathematicians, fraudulent scientific discourse to account for unusual mutations in atmospheric effects, the creation of the non-existent Sagittariad meteor shower, fabrication of explanations for the total collapse of all future markets, and the containment of inexplicably resurrected deceased baseball player Lou Gehrig with his sudden appearance at Yankee Stadium explained away as impersonation in bad taste. Will require extensive ongoing maintenance for the foreseeable future. Nevertheless, with the immediate crisis apparently over, Theta 7000 was placed on... and SCP-4040, bottomless once again, is pictured here. Nevertheless, with the immediate crisis apparently over, Theta 7000 was placed on indefinite hiatus and its members returned to their former stations. The Emergent Threat Tactical Response Authority internally declared SCP-7000 tentatively neutralized and stood down from priority alert after the autopsy of SCP-3856-1, researcher Samuel Lloyd, revealed deviant Hume levels, indicating that he was not, in fact, the multiversal iteration belonging to baseline reality, which was therefore unlikely to collapse. The correct iteration was subsequently located alive and in good health in a Chaos Insurgency safe house after a rash of surrenders and defections during said organization's general disarray in the wake of SCP-7000. Official pronouncement of the end of Operation Black Swan is scheduled for the 30th of August. Dr. Dan encountered Dr. Weddle at the Foundation-run food and drinks establishment Sam's Canadian Pub in Grand Bend, Ontario, near Site 43 on the evening of the 29th of August. Excerpt begins. Dr. Weddle is sitting at the bar drinking from a bottle of beer. Most patrons are watching the television where a news report is detailing the sudden dispersal of 7 large storm systems around the globe.
There's our willy-nilly drowning your sorrows. My sorrows can swim. I bet they could drown me.
Weddle pictured at Sam's Canadian Pub.
Who'd you get that one from, Harry? He writes most of my lines. Seriously, though, how are you holding up? I'm upright enough for a guy with a knife in his back. Look. No, I get it. I'm not mad. This is what you're known for, right? You're the guy who doesn't need to play the game of chess to see how it ends. You know all the pieces move already. Everyone knows the pieces move in chess. That's pretty basic. See? Didn't even miss a beat. That's Dr. Dan. So I suppose you figured it out then? No, I didn't. Of course I didn't. I never figured anything out in my life before the other day. Someone else just figured it out for me, and then I figured out that they were right. Goddamn replication studies all over again. Who's the someone? A friend. And what did your friend tell you? That this was all about me from the start. It was all about me. I caused it. This was my crisis. Did he figure out why? He did. You don't mind if I gloat and exposit? I've had 3 beers. I don't mind much. It started with Blank's wedding and your assistant's dating. It started a long damn time before that. Sure, fine, but it was the romance that set you off. It was a pretty chummy crowd at 43, and it hasn't changed that much while you've been there. And now they're pulling away. Now they're all pulling away from you, and you lost your shit. I wanted to make something of myself. I wanted to be someone. I wanted a wife. Until you thought you were putting her in danger. And I wanted a family. Until you thought your bad luck was contagious. And in the end, I just wanted everyone to stay the same, and I couldn't even have that. So yeah, I lost my shit. I really thought my life would turn around at some point. I thought it for 20 damn years. Everybody says I'm slow, but I guess 20 years is my minimum speed. You decided you were done, you gave up. You're never going to be popular. You're never going to be noticed. You let the universe win. But the universe wasn't done playing. You tried to be content with nothing, so your anomaly made you the single most important, invaluable, famous person in the Foundation in precisely the worst way, because it wasn't what you wanted. SCP-7000 happened because of you. I don't want to even know what the body count was. Universally assholes or idiots, far as the AD can tell, and a whole lot of people got a violent wake-up call they won't soon forget. You got a second chance to chart their courses in life because of you, indirectly. And that's the key word, indirectly. It's not your fault. It's not like you ever had control over what was happening. Like everything else in your life, it just sort of happened to you. And as soon as you decided you kind of liked it, after our little pep talk, the corner turned again. You're not allowed to enjoy anything that much, right? So it took back everything it gave. Turned you back to nothing. No offense. Nothing is one of the nicest things anyone's ever called me. But yeah, sure. That's a sensible explanation. I'm pretty pleased by it. You single-handedly tricked me into adding a K-class scenario. It's what I do. You didn't, though.
Ambience on recording.
Because you're wrong.
Ambience on recording.
Pardon? A long time ago, I made a pact with the universe to live a sucky life, but not too sucky. And then I forgot. And then I broke it. This was the revenge. What are you talking about?
Excerpt resumes 15 minutes after Class X Nestic application.
I remember it like it was happening right now in front of me. It was our old house at Stockwell Row, back in Peoria. I was going to bed. I had been smoking in the garage. Simon was already asleep. I thought William would be too, but just as I was walking past his room, I heard him whispering to himself.
Can you remember what he said?
I can hear it. He's saying, take anything else you want. Take all my stuff. Take all my friends. Take all my chances. Take everything good and keep it. Just don't
Silence on recording.
take my mom.
Simon Weddle places a hand on his wife's shoulder.
Don't hurt my parents. Hurt me instead. For as long as you want, I can take it. I promise. Please.
Jesus.
Just a boy. You shouldn't have to go through that. I never smoked again.
Excerpt ends.
Turns out I was talking to the universe a long time before I met you. I told it to use me as a punching bag, and when I went to sleep. You ever remember those late night thoughts the next day? I don't. So what? You're a 2-time reality bender, or you played to the ceiling and Fortuna heard you? Something heard me, and it took me up on the offer. It got good value for the next few decades, and then Well, you got one thing right. Everyone else was moving on up except me. Everyone else had a chance to change their lives, or had change in their lives. I wanted that. I needed that. And on some new, unmemorable night, half drunk, lying on my couch in my dorm in my underwear, I asked for it out loud. I didn't even remember until my friend thought to check out the security feed. Let me get this straight. You think you caused your own luck anomaly, and you think you made it worse by breaking the terms, and then what? Deciding you liked it wouldn't fix the problem. No. Sorry, buddy.
Dr. Weddle pats Dr. Dan on the back.
You're talking to the guy who beat the no luck scenario. Because I decided that I didn't like it. Didn't like being important at everyone else's expense. You should try introspection sometimes. I'm new to it, and it's a rush. So I did something about it, because it turns out that I might be fat and dumb and slow and a magnet for other people's bullshit, but I'm not helpless. Wait. I thought this was all happening to me, right? I thought I was stuck, but it was me all along. My life might be fucked up, but it's my life. I'm in control. I set the terms. I just never knew it until now. Weddle, are you saying you intentionally set things back to normal? Made your deal with the devil again? You spoke to the ceiling and the ceiling answered. Pretty much.
Ambience on recording.
Your speech did help, though. Too flowery, but the sentiment was nice.
Ambience on recording.
Have you grasped the full implications of this yet?
Dr. Weddle shrugs.
A lot of things, I guess. What's on your mind? You, Dr. William Weddle, destroyed the Chaos Insurgency.
Ambience on recording. Dr. Weddle laughs.
Every clown has his day, I guess. You're back to mixing metaphors. Yeah, well, that's one of the perils of writing your own script. Hey, wait. There's another implication, too. Which is what? I outsmarted you.
Ambience on recording.
Well, what? Well, what's behind the black boxes?
Ambience on recording.
You promise... huh? I can't hear you. Daniels!
The other patrons turn to look at Dr. Dan, who is now standing with his arms in the air. He glances at them, then sits back down sheepishly.
Daniels. Yeah? Dr. Dan Daniels? Yeah. Dr. Daniel Daniels. Yes. Go on. Have your guffaw.
Ambience on recording. Dr. Weddle extends his hand.
Dr. William Weddle.
Dr. Dan raises an eyebrow and considers Dr. Weddle for a moment before taking his hand and shaking it.
I told them you were more than just a gimmick, you know. I wasn't wrong about everything.
Dr. Weddle finishes his beer.
So, you're gonna reclassify 7000? Neutralized?
Ambience on recording.
You know what? I think I have a better idea. Yeah, you shit. I bet you do.
Two individuals take the bar stools besides Dr. Weddle and Dr. Dan.
How you losers doing? I did blank before. You can... It's fine.
Okay, yeah.
You got it. Yeah. Sore.
Who's buying?
I'll flip you for it.
Dr. Dan presented a brief on the future of the SCP-7000 file to the O5 Council the following day. Excerpt begins.
So that's what I think. We do that, and we reclassify the LK scenario as 7000D, and the invisible powers that B should be happy.
You're absolutely certain these are the explanations you want on record?
Definitely. It takes all the credit away from Weddle, which ought to satisfy the flagellistic urges of its anomaly, and it's not like the CI are in any position to argue. If I'm right, and minus one very embarrassing incident recently, I always am, we should never have to go through this ridiculous rigmarole again.
It all makes a certain hideous kind of sense.
I understand the -D proposal, but I'm interested in to hear your rationale for the new 7000 file. You don't think this risks tipping the balance back in his favor or causing another crisis? No, I think the loss of prestige ought to counterbalance it. I've run the whole thing past the analytics department and they concur.
Still, why do it at all? He was never that important. Never will be again. Silence on recording.
I think we owe it to him, don't you? For being such a good sport.
Silence on recording. Once again, I move we accept in toto. Sound off. Everyone except for 7 and 13 abstain. and say yay. Also, they say yay. It's been
Yay.
decided. Weddle will go along with this freely.
He'll be happy enough. After all, he had a hand in it. Did you see the new file photo for 7000?
Excerpt ends. Per Dr. Dan's request, the SCP-7000 file will be forked into 2 new database entries. Barebones drafts are presented below for review. SCP-7000-D. Classification Level 3. Confidential. Containment Class Decommissioned. Picture that looks like it's from the Hadron Collider. Special Containment Procedures. The remains of SCP-7000-D1 are undergoing investigation at Site-19. No further containment measures are necessary. Description: SCP-7000-D was a progressive probability failure on the planet Earth during July and August of 2022, precipitated by an ontokinetic eigenweapon known as the Kismet device, SCP-7000-D-1. The device was destroyed by the SCP Foundation via tactical nuclear deployment. See Operation Nelson's Revenge for further details. As the effects of the probability failure have subsequently receded, it is presumed that the device's ongoing intervention in baseline reality was required to sustain it. Contact the Analytics Department for a full accounting of known and suspected SCP-7000-D effects and occurrences. SCP-7000. Classification Level 2. Restricted. Containment Class Euclid. Secondary Class Mehmet. Disruption Class Kennick. Risk Class Caution. Pictured: SCP-7000 on the left and Staff 2022. Timed photographed by subject. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-7000 is responsible for its own containment. No experimentation involving this anomaly is authorized without the explicit consent of the Emergent Threat Tactical Response Authority, or SCP-7000 itself. There is no relationship between SCP-7000 and SCP-7000-D. Description: SCP-7000 is a probability sink concentrating local misfortune on its own person. Signed, Dr. William Weddle. Or Dr. William Wallace Weddle, Deputy Chair of Replication Studies at Site-43. The loser!
Wow, that went by pretty quickly.
There's
I know we were reading
definitely
it
enough swapping in the sections that I never felt it slow down to me, anyways.
Because we've been here for, what, 2 hours?
Oh god, it has been 2 hours.
Yeah, it definitely didn't feel that like it. I don't know. There's I think the character swapping definitely helps with that, and the fact that it was so funny.
Yep, I definitely laughed out loud a couple times. The childhood prayer almost got a tear out of me. I was like this close.
Yeah. Someone got that 420th upvote. Damn.
All right, well, they did good, and now we're up to 422.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And hashtag Weddle sweep continues.
Yeah, now I get it.
And now we get the memes, man. We get the memes.
Woo, and being in the loop is great.
All right.
Ad break.
Ad break. Remember why we're here, everyone. We are here first and foremost to raise money for our dear friend Dr. Cimmerian's averted assassination via tree. He almost got William Weddle himself.
The illustrious Dr. Cimmerian. And looking at the GoFundMe page, it does appear like we've had some donations since our last stream, which is very lovely. Thank you for everyone that is contributing towards the burn down all the trees in the northwest corridor of the world. Including all of the trees in Alabama. We are ensuring that they're all destroyed.
We're doing all the trees in Alabama, which is the southeast, and then the northwest.
I said of the planet.
Clearing it all.
I didn't say of the United States, of the planet.
Okay,
the whole,
now I gotcha.
The whole hemisphere.
On top of that, you can support Billith by heading over to, what do you think, Slowgramming? Slowgramming.
Yes, slowgramming.bandcamp.com or soundcloud.com/slowgramming. I have set up the album so that sometime next month I'll have a actual date on next stream. You'll be able to stream it on any major streaming platform, including YouTube Music, Pandora, Spotify, the whole 9 yards. So keep an eye out for that.
And on my end of the ad break, you can go to the Instagram of Last Call Theater, or you can go to my TikTok to see my advertisement for them, because this is the group that put together SCP Signals, the live SCP interactive theater show that I flew to LA to film for Site42 YouTube so our worldwide community could see it. And they've announced their new slate of shows. Abandoned is a post-apocalyptic outpost where rival clans are fighting over control of the resources and there might be some threat that comes to get them. That is not SCP related, but they're pretty dope, so it's probably good. But the Showroom is an interactive SCP-3008 Infinite IKEA theater show. So the Showroom is an SCP event. Apparently, the IKEA faceless employees have evolved, and there may be some among us in the event, which sounds pretty sus to me. And finally, Redacted is group of interest focused. Redacted is a Church of the Broken God-centered event, where the church is on the edge of resurrecting McCain, and several groups of interest will be in attendance trying to stop them, and you will be stuck in the middle. So, go follow Last Call Theater on Facebook and Instagram and TikTok to get updates from them, and become a patron of Site42 because I'm going to have to fly down there and film those again, and I could use the plane ticket money and time off work. So those are the ways you can support that. Links, of course, are in the description.
Fantastic.
And with that, it is time for the next one.
Oh, and of course, following that, we do have initiative. Did you end up getting the summary?
I did not get a summary from that, so we'll just have to kind of wing it.
Yeah, I'll message the group while we're doing this one, but yeah.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
But for now, we're going on to SCP-7000, Mutually Assured Destruction by Sidra.
Okay. I guess I'll take this one off. Let's see. Yeah, great. This is an interesting guide. I've seen this before, the component, but I've never actually seen it implemented. Confidential. Security clearance level 4/Orcon. North Atlantic Parathreat Response Alliance in Site 64, Oregon. The icons from left to right: mind control, possibility bending, extra dimensional, information threat, and mimicry. Threat level E, class E is Euclid. Intelligent control, C3 Vedist 2 SCP-7000. Don't know what some of those things mean, but that's cool. Special containment procedures. The entity referred to by this document is not to be referred to by any consistent name, designation, or title in compliance with Protocol 4000-issue. I recognize that from something. It has been transformed to Site 64, Oregon, for diplomatic reasons. The narrator of many lies is not to be believed. Specifically, personnel must ignore all assertions of its role and position in the Foundation hierarchy. The being in Foundation custody will reinforce such claims with detailed knowledge about Foundation procedures, secrets, and protocols. This knowledge does not prove its affiliation with the Foundation. Despite its claims, it is not authorized to issue commands to personnel, leave the containment area, or otherwise interfere with containment procedures. Personnel are advised to minimize direct or indirect interactions with the humanoid from the forest without a name as much as possible to reduce the amount of causal event change it can influence. Description: the anomalous manifestation currently looks like a white female human. However, it has shown to change outside appearances before, as is common with inhabitants of the forest of yonder. It has shown the ability to consciously influence events in its local proximity to statistically unlikely outcomes, furthering its goals or at least preserving its physical integrity. The amount of influence the being from under the well can exert is unclear at the moment, as is the amount of control it has over the effects. From recovered evidence, it is assumed that it cannot control the concrete outcome of an event. Further research into the exact effects is pending. Addenda. the Umbrella Defense System. The entity of particular interest had been encountered first during a raid by invaders from the Wells Deep on a U.S. military site belonging to the paratechnological Umbrella Defense System. The attackers without names did not trigger any alarms and were not spotted prior to the breach event. This is attributed through their anomalous entry through the ventilation shaft within a radio communications building of the Umbrella site. How they achieved this entry is currently being investigated, as access to and from the extra-dimensional paths normally requires some form of ritualistic invitation. Document January 27th, 1963. Level 4, Top Secret. Umbrella Defense System, North Atlantic Parathreat Response Alliance. Early in the 1960s, the Soviet Union underwent efforts to surpass the previously technologically dominant United States in the ongoing arms race. After the successful detonation of its first thermonuclear warhead in 1958, the Soviet government sought to develop strategical paraweapons to counter the United States' nuclear prominence. While the United States extended their edge in nuclear technology with the neutron bomb, the Soviet Union began deploying several eigenweapon systems on their east coast. After 2 years of negotiations with the federal government of the United States, the Foundation agreed to a program against Soviet paraweapon threats as well as conventional nuclear ballistic missiles. The Foundation recognizes the threat exerted by the Russian government's unwillingness to halt their advances in paratechnological armament. Despite earlier concerns, the Foundation agenda was reinterpreted to necessitate balance of terror to contain Soviet paratechnology. And the picture caption says Umbrella Defense OTR coverage of the counterminous United States. In exchange to massive funding of Foundation projects, Foundation scientists developed a previously theorized eigenweapon which got integrated into the nuclear deterrence strategy of the United States. The weapon was capable of deconceptualizing targets that are visible and describable to a group of trained operators. The weapon assigns a nomenclature designation to a target if operators reach a consensus about the nature of the target and create a nomenclature label within the weapon's acceptable boundaries. The weapon will then deconceptualize the nomenclative designation while disintegrating entities strictly designated under the nomenclative label chosen by its operators. Sounds like SCP Integer. Let's see. Not all targets were applicable. More details about the weapon system can be found in 2, which is reference to Nord A. Simmons' de-nomenclative clustering and directed dissociation within the noosphere. Foundation Publishing Archive, Portland, 1957. Nevertheless, the range of potential targets surpassed everything considered reasonable defense. To contain the potential impact of such eigenweapon, Foundation operatives embedded multiple layers of perception filters into any documentation and constructions. Those filters convinced operators and anyone with access to the documentation or knowledge of the weapon that it requires direct line of sight, requires the target to approach the weapon, and it can only target inanimate objects. This way, it is only capable of targeting incoming projectile threats, but not people, institutions, countries, or similar concepts that cannot be considered ballistic threats. Moreover, filters convince U.S. officials that a weapon capable of a wider range of targeting options is inherently infeasible, and inquiries as well as further research into such a weapon of mass destruction are therefore pointless. The weapon system consists of a series of upstream over-the-horizon radars and downstream anomalous deconceptualization cannons. The OTR sites relay incoming threats to operators of the deconceptualization cannons, who then have to classify and label the oncoming threat. If consensus about an incoming threat is reached, the weapon is ready to fire within 80 seconds. It will locate the target's new nominative group within the noosphere and deconceptualize it through a pseudo-thaumaturgic mechanism. Footnote: Nord A. Simmons, nomenclative clustering and directed dissociation within the noosphere, Foundation Publishing Archive, Portland, 1957. Disintegrating its physical associations as a side effect. Next document. November 4th, 1963, Level 4, Top Secret. Incident Report. Breach of Umbrella Cannon Array in Bettles, Arkansas. North Atlantic Parathreat Response Alliance. This transcript was created from automated CCTV footage covering the weapon control rooms and some parts of the premises. The CCTV footage uses magnetic tape bands, but due to shortcomings in their logistics, the military was unable to restore more than a week of footage because the tapes had to be reused. Foundation operatives were therefore unable to analyze the weeks prior for suspicious activity. At 5 minutes 56 seconds, I think. Let's see. At 5:56, the door to the communications block opens. Several unnameable creatures exit the building. 2 of them have thin tails protruding from under their cloaks. 2 more have lizard-like heads with elongated mouths and sharp teeth. 6 of them carry weapons reminiscent of spears with long bronze tips. The 7th, which is the one described in this document, carries a M3A1 submachine gun. It is dressed in typical U.S. Army camouflage. At 5:57, the unseeable intruders stack up before the door of the generator room, then breach it. It is assumed that they find it empty since no bodies were discovered from the room in the aftermath. At 6:03, together with 6 more invaders from a different sky, they exit the generator room. The gathering of name seekers splits into 2 groups. At 6:05, both groups simultaneously breach the western and southwestern weapons control rooms. 3 soldiers, 1 in the western, 2 in the southwestern control rooms, are killed immediately upon entry. The trespassers with unseen faces charge into the rooms and hinder personnel to equip weapons by force. The spear-like weapons compensate for their lack of firearms within the confined spaces and suffice for an immediate defeat of both control crews. At 6:07, the hostile workers then access the seized umbrella cannons while subduing surviving U.S. soldiers in the southwestern control room. In their apparent lack of military training, the individuals whose titles cannot be uttered did not remove any weapons from the vicinity of survivors. One of the captured U.S. soldiers manages to get a hold of his gun and opens fire upon the entry team. 1 bullet pierces the skull of a lizard usurper. The soldier is then terminated with a spear. 06:08. The shots alert the 3rd crew in the eastern control room, now exit the building. The forest dwellers from beyond retreat into the control rooms and barricade the doors, while the 3rd crew opens fire onto them. At 6:08, concurrently, a 2nd group from the same place of names begins an attack from the south, diverting attention of deployed soldiers away from the cannon array. The attackers use the thaumatological spells and anomalous fauna to attract and withstand gunfire. At 6:09, the southwestern umbrella cannon starts up boot sequence. No firing command has been issued yet. 6:11, bullets fired from the southeastern weapons control room damage all 3 coolant pumps outside the southwestern control room. The bullets were fired seemingly deliberately from Foundation technician Matt Franklin, who is currently deployed at the site as a liaison because of his military experience. He then retreats into the weapons control room. The rest of the crew follows. At 6:12, since the southwestern weapon is currently in its booting procedure, coolant flow from the idling southeastern control room is automatically rerouted to the southwestern cannon. This renders the southeastern cannon inoperable. At 6:14, the team from the southeastern control room activates the umbrella cannon. It is unknown how they arrived at the conclusion that the weapon could be used to fire at the group of nameless souls. Matt Franklin did not experience altered perception through the weapon's mimetic filters, but the deployed U.S. soldiers did. At 6:14, soldiers defending the base from the southern attacks begin firing mortars at the attackers. 6:15, the southeastern umbrella cannon fails the boot process due to lack of coolant flow. This issued firing order is rerouted to the western umbrella cannon. While it boots up, members from the southeastern control room begin communicating with the uninvited guests. The contents of the exchange are unknown because the CCTV surveillance does not include audio recording. At 6:16, the western umbrella cannon logs a failure of consensus. 3 seconds later, Matt Franklin manually overrides the safeguard and orders it to fire. The site experiences a power failure. It is uncertain what happened next, but reconstruction efforts through survivor interviews and damage assessment suggest that the ventilation shaft in the communications room disintegrated and led to immediate collapse of the radio tower. And I'll read the photo caption now. Photograph taken 148 minutes after the attack from Lockheed U-2 reconnaissance aircraft. Damage to communications building was minimal. The collapsed radio tower can be seen that's not a footnote. Okay. The tower crashed into the generator room, destroying both generators and causing a fire from leaking diesel. Simultaneously, many of the unnamed attackers partially disintegrated or spontaneously combusted. The force exerted from the explosions and incomplete disintegration destroyed all 3 weapon control rooms, killing 2 incapacitated soldiers and injured several more. This marks the end of the hostile attack, as the being describing this file was its sole enemy survivor at the cannons and escaped into the surrounding forest. The Southern Anomalous Army, severely weakened through several combustions among them, cease all hostilities and retreat into the forest. I think it's supposed to be cease. Investigation. In the aftermath, Foundation technician Matt Franklin, who was present during the shootout between the weapons control rooms, was interviewed about the attack and the days preceding it. Of particular interest were his accounts about Elena Griffin, a Foundation field agent who was stationed with him at the Bettle's Umbrella site. Before her deployment within the Umbrella Project, she was assigned as security personnel during multiple expeditions into the space beyond our chimneys. And next document, November 5th, 1963, Level 2 restricted. Interview log, breach of Umbrella cannon array in Bettles, Arkansas. Umbrella Defense Project internal documentation. Interviewer, Dr. Elias Lockwood, Site 64, Umbrella Defense Project. Interviewee, Matt Franklin, Umbrella Defense Project. Introduction and initial questions were cut for brevity. Should I take Lockwood?
I'll take it. And after you heard the shots, what did you do?
We all grabbed our weapons and got up.
Immediately? Were you expecting an attack?
No, but it is a military site. Normally you'd expect to hear an alarm before anything happens, so it was unexpected.
And then?
We stacked up on the door because shots were nearby and got out.
Then you saw those that came from another place immediately.
Yeah, pretty much. They were outside the two other buildings, doors wide open. You could see that they weren't our kind.
How so?
Animal features and everything. My guys were briefed on them a bit, but not much. They were just soldiers deployed at the same tech that by chance was classified by us. And so they were told the most urgent stuff. There were permanent wells deeper in the forest, but to be honest, nobody expected an invasion from beyond the pathways.
Who do you mean by nobody?
Project lead. Apparently, fair folk doesn't care about our side of that much.
Was that a problem? I mean, the army not knowing what they're facing.
So we had told him not to talk when seeing them, and that's it. And at first, there was nothing to talk about anyways. There were some asshats, so we started shooting.
But I infer there was something to talk about after all.
Well, here's where it gets weird. A few days before that, I had a chat with Agent Griffin. Normal small talk, you know how it is. We were outsiders, and she was even non-military. And we were also the only ones who knew that this whole thing even was. So we kind of got stuck together.
I don't need your life story. Just give me the bullet points.
Sir, she told me some stuff about you-know-who. Lockwood signs Franklin to watch his phrases. And she was asking what I'd do if they attacked.
I thought nobody expected an attack.
At that moment, it was just an innocent question, more like a what if. And, well, we talked for a bit. We came up with the idea to use the umbrella against them. Because, big weapon, go boom.
How would that even work?
She knew everything about this nomenclative bullshit and knew how the weapon was targeting sentences or whatever the hell your boys in the lab came up with. So the idea was, and again, this is only us fucking around, but the idea was that we talk to them and let them know their whole shtick, to let them do their whole shtick before, that we talk to them and let them do their whole shtick where they try to steal a name. I think it's where, yeah, okay. And then we would just target the name with the umbrella and blast their asses.
So when they attacked you, you actually tried that?
Well, not exactly that.
Do you have any idea how stupid of an idea that is?
To be honest, no. I don't have any idea how that thing works. But in the heat, when your ass is out there...
What heat? They didn't even have firearms.
Yeah, smart ass. That's what we thought as well. But then fucking Griffin starts firing at us.
Agent Griffin opened fire on you during the attack.
Hell yeah, she did. Suddenly looks at the door at the western building, pulls her gun and opens fire. Hell of a bad shot, though.
She was in the western building. Are you sure?
Yes, sir. Dr. Lockwood pauses the interview to confirm that no soldiers survived the initial breach in the western building. It's concluded that Agent Griffin was part of the anomalous attack team. The only feasible explanation is that Agent Griffin had lost her name to the surviving creature from the wells. It is currently unknown when this occurred, as it contradicts the accounts of Matt Franklin discussing attack strategies against those that wandered the twisted path with her. However, it is considered infeasible that she lost her name during her deployment, as she had no way to perform Procedure 4000 Holloway at the Umbrella site. The following excerpt from the interview continues with the events that transpired during the attack. at the battle site.
Okay, let's presume that in that very situation, it sounded like a good idea to use the cannon against the creatures who seem to have lost their names. Your entire team was under anti-memetic filters and was unable to reach consensus because they were convinced only incoming projectiles could be targeted with the weapon.
Yeah, that was actually Griffin's idea. She said that consensus is enough. Intent to fire isn't required.
What does that even mean?
I shut the pumps at the other building.
That sounded like it was supposed to be an explanation.
They had activated that cannon already, so coolant was redirected from our building to theirs. That meant our cannon couldn't be fired anymore because no coolant was available. So when we initiated a command to the console, it got relayed to the only cannon left in that building, and in that building were the yet to be named ones.
So,
I then got to the door and asked them who they were, and may the Lord be my witness, those idiots swallowed the bait faster than a hooker from... Anyway, they told me their whole crap about some well deep in the forest or whatever, and they came here to kill our leader who had begun a second genocide on them, and...
What does that have to do with the cannon?
I just repeated the whole phrase. It was the most complicated thing about the whole operation. I had to remember their whole monologue long enough to greet them with it. The way they accepted it as their name or title, whatever. Griffin explained it, but I'm not about that ritual stuff. I just ordered the cannon to fire because they had accepted it as their name. Consensus in their building was reached, and because they were in the building where the cannon was, it just fired. Boom.
Boom.
Yes, sir. They were all gone instantly. Victory.
Victory.
Battle was over.
According to the weapons log, consensus wasn't reached in their building.
I'm gonna be honest, I had no idea what to tell you. It worked, they were gone, you go figure out the rest.
Your definition of victory seems off too. The whole site was destroyed, 9 soldiers were killed, and one of those who came to our world survived.
What, really?
Yes, the one you assumed was your colleague.
Son of well, there you have it. Maybe that's why consensus wasn't reached.
Thank you, sir, for your cooperation, but I'm afraid this isn't the end of it. Your behavior was reckless. The Foundation expects more from their employees.
Oh, to hell with that. They seized 2 cannons. This wasn't a situation for diplomacy or waiting for some dumb MTF to...
Enough! You have breached Umbrella Protocol and targeted illegal subjects. You have furthermore breached Protocol 4000 SU, and your actions may have led to further containment breach of an anomaly that can't be labeled. Please wait here. Somebody else will decide what to do with you.
Oh, come on. Log. Next document, November 5th, 1963. Level 5 top secret. Interview log. Breach of Umbrella Cannon Array, Bettles, Arkansas. By order of the Overseer Council, this file is classified level 5. Unauthorized action will lead to immediate disciplinary action. Requesting access. Approximately an hour after the initial interview, the door to the interview room opens. No known man of African ethnicity hence enters the room. Matt Franklin is still sitting in the room, awaiting further debriefing.
Hello, Mr. Franklin.
Fucking finally. So you're the disciplinary team.
No, Mr. Franklin. I just have a few more questions for you.
Oh, yeah, whatever.
Mr. Franklin, during your time with Miss Griffin, did she ever exhibit any abnormal behavior towards you?
Define abnormal, sir?
Well, we have established that she apparently lost her name, though we are unsure when that happened. A few days prior, she was still discussing war strategies against those that were hunted by kings of men with you, which seems rather odd for someone who is from the other side.
I don't know what to tell you. It seemed like the same as always.
How long have you known her?
Met her at the Umbrella site.
So if she met her fate much earlier, you wouldn't be able to tell.
Probably not, but if she wasn't herself, why would she willingly throw herself and all those others into certain death?
Certainly interesting, right? Although it seems she was lucky enough to get away safely.
So maybe she wasn't a creature of an unknown forest. Otherwise, the weapon would have targeted her, right?
Possibly.
Why did they attack in the first place? We were told they don't meddle in our business, and suddenly we were under fire like the Germans in the back.
It seems they have an interest in the Umbrella system. I suppose they understand it is working under the same principles as their powers.
So the higher-ups misjudged it?
I wouldn't go that far. This isn't anything we cannot recover from.
So we will get additional manpower.
Quite inquisitive. No, I don't think the higher-ups, as you call them, will be very pleased if they hear we need more manpower. I think this is something we can handle informally.
Meaning?
You do understand that I am here to ask you questions.
Come on, mister. You're just lit up by a damn anomaly that was supposed to be silent. Cut me some slack.
Those that come from a place where names have power seem all but united on the topic. A little demonstration that our technology is stronger than their warriors and their magic should suffice to dissuade them further. You shouldn't worry about that, Mr. Franklin. Before I leave, though, one last question. What did they tell you about their goals?
Nothing.
You said they told you they wanted to kill someone.
Oh, that. Yes, they were spouting something about a second atrocity or something, about inverting the terror.
Interesting choice of words, truly. Are you sure it was inverting the terror?
Might have been something else. Balance? Maybe it was balance. I'm sorry. What do you do at the project exactly?
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. But I don't think that matters right now. I'm grateful you answered my questions. Farewell.
Wait. The unknown person leaves the room. Escalation. Following the incident at Bettles, it became clear that the misfire of the umbrella cannon array had targeted several populations of the nameless among anomalous communities, especially those in physical proximity to Alaska. Oh, it was Alaska the whole time. I'm dumb. This was especially dangerous to the Umbrella Defense Project because large portions of the system, especially the two OTR sites, are located in Oregon and Maine. Incidentally, both proximity to the exits of the city of Three Portlands, which harbored large communities of creatures with misplaced names. This has led to Site 64 Director Veronica Anderson to launch an investigation into Three Portlands to ascertain the immediate reaction among the anomalous community. A Foundation team was sent into Three Portlands to gauge the sentiment among different subgroups of the city populace. Document, November 12, 1963, Level 2 Restricted. Report on insurgent sentiments within the Three Portland community. Umbrella Defense Project internal documentation. Dear Director Anderson, as per your request, I launched an investigation within the various communities of Three Portlands. Before I get to my summary, though, I'd like you to know that such investigations are hardly representative of the opinion and sentiment within the anomalous community. The locals only share with us what they want us to know, and especially those that are to remain unnamed, are very secluded and don't really like to communicate with the Foundation. Hence, I urge you to consider everything in this report as only a part of the full picture. It is very possible that the situation is far closer to escalation as the careful estimates we are able to gather are suggesting. Covert operations usually don't lead to anything, as the Portland community has a surprising talent to uncover covert agents. Only our diplomatic efforts allow us to conduct this survey at all, so let this be a word of warning. Since the incident at Bettles took place, discontent within the public mood has been increasing at an alarming rate. While the firing of the umbrella system does not seem to have affected the local population of those that shall not receive proper titles, word on the streets is that comparatively large amount of creatures without renown within the forest of fair tales were annihilated by the weapon's misfire. Confusingly, a lot of the residents claim that it happened only 3 days ago, even though the Bettles incident was on the 4th. This greatly increased stress between the nameless community and the rest of the city's population. A large portion of the local community has left the city. Those that remain are led by an individual of their kin dressed in a military attire. According to the members of the Cogwalk Orthodoxy, a relatively secluded schism of the Church of the Broken God, those that cannot be introduced are preparing for retaliatory strikes against the United States for what they call genocide. They seek a high amount of paratechnological armament, contrary to their usual reliance on the intrinsic anomalous. The Church is worried they may be targeted because of their affinity towards paratechnology and because they are mostly considered human. I think it is out of the question that this incident is considered as a declaration of war by the United States against those that come from no country, and a response is imminent. I'm worried that any relations we maintain to the city of Three Portlands will suffer under this hostility, and we too have to fear attacks by the enemy we only described. Document, November 1963, Level 6, Cosmic Top Secret. Unsanctioned interview. 3 Portlands, unknown date. By order of the Overseer Council, this file is classified level 6. Unauthorized access will lead to immediate disciplinary action. Requesting access. All right. Do you want to be green or question mark? Actually, you're already question mark. It's the same person. Okay. This report was compiled from the video footage from an unknown location within 3 Portlands. The tape shows a small room with 2 individuals. One is an unknown man of African descent, and one is the one who crawled through wells. The African man seems to have initiated the exchange through unknown means. The other one is present voluntarily. Good daytime, Commander of Men.
Good morning.
It seemed like your invitation wasn't a question. You have a special way of authority even around here. What is your name?
I am afraid my name has a taste that I am no longer used to.
What an interesting conundrum. Say, though, traveler, what has led us to this unusual conversation?
It came to my attention that those that follow your words have developed an unhealthy interest in Foundation business. I'd like to parley, if you will.
A parley from the Warbringers. How amusing, yet unsettling. Shining light upon your actions, I'd argue that preservation is anything but unhealthy. Wouldn't you agree?
Preservation? Right, I have been warned that mutually assured destruction is a concept you seem to be fond of.
Isn't that a spirit you once called when you built the atrocity against the name of ours? And lastly, you proved that I was right.
The Foundation remains quite divided on the topic, but it has been deemed necessary by a majority, if only a tight one, that we must protect our kin against threats from men of Far East.
Ironic that you deem this madness necessary, but deny my kind the same safety? Why have you come here? Only to condemn our kin to your destructive will? I know what you did. Why do you think we want to parley?
Now that you mention your fellow aged spirits, isn't that a bit disingenuous? Before the weapon was fired, the folk from places dark did not pay much interest to our struggles. It would seem that you were quite alone in your sorrow. Quite convenient that only you survived at battles, and now they suddenly listen to you, follow you even, wouldn't you say?
Lucky might be the better phrasing. Lucky for them, of course, as they now see that your kin cannot be trusted with the secrets of names. But you refuse to answer my question. Speak up now.
You are mistaken if you think I do not empathize with your concerns. The Council disagrees, but ensuring a balance of terror may be the only way to preserve peace between all parties, even if we might need to give away further secrets against better judgment.
What is your proposal?
It was never my wish to share our secrets with the United States, but we did it, the Council has decided. And as you have made very clear, the best we can do now is sharing it with the Fellowship who cannot recall their names as well. The mad doctrine only works if all parties have the means of mutual destruction, as you apparently agree on.
So you are here to surrender your atrocity. Your words are wicked. This isn't the truth. Speak up. What are your demands?
Distrusting as always. Well, I have one small question, but foremost I cannot surrender the full weapon. The Foundation ensured that the states weren't aware of the weapon's true potential, but the nomenclative magic is your domain, so we cannot lie to you about it. The only thing I can offer you is the location of one of our weapons. You may make your point towards the powers of the world while you are there, but the weapon is stationary. You cannot take it with you. Use your time wisely. Fix what damage has been done, and we can continue on our paths in peace.
As it is the nature to your kin, your words cry of falsehood, but I do respect your willingness to bring balance and cannot but thank you, or otherwise I will be known as unappreciative. Say, man of strange intents, can I repay you with a present of my own?
I am afraid I have to decline. This is a purely strategic meeting, and I cannot accept what you have to offer me.
You are too afraid of the world. Continue then. Ask your question.
Christmas Valley, Oregon. Come with friends. And now my question. How did you survive when Umbrella was fired?
The entity that came from far to parley grins, exposing sharp, inhuman teeth. We chose a name from your world. We include the well we used to get out of the forest. So after I explained to the man named Franklin how the weapon was fired, I made sure to use a different well for my companions than I had used myself.
Are you suggesting that?
My deepest apologies, Doctor, but I have to leave now. I thank you for your visit. I'm sure we'll see each other again soon. Maybe. Till then, you will even taste a name again. It walks out of the room giggling, leaving the unknown man behind. Document, November 16th, 1963. Level 4, top secret. Intercepted Soviet message between agents on U.S. soil. North Atlantic Parathreat Response Alliance. The following encoded message has been recovered from the Central Intelligence Agency while pursuing Soviet agents in Alaska proximity to umbrella sites. The decoded and translated message has been forwarded to NAPRA agencies. Nomenclative hazard K-0148 destabilized. Attack vector through Freeport advised. Insufficient guarding of sites surrounding Freeport in case of name danger Z/7227 attack. Focus on Christmas Valley, Oregon. Send operatives. It has prompted the National Foreign Intelligence Board to reconsider their approach on paratechnological warfare. On the following day, the Foundation received the following preliminary memo from the board meeting. A presidential order about the change of course is believed imminent. Memorandum from the National Foreign Intelligence Board. Memorandum 2, North Atlantic Parathreat Response Alliance, Administrative Board, SCP Foundation. Subject, dissuasion of Soviet extradimensional attacks on umbrella defense sites. Summary. 1. In response to the recent fatal attack on the United States Umbrella Defense System site in Bettles, Alaska, the Assistant of the President for National Security Affairs requested reassessment of the Umbrella Project and the paratechnological threat exerted by the Soviet Union. 2. The reassessment of the Umbrella Nuclear Ballistic Missile Defense Program concluded that the sites are vulnerable to paranormal entry at will, and will, in the event of a Soviet nuclear or paratechnological first strike, provide insufficient intercepting capabilities and provide ample targets for Soviet paratechnological ballistic missiles on U.S. soil. 3. The inability of the United States to perform retaliation strikes on Soviet cities is amplified by the recent projections of Soviet ballistic missile defense projects. This substantially reduces the United States' ability to exert a conventional nuclear threat on Soviet cities. And 4. The interference by extra-dimensional anomalies requires further deployment of U.S. resources in Oregon and Maine to dissuade extra-dimensional attacks from the enclave known as the City of Three Portlands. For these reasons, the United States Department of Defense / Pentagram wishes to achieve the following objectives at minimum cost. Objective 1. Interception of Soviet paratechnological attacks during nuclear war. The North Atlantic Parathreat Response Alliance must continue their combined efforts to dissuade the USSR from deploying more and more paratechnological armament. It shall be noted that the U.S. President does not wish to extend the doctrine of mutually assured destruction to paratechnological armament. However, the United States government is determined to deter all paratechnological threats through equal means. Objective 2. Protection of the U.S. military sites from extra-dimensional attacks. The United States reevaluated the danger exerted by the Three Portlands Enclave, and Pentagram therefore makes use of Section 13, footnote, a stipulation that allows the United States to deploy mobile umbrella cannons without consent of the Foundation for a limited period of time. After 3 months, the agreement about the deployment of the Foundation must be in effect for continued deployment. Section 13 of the Umbrella Defense Act and temporarily activates mobile umbrella weapons. The weapons shall be deployed in Oregon and Maine at the existing sites to dissuade paranormal attacks from originating from the enclave. Objective 3. Destruction of Soviet cities using paratechnological warfare. The United States requires the ability to strike Soviet cities even under the assumption of widespread Soviet BMD. Therefore, the U.S. federal government requires the unblocking of critical offensive paratechnology for military purposes. The activation of Section 13 is not sufficient to reach this objective. Hence, the White House will discuss further paratechnological solutions with Foundation officials. This decision has been made in light of recent Soviet paratechnological escalations. Confrontation. In light of this development, Site Command 64 emergency deployed MTF Tau 51, urban crawl, to guard the mobile umbrella cannons that were to be deployed in Oregon. It was feared that creatures from far yonder would attack the umbrella sites in Oregon and Maine, and despite far greater military occupancy in these locations, it was feared that the mobile weaponry could fall into enemy hands. Incidentally, the anomaly who leads the attacks happened to attack just as the convoy guarding the mobile weapon approached the umbrella site. Document, November 19th, 1963, Level 4, Top Secret. Incident report on Umbrella Convoy attack in Christmas Valley, Oregon. North Atlantic Parathreat Response Alliance. Convoy layout. The convoy consisted of 6 Class 8 transporters and 4 auxiliary vehicles. 40 personnel were deployed to guard the trucks, mostly staying in the back of the trucks. The number of trucks was chosen to disguise the position of the mobile umbrella unit, which was located in the second vehicle, counting from the lead vehicle. The auxiliary vehicles were used for area reconnaissance and clearing the road in front of the convoy. The convoy was armed with 2 belt-fed machine guns, one located in the back of the rear vehicle and one mounted to an auxiliary truck. Combat personnel were armed with M14 rifles and experimental positron discharge anti-material rifles. And there's a footnote. Schneider L. Rosenthal, C. Weaponizing local positron anomalies in infantry rifles and Foundation Combat and Technologies, Foundation Publishing Archive, Dusseldorf, 1961. And the image caption says Foundation Transport Convoy for Mobile Umbrella Unit. The attack. At 1518, 2 spotter vehicles noticed an approaching movements from within a small roadside thicket. The warning is issued to the convoy and the vehicles turn around. At 1519, a large pack of animals reminiscent of armored hippopotamus burst out of the thicket and immediately rammed its lead vehicle. The truck is flipped on its side, rendering it immobile and killing one of the MTF members inside. The convoy halts and MTF Tau 51 dismounts. Fire is opened on the attacking river horses. However, the anomalous copper armor worn by the impressive river mammals rearranges itself above their natural carapace and shields them from most damage. At 1520, a group of inhabitants of the Sunless Forest emerge from the forest and begin to fire arrows into the sky. The arrows turn midair before reaching the trajectory apex and lock on the members of the MTF before accelerating towards them. MTF Tau 51 is forced to retreat to cover inside and under their vehicles. At 1521, an MTF agent retrieves an anti-material rifle from a truck and fires upon a giant in copper armor. The shot pierces through its skull and kills it immediately. With this weapon proven effective, the MTF begins to fight for control over the trucks containing those rifles. At 1522, the visitor from underneath ancient stars recognizes the second truck as the container of the umbrella cannon and approaches it. One of the gray behemoths forces the door open to the truck and the hostile humanoid vanishes into the truck. At 1523, the MTF is equipped with anti-material rifles and begin to gain ground quickly. From the safety of their cover, they manage to kill several attackers from an unsung place by shooting through the truck walls, and they begin attacking the living tanks. 1524. The mobile umbrella cannon fires at an unknown target. No damage to the convoy or the MTF can be ascertained. The MTF now realizes that the weapon has been captured and opens fire at the second truck. It immediately catches fire and forces the leader of strange attacks to get out of the vehicle, where it is subdued. Using the anti-material rifles, the MTF dispatches the legendary hippos, which in conjunction with the mobilization of their leader, convinces the nameless bowman to flee. After 7 minutes, the fight ends. Aftermath. Both leading vehicles and the umbrella cannon burned out. Reinforcements from Christmas Valley were quickly on the scene, and injured MTF agents were moved to Site 64. The imposter from Bettles was imprisoned and moved to the Christmas Valley for questioning. However, Foundation operatives dissuaded U.S. military personnel from interacting with it. The entity with great resolve was later moved to Site 64 as well. Foundation researchers picked up several spikes in nootropic activity during the weapon's discharge and were able to link them to locations in the Soviet Union. A reaction from the Soviet groups of interest has yet to be discovered. Containment. Document, November 19th, 1963, Level 6 Cosmic Top Secret, Interview Log, Captured Combatant without any designation. By order of Overseer Council, this file is classified Level 6. Unauthorized access will lead to immediate disciplinary action. Requesting access. All right. You can be, yeah, seems like we're off. Everyone here already accounted for.
Mm-hmm.
So you're first.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Will you give us... Huh?
Sorry, I missed that. I missed the sentence. I see. A being from Twisted Realm sits in an interview room in Site 64. Dr. Lockwood sits opposite of it and is currently setting up the recording equipment for an imminent interview. An unknown man of African descent enters the room.
I'm sorry. Will you give us 10 minutes? Sir.
Dr. Lockwood leaves the room. The unknown man takes place in his chair.
Hello, strange one. I wasn't expecting to see you again so soon. Sadly, I am in a bit of a hurry. Your disturbance has alarmed the White House, and I have to talk to the president to explain that everything is under control, and he doesn't need to parade his stupid weapons.
He halts himself, then smiles and sits down.
Excuse me, those quarrels are not your concern. I'm sure now that you're done, the White House will reach the Council's opinion.
The house that is white. Well, lucky me, for the Foundation sent their most important man.
I don't know if lucky is applicable in this situation, though admittedly, you gave me quite a headache. First, you attack a site under my oversight, and I have to explain to the Council why I did not consider this a danger.
Unfortunate.
Then I tried to clean up, but you survive.
Lucky me.
And despite better judgment, I offer you a deal to compensate and grant you access to a weapon you shouldn't even know about.
Lucky me.
Tell me, what is it that you wish to gain out of annoying me? The Council is all over my ass now, over how you were able to uncover 2 of our sites and gain access on them so easily.
Well, tell me, how did I get access to them? Wasn't that your idea?
And yet, most of your friends without a goddess are dead. You are here. The Council is happy, and the crisis is over. So what's your plan now?
I am still here. I am a lucky one.
Luck? What, the same luck that killed your warriors of battles? The same luck that killed your kind in the forest? The same luck that made us believe in a Soviet attack here in Oregon and failed your attack on the mobile unit? The same luck that brought you here? Truly, you are a lucky one. Luck is a matter of perspective. I found the battle site. Yeah, that's you now.
Oh. Wait, how's that me? Oh, oh, it's. Oh, I see.
They switched.
Interesting. I see. Luck is a matter of perspective. I found the battle site through some Soviets who thought they could abuse my kin to do their dirty work. They threatened me with the horror so unspeakable, even I refused to taste its name. But what can I say? I may not be as narrow-minded as them, but I cannot just walk into your domain and expect to win. So I had to convince my kin to follow me, to do what was necessary, with every sacrifice that was necessary. And as I told you, I was the one who told the man named Franklin how to fire the weapon.
Wait, what have you...
And then you gave me all I needed to save my kind. Your blind reliance on perpetual madness and mutual destruction is confusing, yet convenient. In your arrogance, you attacked us, giving me every warrior I would need. Then you came to me, like a dog that fell into a river, and offered me to partake in your madness. You pretended everything was going according to plan, and yet your kind is so easy to figure out. All I needed was a little note on paper, and all those hate-filled men in the white residence lost their mind. They provided me with the weapon I needed to get rid of the extortioners that held me kin hostage. The madness in their homeland ended, and then your warriors survived. When your warriors provided me with the last piece of the puzzle to end this madness in your home too. You so-called counselors are so easy to read. Once I met you, I knew what needed to be done. Your arrogance would make it so easy. So I fired the cannon in the place with the name Oregon and let your men take me. And now you even hand me to the one you call Kennedy.
No, you cannot. How did you do that?
It is as you've said, Doc. I am the lucky one.
You...
But don't worry. Before I meet the president, though, I will write you a nice file, just like you do for all my kin. Look, it will be highly secretive and with all the security measures in place to prevent your escape, just like you like it. What do you think your, how do you say it, anomalous properties are? Being lucky? That sounds good to me, but I have to leave now. Somebody has to convince the president to shut the project down, right? And log. Overwatch command. After a Foundation liaison visited the United States president shortly after the incident at Christmas Valley, Oregon, the United States unilaterally terminated the Umbrella Defense Project on November 20th, 1963. As per Clause 19.b of the Umbrella Defense Act, Foundation operatives have begun deconstructing the permanent umbrella sites, decommissioning the mobile umbrella units, and anesthetizing U.S. government officials. Documentation about the project will be moved to cold storage. Anomalies associated with the Umbrella Defense Project will be scheduled for review. Thank you for all your work.
Body snatch. Body snatch.
Yes. Interesting use of the footnotes and references and then the bibliography. Two separate sections there. I liked it. I mean, I liked all the SCP-4000 stuff. You know, it's pretty cool how like they've expanded on that so much since then. I think my main qualm was just like there was a couple of like big typos, and, like, you know, stuff like that. But like, I don't know. I have no criticisms other than that, I think.
I mean, the only criticism I have at all is that the opening salvo with the introduction of the entity and the fair folk and the description, basically until we hit the first action log, there's just so much jargon.
That's true. It's true, yeah.
Oh,
and
the Umbrella Defense
think...
System activation or explanation, I was just like, ugh, trying to
how do they
understand
paratechnology so like dry? The other thing was that sometimes when they replaced the names with something, they would say one of the words in the names like a few words afterwards. Like there was like let's see.
Oh, I remember that one where they like used
there
the
was a
same
couple
word
of
in the
them.
sentence twice.
Yeah, there was a couple of them. But that just it comes off as clunky. But that, you know, it's not a long article. It's kind of to be expected that it wouldn't all sound 100%. I think that part at the end with the switch was pretty cool, but it was kind of hard to tell if that was happening right away. Still pretty cool though. I like it. It's an upvote for me.
Yeah, I'll give it to the author. I mean, I caught it right away. I saw the way that the person started talking, and that caught it for me. So, I mean, you got me, author, at least.
Well, what I mean, like, immediately, it's like when it would matter to do voices, I guess.
Yeah.
Like, right at the beginning. But yeah, no. You know, halfway
it's hard because
into
the
that
font,
paragraph, yeah.
The font is there very clearly, and so it makes it hard for the switch to, like, land.
Yeah. But yeah, no, good stuff. I really like that module at the top with the different.
This is cool looking.
Things. That's pretty sleek. Feels more like something that you would find on a government website or a shadow government website like that.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes the ACS looks a lot really too flashy, I think, for something that would be government. You know, like, you know, the Y2K font is what I imagine they'd all look like in real life. You know, like it hasn't been updated in 30 plus years.
All right, that brings us back to our next SCP-7000 entry, but before we do, our very quick ad break. Numero uno, of course, is Dr. Cimmerian. We are going to burn down every tree, but only if we successfully raise the money to do so. So please donate to the Tree Killing Fund. We are the anti-Mr. Beast. We are Mrs. Beast. Team burn all the trees.
Yep, Team Fire. We definitely need all the donations we can. You know, Cimmerian's house is still perforated, so we want to make sure that we can get that all patched up and get him some new junk to fill his room with, so that he can go back to living the way it was before a tree tried to kill him.
And there's no better insulation for a ceiling than dollar bills. Don't ask a contractor about that.
Do not research that at all.
On Billith's advertising side, you can go check out Billith on Twitch.
Yes, go check out twitch.tv/Billith. The group, the Ghost Bashers, we're a team of SCP authors and off-site folk, all adjacent to the community or in the community. We all go and play games. We do spooky games most of the time, but we also play some other stuff. So go and check us out. And if we do more of these readings, because I think there's still like 70 something of them left, you'll see me there doing them as well. Because we're gonna need to hit as many vectors as possible to get this done in time.
I have a feeling that for smartification, this might be a thing we start like this week, since next week is the end.
Hence my at best at the beginning of the stream when we talked about how we're going to be doing a three work days this week. Yes.
Indeed. So make sure you're following Billith on Twitch, because this could start as soon as tomorrow or Saturday or Friday, because those are the days that I can't do it. So either one of those days might be a Billith day, depending.
Absolutely. Come check it out. We'll be
on
there.
my end for advertising, you can go check out SCP Infohazard in the description. It is an SCP VR experience that was just announced. Gib Games is working with us. They did the VR game, The Callisto, which was a murder mystery that I did voice acting in. And I said to them, hey, why don't you do an SCP VR game? And they're like, that's a really good idea. And so now they're doing it. And we're working on bringing it out. I can't say a whole lot about it now, but go check out the Steam page, wishlist it, follow it, so you can keep tabs on intel as it drops. I will keep you posted here on the channel. Link is in the description.
Fantastic. Sounds excellent. All right. What's next on the list?
I will share with you all one sneak peek about the game that I can reveal, because it's the crowning glory that we're happy with. Rather than what is like a running gun game like most people expect when it comes to SCP, we're looking to make sure we use the VR to its best capability, and that means we're looking at more atmospheric and location-based SCPs. Places where it would be interesting to walk around and see. So.
That's fun.
The one we're using for the demo, I'm very excited for when they reveal it. You're going to be like, what? All right. That brings us to SCP-7000 Initiative. Now, this one's got a little bit of a special rule, so I'm going to read this here, the main page, and then I'm just going to talk about it. In fact, I'm scrolling through it real quick because I want to see how much of this I want to read and how much I want to leave you guys. Because, honestly, do I want to read the whole front page? It doesn't look like I want to read the whole front page. It looks like I want to stop about... Honestly, it looks like I only want to read like half this page, make this very short. Because getting into even the stats and the character stuff is stuff I can leave out.
Yeah, and I haven't heard yet from... Azamo/Lyrian to kind of get the gist of if they have the summaries or not. So
indeed. So this will be a small summary, but I'll read the main page and then I'll read the main chunk and then I will give you more of an explanation of why we're waffling on this so much. So let's make it a bit bigger on screen. Va-va-boom. Alright, SCP-7000 by Lyrian, Lizard Wizard, IHP, Dark Stuff, and Jorik, known as Initiative. Item number, SCP-7000, Containment Class, Radix. Level 1, Unrestricted, no classifications. Disruption Class, Amida. Pictured, an icosahedral die, D20, frequently used as part of Ritual 7000. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-7000 is maintained via annual performance of the Ritual of Absolution, Ritual 7000. Ritual 7000 must be performed exactly once per year. Get back there. As further detailed in this document. If Ritual 7000 is performed unsuccessfully, the Foundation must act according to Level Gamma emergency procedures until the next year arrives. Due to its deep connection to the Foundation, footnote, Radix, the item has been integrated into the Foundation's command structure. Information regarding SCP-7000 and Ritual 7000 must be kept secret. Groups of interest external to the Foundation learning of SCP-7000 is considered a failure of the Veil Protocol. In the event that Ritual 7000 loses potence, Foundation thaumatologists are to be employed in order to engineer a new, successful variant of it as soon as possible. The date presently dedicated to the completion of Ritual 7000 is August 1st. Description: SCP-7000 is a powerful thaumatological bond which closely links with the SCP Foundation to three conceptual entities existing outside of normative reality, maintained and strengthened by the Ritual of Absolution. These entities, classically referred to as the Triad of Absolutes, or the Triad, the Absolutes, collectively exert a formidable, generalized influence on the day-to-day affairs and activities of the Foundation at large. This extends to the following areas: containment efforts, ritualistic practices, thaumatological practices, parascientific innovation, strategic practices, bureaucratic processes, internal and external security, defensive practices, and more. The influence exerted on the above areas of Foundation activity is, of great note, wholly positive. While a sufficient relationship between the Foundation and the Triad is maintained through Ritual 7000, the Foundation efforts will, seemingly by chance, yield fruitful results. Though both SCP-7000's and the Triad's full history with the Foundation is not known, it is understood that this bond is one that has acted as a long-standing boon for almost the totality of our organization's existence. While SCP-7000 is maintained, the Foundation flourishes. It is presumed that the bond's presence is responsible for propelling the Foundation to the grandiose logistical successes it knows today. If Ritual 7000 is not performed during a given year or fails, SCP-7000's positive effects will begin to diminish. This progresses on an annual basis for an unknown duration, presumably ending with the bond's total severance. According to record, this has never occurred. It is not known what such an event entails. Ritual 7000. Ritual 7000, or the Ritual of Absolution, Ceremony of Absolution, the Providence, is an ornate thaumaturgical procession which alters probability, also known as luck, chance, fate, or destiny, to favor the Foundation's mission of securement, containment, and protection. This is accomplished through a series of rites which involve several lucky or unlucky items, events, sigils, signifiers, and superstitions. Among these are as follows: the conduction of a lottery among select Foundation staff. The winner is awarded a cash prize. The winning ticket is torn into sevenths. The burning of 40 four-leaf clovers atop a ritual pyre, which uses 1/7 of the aforementioned lottery ticket as fuel. Flipping a gold coin until it comes up heads 10 times in a row, and then biting down on the coin so that it bends in half. The temporary retirement of a member of the O5 Council so that the Council numbers 12 instead of 13. Conducting no work on Friday the 13th. Rolling dice fashioned from magical materials such as human bone and meteorites, and the destruction of such dice that roll below their median more than 50% of the allotted time. Dice jail. Performance of Ritual 7000 Warden. Ritual 7000 pictured as expressed via recursive iconographic notation. Warden. Ritual 7000 Warden is a unique rite in which the conditions of each absolute are allegorically appeased inside of a constructed fictional environment. The performance of Ritual 7000 Warden is by far the most difficult and variable part of Ritual 7000. As for it to be effective, there must be a non-negligible possibility of failure. Ritual 7000 Warden makes use of a role-playing framework recovered by the Foundation from an anomalous war game society operating in England during the late 19th century. Lightly changed by Foundation thaumatologists to suit the needs of Ritual 7000, this framework has proven immensely effective at fulfilling the symbological and ritualistic needs of the Triad in an environment with an efficiently low level of immediate physical consequences. Through 7000 Warden, ritualists play the roles of avatars, together forming a fantastical party, collectively representing the Foundation, embarking on 3 missions representing the qualities of each absolute. Succeeding in these missions, henceforth called modules, contributes to Ritual 7000's efficiency. If one or more are failed, this likely causes Ritual 7000 as a whole to fail, or to be massively weakened. Performances of Ritual 7000 Warden take place upon a graven Foundation symbol. Rule set. And so here is where we get to the 7000 official handbook. If you go to this link of this document, the rules have been provided for below. A full version personnel may go to liminal horror, because the mad lads who wrote this story wrote 3 different SCP tabletop RPG modules. Everything you need to play these is included here. You have your rules, you have your different avatars, you have frickin' Ay, ay, ay. They went all out on this. And as you come down to the bottom past the administrator and the parable of the warden, modules loaded, you have the securement module, the containment module, the protection module. And if we read all these, they are very dry and not fun to read. And they also spoil the game for anyone who wants to play them. So the authors of which have told us, hey, don't read these, just like explain the deal. And so you run through the game, they tell you everything you need to know. Spoilers if you pause it, but that's why I'm scrolling fast. And if you succeed, then hello, you have helped the Foundation succeed for another year. And so you really should get your adventuring party together on August 1st each year and play each of these modules over the course of however long that takes, maybe a couple sessions. And voila, you have an official canon SCP TTRPG.
Pretty cool. I think if we had the time, I would say, oh yeah, we'll play it live or something. But we're kind of on a crunch right now.
That would be a fun thing to do with a nice party after the contest ends. Once we've gotten
yes,
everything done.
Exactly. Yeah, for sure.
But I'm immediately up voting for effort. I love tabletop games. I love the effort that went into this. It looks gorgeous. I cannot wait to play it myself.
Absolutely. Yeah. The pure amount of effort and like the succinctness to, all that attention to detail. It's just good job, guys. Seriously. Good job.
Kudos. And so, with that short little explanation and going on, we're going to take this on to the next one. We don't need an ad break because that was a shorty of an explanation.
Yes.
We're going on to SCP-7000, Worst Case Scenario by Rhine River.
Okay. Do you want to do that one or do you want me to do it?
I'll take this one. I didn't really
Pretty
have a
short,
read on that
looks like.
last one.
Yeah. You got
All
this.
right, so... Oh, we're starting first person. All right, let's go.
In media res.
You quickly turn on the computer in front of you, your hand shaking with fear. You type in your credentials as fast as you can. Thank God SkipNet is still online. SkipNet connection acquired. Username, R River. Password, redacted. Processing. Hello, Junior Archivist, River. Thank you for using SkipNet. What would you like to do today? Open file, SCP-7000. Processing request. Loading file. Item number, SCP-7000. Classification level 1, unrestricted. Containment class, uncontained. Disruption class, Amida. Risk class, critical. One of the first sinkholes created during SCP-7000 located in the town of Harrow, Nevada, United States. Photo taken moments before SCP-7000-A emergence. Uh-oh, what's coming? Special containment procedures. SCP-7000 is currently uncontained. Description. SCP-7000 is a currently ongoing anomalous event. SCP-7000 began at 0000 hours on January 1st, 2023, when several sinkholes ranging from 2 meters to over 500 meters in diameter began rapidly forming around the world in major population centers, most notably in the exact geographic centers of the cities of Tokyo, Shanghai, London, and Cairo. At 1200 hours, thousands of anomalous entities began emerging from all sinkholes formed during SCP-7000, causing worldwide panic and disarray. These entities, designated SCP-7000-A instances, are variable in appearance, though are typically pink or red in coloration, are slightly larger than an average human, and are 8-legged. Instances possess no heads or notable structures besides legs and abdomens, and vaguely resemble large spiders. Instances are hostile to humans and have been shown to attack on sight with intense force, often resulting in fatality for the victim. Reading this again, you shudder at the thought of the horrifying creatures that now roam outside. You can still hear them. You're the only one left in the entire site. And though you barricade yourself in the archives room, you can hear them clawing and scratching at Site 86's main entrance. You realize you probably don't have much more time. SCP-7000-A entities quickly overran most major cities and population centers after emergence, causing massive damage and casualties worldwide. As of writing, the human population is estimated to be at 5% of its initial number prior to SCP-7000. As such, the Veil Protocol has been lifted, and the Foundation is currently working with major anomalous and mundane organizations in an attempt to prevent further loss. Human population is at 5% on day 1. Holy fuck. How long has this been? 1,200 hours. Okay, I wonder how long it's been. Keep it going. This is where you come in. The Foundation, in its effort to bring an end to SCP-7000, tasked almost every department to research the situation and find a solution. The Department of Mythology and Folklorists was the only department to find something useful. They looked through their archives and found a tapestry hidden away somewhere, depicting 8-legged creatures attacking a city sometime in the 1st century. The tapestry details a group of people performing a ritual and banishing the monsters. It ends with the banisher celebrating around the golden plate with 20 tally marks. Initially, mythology and folklorists thought the tapestry was related to another anomaly, but noting the similarities between the monsters depicted and the 7000-A instances, they attempted the ritual in New York City, successfully returning the beasts there to the sinkhole that they came from, which became sealed with an ornate golden plate adorned with 20 tally marks. Realizing the need for the ritual to be performed for every sinkhole around the world, the Foundation made the choice to declassify SCP-7000's file, editing it to include an addendum detailing the instructions for the ritual. Problem is, almost every member of RISA is dead, and they're the only ones who can make direct edits to database files. Unfortunately, this means the safety of the world has been placed in your hands. SCP-7000's file has been opened. Would you like to do anything else? Why? What would you like to do? Edit file SCP-7000. Processing request. Opening editor. As the edit screen opens, you hear a loud burst down the hall. The entities have broken into the site. It's only a matter of minutes before they find you. You hastily and shakily begin typing the instructions for the ritual into an addendum on the file. You jolt as a bang comes from the door, knocking over a notebook that was on the desk. They know you're here. More instances crowd the door, clawing and scratching as the door begins to buckle under their weight. Your breath quickens, your fingers sweat, your back aches. You type as fast as you can, hoping and praying you can upload it before they reach you. You're the only one with a copy of the instructions. Without them on this file, the world is surely doomed. As you finish typing the last sentence, you waste no time in scrolling to the bottom of the editor. With sweat pouring down your forehead, you press save and wait. Saving page. Error. Request timed out. The door bursts open, and it's the last thing you hear.
Funny. I get the joke.
Well, bad luck, huh?
Bad luck. Should have saved a draft. I will admit it does what it wants to do in a short and succinct story. You know, I do appreciate that sort of thing. The Wikidot joke, funny. Although I feel like since a certain day in May, I haven't had that same issue at all. But maybe I'm just lucky. I assume that's what the joke is, right? It's the timeout, the wiki timeout.
I believe that to be the case.
Yeah.
I don't upload to the wiki enough for having Wikidot issues of my own. It usually works the once in a blue moon I try it.
Fair enough. Yeah. It's funny though. It's funny.
Yeah, and you know what? If this were longer, I would be annoyed. But just as a short little thing gets the job done, like I was gonna get tired of it if it kept going back and forth with the first person stuff. But nah, this hit real quick. It got its job done, just like humanity died real quick. So yeah, end of the world. Oh yeah, and it's the end of the world. Everyone dies.
Yep. And the one sentence containment procedures. People don't like that a lot of times. People think that, I think that it can be used well and effectively. Because, obviously the Secure, Contain, Protect Foundation, their containment measures should probably be one of the most, explained parts of an article. And I think a lot of times people do hold off on that to just talk about it a lot in the description. But you can put a lot of action in the special containment procedures. That's not... It's not everything in the description, but very good, Ryan River. You get a +1.
It's the job done.
Maybe would have done better as a 7000-J. Not sure.
All right. Well, that
All
was
right.
2 short hits in a row.
Yeah. Next one doesn't look too bad either. Very good. We'll keep it
Yeah.
going.
All right.
This
Keep
is
the trend going. I just dropped something I got to
yes.
pick up real quick.
All right, no problem. So this is SCP-7000, The Limits of Plausibility by Monkey Sky. Okay. Item 7000. Level 4, Secret. Containment class, Esoteric. Secondary class, Thalmail. Disruption class, Dark. Risk class, Notice. Special containment procedures. Civilians are not permitted within 100 meters of SCP-7000, with toxic long-term soil contamination in place as a cover. Due to limited scheduling slots, the use of SCP-7000 is limited to SVIC members. Description: SCP-7000 is an electronic device taking up most of the interior space of a 27 cubic meter storage facility, Site 7000-A, located in Qaqortoq, Greenland. Qaqortoq, Greenland. It is primarily constructed from electronic components commercially available in the year 1974, although it also includes a number of cold cathode semiconductor switches of unknown origin. Human operators may interact with SCP-7000 from inside a 10 square meter room in Site 7000-B, attached to the outside of Site 7000-A, containing a punched paper tape interface leading in and out of Site 7000-A. When an operator enters information describing a specific real or hypothetical set of conditions and a possible event that can occur with them, footnotes in either Danish or Kalasut, a query, footnote, contact SVIC-083 for access to the SCP-7000 Operator's Manual. After a period ranging from 5 seconds to 19 hours, SCP-7000 will output one of 3 possible responses. Footnote: not counting the act of feeding the tape in, which may take as long as 2 hours depending on the query. They do take a long time. 1. Additional data requested. SCP-7000 will specify information not included with the initial query. After the operator has entered this data or rejected the request, SCP-7000 will output another response. 2. Out of bounds. Confirmation that empirically available data is insufficient to calculate the probability of the event, including the query. Footnote: the response is frequently, but not exclusively, given for non-ambiguously anonymous phenomena. Or 3. Calculation complete. The calculated probability for that event to have taken place under assumed conditions of consensus reality, reported units of Drustans, DRST, up to 3 decimal points, including the query. Drustans. The Drustan unit appears to serve as a unit measuring the unlikeliness of an event. In simplistic queries, it is seemingly based on a logarithmic expression of the probability ratio. So it's like Jerry's. It is unknown if this pattern still applies in queries where conventional estimation is not possible. Calculations over 200,000.000 DRST have never been observed, indicating a possible upper limit for SCP-7000's calculations. Operators may not enter a new query until SCP-7000 has concluded the current query, further limiting the frequency of use. SCP-7000 is able to store information from queries internally, and it will refer to it replicated or in replicated or similar queries rather than requesting information a second time. SCP-7000's methods of calculating or estimating probability, including the initial ability to interpret queries, are currently unknown. As SCP-7000 cannot operate when foreign objects are present in the same chamber as the components, very little is currently known about how the device functions, although the exceptional complexity of function and ability to operate over decades without maintenance suggests anomalous properties. Sample testing documents translated. Display testing documents. Query 7000-09. Query conditions. A single atom of fermium-259 exists within a vacuum. Query events. That atom has decayed after exactly 1.5 seconds. Additional data requests. None. Query conclusions. Calculations complete at 1.0003 DRST. Event outcome. Not tested in reality. Query 7000-23. Query conditions. A United States 1-cent coin is thrown into the air by research assistant Aria Cole from floor level in an arc of approximately 1 meter high. Query event. The coin will land and settle on the floor with the head side facing up. Additional data requests. The position of researcher assistant Cole's hand while gripping or throwing the coin, granted. The year of production of the coin, granted. History of the previous tosses of the coin, denied, not available. The construction material and condition of the floor, granted. Query conclusion. Calculation complete at 0.998 DRST. Event outcome. The coin landed with the head side facing up. Query 7000-24. Query conditions. A United States 1-cent coin is thrown into the air by research assistant Aaliyah Cole from floor level in an arc approximately 1 meter high, in a replication of the previous query. Query event. The coin will land and settle on the floor and the head side facing up. Additional data requests. None. Query conclusion. Calculation complete. 0.998 DRST. Event outcome. The coin landed with the tail side facing up. Query 7000-119. Query conditions. The weather of Mount Hood National Forest in Mount Hood, Oregon is observed continuously every day for 12 weeks from a specific point within the Glacial Valley. Footnote. Location AAP-1A48R. Query event. A cloud formation with strong visual resemblance to a member of the infraorder Anisoptera will be visible each week on Thursday at 15:04 Pacific Daylight Time. Footnote. Dragonflies. Additional data requests. Initial humidity, wind, and atmospheric pressure, granted. Weather forecast for the remainder of 12 weeks, granted. Location and angle of observation site, granted. Query conclusion. Calculation complete. 1,583.776 DRST. Event outcome. A cloud of that description was visible each week at the time described and from a specific viewing point for at least 30 seconds. Query 7000-7057. Query conditions. Research assistant Houston Carver will make a set of personal purchases at a grocery store using a debit card. Full grocery list included. Query event. Research assistant Houston Carver will choose to take a purchase receipt at the end of the transaction. Additional data requests. None. Query conclusion. Out of bounds. The link to SCP-4559. Not sure what that is. Event outcome. Research assistant Houston Carver chose to take a purchase receipt. Okay. Query 7000-12615. Query conditions. 5,000 randomly selected members of Foundation personnel are interviewed about their personal geographic knowledge. Full list of interview subject names and ranks are included. Query event. All 5,000 interview subjects will fail to be aware of the existence of Yellowstone National Park. Footnote. Location of AAP-40HS6. Additional data requests. Residential history of all 5,000 subjects, granted. History of Foundation activity within Yellowstone National Park, denied, not applicable. History of Foundation activity within 250 kilometers of Yellowstone National Park's borders, granted. Query conclusion. Calculation complete. 60,104.952 DRST. Event outcome. All 5,000 interview subjects express total ignorance relating to Yellowstone National Park. The link to SCP-1422. Query 7000-51446. Query conditions. A juvenile male / English. There's no slash there. A juvenile male English Mastiff is brought to a room containing an adult human and shown to that individual. Query event. The English Mastiff would change to resemble an adult female Border Terrier within 30 seconds after entering the room. Additional data requests. None. Query conclusions. Out of bounds. Event outcome. The English Mastiff changed to resemble an adult female Border Terrier in under 1 second. It's a link to SCP-2420. Famail Use Policy. The Statistical Validation and Interpretation Committee, SVIC, is an independent internal organization of Foundation employees responsible for the identification and validation of ambiguously anonymous phenomena, AAP. AAP are defined as events of exceptional abnormality, which do not obviously run counter to conventional natural laws, and which are therefore empirically indistinguishable from coincidences or series of coincidences. This category includes, but is not exclusive to, phenomena characteristic of many probability-altering, cognition and behavior-altering, and predictive anomalies. The SVIC must employ a minimum of 300 individuals at all times. Footnote. The SVIC currently employs 393 members. Members are recruited through internal nomination and must include experts in the following fields. And before that, I'll read the image caption, which is a graph of SCP-7000 result range to frequency. And it's distribution chart of the Drustin calculations of non-replicated AAP. The current abnormality threshold of 47,636.300 Drustin is represented by a blue-red color boundary. All right. And the daily expertise requirements. Let's see. It is architecture, astronomy, astrophysics, cellular biology, chemistry, civic engineering, computer science, cryptozoology, decision theory, earth science, ecology, entomology, epistemology, fluid dynamics, geography, geology, history, linguistics, marine biology, mechanical physics, meteorology, mycology, neurobiology, nuclear physics, oceanography, optics, paleontology, particle physics, plant biology, political science, psychiatry, psychology, sociology, statistics, theology, and zoology. The primary duties of the SBIC are qualitatively categorize the reported phenomena as non-anomalous, ambiguously anomalous, or unambiguously anomalous. Operate SCP-7000 in order to validate or re-verify the abnormality of AAP. Determine the numerical abnormality threshold at which a phenomenon is formally categorized as anomalous. The categorization and validation duties are handled by temporary subcommittees based in the fields believed to be necessary for understanding and describing the phenomenon in question, as well as providing additional data. The abnormality threshold is determined through majority consensus at mandatory meetings of all SBIC members held every 120 days in the conference hall of the Hans Gede Hotel in Carteret. SBIC organization and operation of the SBIC members active in subcommittees or meetings are exempt from all other Foundation duties. The internal organization and operation of the SBIC is otherwise determined by the members. And this is display the 95th SBIC meeting summary. Okay. Let's see. There's no dialogue here. Okay. 000000 SBIC 133 footnote consultant professor of human psychology, current SBIC chair, takes attendance and formally commences the 95th SBIC meeting. At 38 minutes 33 seconds, SBIC 133 begins by announcing new or updated AAP validations. A total of 119 new AAP were validated, 49 below the abnormality threshold and 70 above. A total of 527 AAP validations were replicated. 512 remained within the same approximate range. 14 significantly increased. Footnote saying all already above the abnormality threshold, and 1 significantly decreased. AAP P16I3, footnote, the tendency of a Galapagos Island tortoise of Chilandois, Niger, currently housed within the redacted zoo, to correctly predict the winner of the United States gubernatorial elections through the selection of labeled pieces of fruit. Associated with SCP redacted-EX, footnote, a 37-year-old male Galapagos giant tortoise decreased from 44,109.139 DRST to 30,013.1711 DRST after SCP redacted-EX made 3 consecutive incorrect predictions. In addition to 2 failed predictions prior to the 94th SVIC meeting. As a result, AAP P16I3 is now considered non-anomalous and no longer requires investigation, surveillance, or containment. At 45 minutes and 17 seconds, SVIC 133 restores order after an outburst from SVIC 316 and a vocal conflict between SBI 316 and SBIC 198, following an announcement of AAP P16I3's updated validation and SCP redacted-EX's consequently updated object class. And SBIC 316 is an excavation site supervisor, and SBIC 198 is a consultant professor of economics and finance. At 48 minutes and 43 seconds, SBIC 133 opens the floor to statements by other SBIC members prior to voting. At 50 minutes and 9 seconds, SBIC 198 receives the microphones and begins the prepared speech about the importance of defining consensus reality through low abnormality thresholds. Footnote, possibly the same speech given during the 80th SBIC meeting, but is interrupted by outcry from multiple other members. SBIC 198 abandons their script and attempts to defend their successful proposal during the 94th SBIC meeting to lower the abnormality threshold in order to maintain AAP P16I3's category. Footnote, from 45,053.398 DRST to 44,108.659 DRST. At 1 hour, 3 minutes, and 26 seconds, SBIC-198 cedes the remainder of their time to SBIC-347. Footnote is an IT technician. SBIC-347 formally proposes that the abnormality threshold be decreased to 43,811.019 DRST, categorizing 14 existing AAP as anomalous, and SBIC-198 seconds the proposal. At 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 59 seconds, SBIC-316 receives a microphone, presents a series of transparency slides comparing the rate of recategorization following the raising and lowering of the threshold in order to demonstrate the historical reliability of higher abnormality threshold. SBIC-316 formally proposes that the abnormality threshold be increased to 47,636.300 DRST, recategorizing 5 existing AAP as non-anomalous, and SBIC-284 seconds the proposal. Footnote, telescope technician. Okay. At 1 hour, 28 minutes, and 40 seconds, the SBIC-038, who is an actuary, receives the microphone and attempts to show a presentation relating to the financial impact of recategorization, but cannot retrieve the necessary files from their flash drive. SBIC-038 formally proposes that the abnormality threshold remain unchanged, and SBIC-110 seconds the proposal. And that footnote says, consultant, adjunct, assistant professor in theology. At 1 minute, 53 seconds, and 1 hour, 53 minutes, and 1 second. After no other proposals are presented, SBIC-133 formally opens the voting period. At 2 hours, 15 minutes, and 45 seconds, voting closes and votes are taken to be counted. At 2 hours, 46 minutes, and 3 seconds, SBIC-133 announces the results of the votes. At 209 members abstained. SBIC-038's proposal received 14 votes. SBIC-347's proposal received 71 votes, and SBIC-316's proposal received 99 votes. The abnormality threshold is officially increased to 47,636.300 DRST. At 2 hours, 51 minutes, and 30 seconds, SBIC-133 announces the updated categories of AAP affected change in the abnormality threshold. AAP 99FAL, footnote, is above average tendency for humans aged 33 to die from accidents within the town of Redacted, 45,013.345 DRST, associated with SCP Redacted EX, is now considered non-anomalous and no longer requires investigation, surveillance, or containment. AAP BR0PI, footnote, the irregular appearance of monarch butterflies denounced Plexippus in the chapel of Redacted during Easter services, loosely correlating with attendance 47,144.43 DRST associated with SCP Redacted-EX, now considered non-anomalous, no longer requires investigation, surveillance, or containment. AAP-F35T0, footnote, the above average frequency of human deaths and injuries due to clear air lightning within Redacted Valley, 46,339.099 DRST, associated with SCP Redacted-EX, now considered non-anomalous, and no longer requires investigation, surveillance, or containment. AAP-J4J02, footnote, the above average rate of fossil discoveries attributed to Professor Winslow, Redacted, 46,099.203 DRST, associated with SCP Redacted-EX, is now considered non-anomalous and no longer requires investigation, surveillance, or containment. And AAP P33A9 footnotes the above average frequency of lethal attacks by Anatidae, ducks, geese, and swans, or other 47,591.984 DRST associated with SCP Redacted-EX is now considered non-anomalous and no longer requires investigation, surveillance, or containment. And at 3 hours, 3 minutes, and 15 seconds, SBIC-133 formally brings the meeting to a close and dismisses all attendance. Woo! What was that about?
I have no idea. I was going to ask you to explain.
Okay, so clearly it's a device that determines how unlikely something is, but for some reason, things that are really, really, really unlikely still happen. The dragonfly sting comes off as something that is particularly unlikely, and then the dog changing breed is something that's just inherently impossible. So I don't understand what they meant by that being an improbable event. It's not improbable. That's straight up anomalous.
And it's associated with an SCP, so it is straight up anomalous.
Yes, and that's the other thing, is that a lot of these major points that they bring to attention in the beginning are cross-linked to SCPs that not everyone's going to have to read. And the more crosslinks you do that are not like, if you don't have a strong foundation as to what your article is on its own, the crosslinks are going to be a detractor rather than something that adds flavor, because the like these several of these queries in the beginning lead to other things, and maybe there's something in those that helps explain why this is not actually anomalous. I don't know. It's
I mean,
confusing to me.
if I were to try and summarize this, then what we have is a probability calculating machine.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And like, you calculated, your testing log had some things that were like normal, some things that were weird, some things that were downright anomalous to like show how it works. And then bringing in the meeting and all the dry minutes, and I just, what's the point of the story?
Something here. There is something here for sure.
Discussion, question, what's going on?
Yeah, maybe
I
there's
hope it makes sense to everyone else who reads it. Sorry.
Longest and most complicated SCP I've written. I hope it makes sense. Yeah, I don't know.
The limits of plausibility.
LE3, you had feedback on the drafts, but you had the shortest, most like easy to read, like easy to read to well voted article. You did Plankton, you know.
Like, I don't understand the subject of the story.
Yeah. So.
I mean, there's a dry technical document of an organization that studies anomalies. It's spot on, but then the question is, why do I care?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I don't think it doesn't really give me a full reason to care either, but I think that the idea is solid, like a machine that calculates probabilities is well within the scope of the contest, and has been done. There was one in particular that we had read that was about a machine that could predict the possibility of various anomalies and various events in general. But there was a whole story attached to it that was particularly good.
I'll give you like a technical document, these minutes and everything, they are like legit.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, for sure. It's very to the book. It's very well transcribed, and the descriptions of everything are exactly how I would expect documents like that to be presented. But it just doesn't have the entertainment factor so much. And this is speaking as someone who writes incredibly dry SCPs at time. Like I will admit, I write some very complicated science-heavy SCPs, but it's still like you need a narrative here. I was expecting there to be some sort of revelation that the machine was like influencing the probabilities in some way, because
especially with the dragonflies one, I was like,
yeah,
it had to be doing that because the dragonflies aren't just going to show up on their own.
And what did the out of bounds mean?
Because I thought it said
it doesn't go to.
As someone who's read SCP 4559, would you like a receipt? I thought that was a cute little crosslink, because the point is that the only thing in the universe that's truly random is if someone will or won't take a receipt or something like that. That's the point of 4559.
Right. But it also does the out of bounds for the English Mastiff one as well.
True.
Yeah.
And it does that if it's, out of bounds is confirmation that empirically available data is insufficient to calculate the probability of the event. This response is frequently but not exclusively given for non-ambiguously anomalous phenomena.
But for some reason, the one with the dragonflies is not anomalously unambiguous. Like, I guess it's possible. I guess that's. I get the idea that it's possible that a cloud configuration could theoretically occur every day for 12 weeks.
from a specific point within the glacial valley in the shape of a dragonfly. I think that it's so probabilistically unlikely that the Foundation, if they saw that, they would consider that anomalous, because it's a complex event that's on a scale that's just, it's unlikely to ever occur to the point where it's like, I would say it's functionally indistinguishable from impossible. But I guess that's just a nitpick. You know, I see what they're getting at least.
Whew. This one's a head clouder.
Yeah. In that list of expertise requirements, there was no xenobiology or no other like weird like paranormal or fringe science branches that the Foundation would be interested in. I was disappointed to see that.
Good point.
Yeah. But interesting article for sure.
All right, well that brings us another shorty, so let's that brings us to SCP-7000 by Anorak, MTF SOL SNAFU. Mobile Task Force Soul Snafu. Alright, this one's... Well, I was going to say the sidebar's not too bad, but it is very small text.
Yes, it is.
Alright, this is in the third law.
All right. You want me to take away? Is that
Oh,
what
yep,
you're
I'm
getting at?
hitting it. Let's go.
Oh, okay. All right. I need a drink of water after that last one.
Hell yeah. Item number SCP-7000. Object class Keter. Special containment procedures. Efforts to contain SCP-7000 and its wielders are underway. Filed alongside this document under Joint Operation Handy Scarper in affiliation with the FBI, UIU, Miami, Baton Rouge, and Dallas field offices. Selected Handy Scarper documentation are appended at the end of this file. Recovered SCP-7000 instances are to be split between the Foundation and UIU, depending on ease of containment and circumstances surrounding their acquisition. Tests for field use viability are ongoing. Description: SCP-7000 is a collective designation for a number of objects utilized by the Puebla Cartel, also known as the Juan Joaquin Luis Ledesma Organization, to aid in the trafficking of illicit paranormal goods and entities. SCP-7000 instances are all probabilistic, extrasensory, oracular, or clairvoyant in nature, and though they vary in their exact function, from protecting the user's life or ensuring good fortune, they all serve to further the aims and the success of the Puebla Cartel. Contained SCP-7000 instances, labeled by instance, description, and containment method. 7000-1, Jivaroan shrunken head, believed to have been recovered from an archaeological dig site in Peru. Eyes anachronistically inlaid with opal and allows the user to sense danger within a 100-yard radius. Containment method, sniper. It's a shrunken head. Do you have to see it? Shoot it? Confused. SCP-7000-15, a silver Spanish bullion coin. Do you spell bullion like chicken bouillon when it's a coin? I did not know that, but I guess. Coin which can predict the schemes of hostile powers to capture or kill its owner or the vehicle they command. Containment method: as the Foundation does not classify as a foreign power, this instance and owner, a captain of a vessel owned by the cartel, were easily contained. SCP-7000-33, a .30 by 06 Springfield rifle with an integrated 10x scope. It is near statistically impossible to miss a shot fired from the weapon within its normal operating range. Part of a batch of 300 commissioned by the Pentagram and shipped to Nicaraguan Contra rebels in the mid-80s. Pentagram is the anomalous branch of the Department of Defense. Containment method: during a confrontation with the UIU, the wielder tried firing through a metal barricade, resulting in the bullet ricocheting and a self-inflicted headshot. Weapon collected by UIU agents after the end of engagement. 7000-48, 200 milligram pills of blind Aztec god of bad luck, axolotl almost. Administered orally. I don't know how to say that, sorry. the member of Prometheus Labs' God's Eyes group of paranarcotics. One of the first anomalies to be mass-produced by Puebla allows the user to temporarily and physically disassociate, permitting them to see through the eyes of nearby observers, whether human or electronic, used for espionage, stealth operations, and voyeurism. While samples have been obtained, production and distribution have continued unabated despite the Foundation's, UIU's, and Mexican government's best efforts. However, due to the intensive process of creating the drug, overall supply remains low. 7000-64, a large combat mechanical exoskeleton made from scrap metal and several used cars. The only anomalous property it possesses is the inability to suffer a mechanical failure, despite its severe design flaws. The device rampaged through the outskirts of Miami for approximately 7 hours, during which UIU agents were unable to incapacitate it or its wearer. SCP-7000-64 was eventually captured when the wearer collapsed of heat stroke due to insufficient ventilation. History of the Puebla Cartel. The Puebla Cartel is a splinter group and rival of the Juarez Cartel, one of the largest criminal organizations operating within Mexico. The Puebla Cartel began when their founder, Juan Joaquin Luis Ledesma, a high-ranking member of the Juarez Cartel, was unwittingly exposed to an aggressive anomalous organism in Puebla City in 1986. He somehow evaded amnestization by Mexican Foundation cleanup efforts and dedicated himself to the collection of anomalous artifacts. He quickly found use for them within cartel operations, and after a dispute between Ledesma and higher-ups in the organization, followed by the unrelated murder of Juarez leader Rafael Aguilar Guajardo, Ledesma and a number of Juarez members officially broke away from the cartel in the fall of 1993. Puebla focuses on the obtaining and trafficking of anomalous objects and persons sold to customers in the United States. These objects are often obtained from archaeological dig sites throughout Latin America, though after the bankruptcy and dissolution of Prometheus Labs in 1998, the Puebla cartel gained access to machinery and techniques to duplicate anomalies artificially. Footnote: while they were able to obtain general blueprints of machines used to create anomalies, they lacked the capacity to create or utilize some of the more delicate, expensive technology that Prometheus Labs used. Instead, the Puebla cartel has developed a bespoke manufacturing process, taking advantage of the inherently large Eve output from human sacrifice, utilizing enhanced Nordic pagan rituals as a crude replacement. The dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1991 also indirectly led to a boom market of paraweaponry in Latin America, as Soviet-funded militia groups lost the technical expertise from the Division of Special Circumstances. Footnote: anomalous branch of the KGB, required to maintain their weapons, electing instead to sell them on the black market, where many were obtained and repaired by the Puebla cartel. Though not conclusive, circumstantial evidence points to large paranormal players like Marshall Carter and Dark LLC, anomalous religious movements, and prominent artists being the cartel's main customers. Similarly, whistleblowers have also provided evidence that the Pentagram provided funding to the cartel in exchange for first pick of any artifacts they obtained, with the deal continuing until at least the early 2000s. However, a not insignificant amount of the cartel's revenue is also generated by the smuggling of mass-produced paranarcotics and other anomalous drugs through the American Southeast. Puebla operates throughout the Gulf of Mexico, with branches in all major Latin American countries, funneling goods to ports of call throughout the southeast United States, primarily Miami, New Orleans, and Austin. As such, the cartel often clashes with both normal and paranormal law enforcement agencies, most often engaging with the American Coast Guard, the Mexican Navy, and the Unusual Incidents Unit, UIU, and the IRS, Esoteric Division. It is believed that Ledesma enjoys personal use of one or more anomalies under the SCP-7000 designation, as he has not appeared to have physically aged since the mid-90s, and has survived several assassination attempts by rival gangs, the Mexican government, and the Foundation. Joint Operation: Handy Scarper Documentation. On January 17, 2019, Foundation Mobile Task Force MU-7, codenamed Powder Monkeys, conducted a stealth operation turned frontal assault on San Malverde Ranch, the compound which operates as the main residence of Juan Ledesma, as well as headquarters for the Puebla cartel. The main objective of the mission was to assassinate Ledesma, with a secondary objective to either steal or destroy any blueprints, documentation, or evidence of anomalous objects or manufacturing. The ranch had never previously been raided by the Foundation or other entities due to paraweapon material possessed by the cartel, as well as threats given to the Mexican government. Footnote: the desecrated remains of Federal Investigation Agency agents were observing the ranch at the time were delivered in pieces to the local governor's estate by mail. The operation produced mixed results. Security measures were bypassed without issue, and the task force was able to enter the property. They gained access to an attached shed which housed a server farm, from which they were able to download several sensitive and incriminating documents to a hard drive. Upon entering the main residence, however, a man emerged from behind them and engaged them in combat, warned of their arrival by a double-headed serpent wrapped around his neck. The shots alerted the rest of the guards, which engaged with the uninjured agents. During the firefight, the task force was flanked by cartel members using concealment charms and were either knocked unconscious or killed. Audio and visual contact was lost with the team at this time. Their disfigured corpses were later found delivered in body bags to a local Foundation front. The only other object inside of the body bags was a videotape marked "Watch Me" and "Mírame" in black marker. The contents of the video will not be recorded in this file. Internal memo from the desk of David Bartosik, director of Site 42, Baton Rouge. Hey, y'all. 205 Council, title for your consideration. Following the results of the failed operation on the San Malverde Ranch on the 17th of this past January, I believe this event should lead us to rethink and reorganize our current tactics. The Pueblo Cartel, as an organization, is responsible for 70% of anomalous smuggling and trafficking on America's southern border. The UIU, nominally responsible for the controlling of this illegal and immoral trade, has been stretched to its utmost monetary and manpower limits trying to control this flow of material across the border. The Foundation, try though it might, appears to be less than effective against this threat against the Veil and the American way of life. ... To quote more statistics, over 85% of the SCP-7000 instances impounded by the joint operation have been by UIU despite their mentioned constraints. This is due to the experience of Operation Liberal use of anomalies in tactical situations by the UIU and the deployment of their irregular agents. They can also rely on decades of institutional experience combating organized hostile individuals whom also make use of such anomalies. Foundation personnel, though skilled and handpicked from a variety of organizations, have no such experience in that regard. ... At least in a limited fashion, the Foundation must adopt, in at least a small way, some of the methods of the UIU. To prove my theory, I propose a joint training exercise with UIU agents to determine whether the tactics of the Foundation or the UIU are more effective in a realistic, simulated environment. Exercise log. Overview. In a planned series of war games starting on March 15, 2019, Foundation and UIU agents were placed into an urban desert environment in squads of 10. Foundation agents, Team Blue, used standard urban combat procedures, where UIU agents, Team Red, were both irregular and had possession of 5 SCP-7000 instances, codenamed footballs, as well as other permitted anomalies. Team Blue's goal was to seize all of the footballs and or incapacitate all of Team Red, whereas Red's goal was to incapacitate Team Blue and defend the footballs. Red was given time to familiarize themselves with the area, whereas Blue was given a rough map and satellite imagery. Each incapacitation and defend/captured football counted as a point. Blue members were forbidden from using the footballs or any other anomalous artifact as per routine operating procedure. Round ends when either all hostiles are incapacitated or all footballs are captured. Best of 5 rounds. These exercises were spread over a number of days in environments within the training ground, with new participants every round. Results sorted by round, points, and notes. Round 1. Points 13 to 11, Red wins. Notes. Blue entered through the skylight of the apartment complex Red was using as a base. They were able to secure the top floor and make their way downwards. Through this method, they were able to evacuate 2 footballs and eliminate hostile Reds. However, using clairvoyant footballs, several Red members were able to navigate the ventilation shafts and stage an ambush, retaking the top floor from Blue. Blue was able to incur heavy losses on Red despite being pincered between 2 floors, but inevitably lost to the last remaining Red players using arboriokinesis. Round 2. 15 to nothing, Red wins. Due to an oversight, the chosen training area was positioned over a Native American burial ground, and the team composition of Red had 3 modernist necromancers. Upon entering the area, Blue was immediately accosted by several skeleton traps, which proved immune to conventional fire and quickly overwhelmed the team. Round 15 to 7, C notes. Technically, Blue incapacitated all hostiles and secured all of the footballs. However, one of Blue seized an HOG-15, an anomalous weapon, from a hostile and used it to both paralyze several hostiles and secure a football. As such, the win was nullified, and instead it is considered a stalemate. Round 4. 12 to 9, Blue wins. Staying as one unit, Blue cut power to the area as well as communications by use of a preliminary EMP. However, one Red member possessed a telepathic football and used it to coordinate with teammates, successfully ambushing Blue. Both sides incurred heavy losses, but the incapacitation of the telepathic Red member allowed Blue to isolate Red members and capture the footballs. At the end of the round, only one Blue member was remaining, the others sacrificing themselves to get the last football to the evac point. Round 5, 10 to 9, Red wins. Trying to break away from conventional strategy after studying the events of the last rounds, Blue attempted a blitzkrieg, striking targets without sweeping or securing buildings. While they were able to secure and evacuate all of the footballs, they incurred heavy losses. During the final evac, the remainder of Blue was incapacitated by a last sortie from Red. Though the operation was technically a Blue success, the round was awarded to Red based on points. Conclusions. As exhibited, even considering a number of variables such as team composition, environment, and artifacts utilized, when facing a trained hostile opponent versed in the tactical usage of anomalies, especially those that are capable of predicting the future or avoiding it, even experienced Foundation veterans face heavy casualties when achieving their primary objective or fail to complete the objective entirely. As such, I petition the O5 Council to consider an exceptional measure to form a temporary task force to get dedicated to the usage of SCP-7000, disbanded upon the assassination of Ledesma or the dissolution of the Puebla Cartel. Operation Log. Special Task Force Hotel Headhunters was deployed at the Santo Malverde Ranch on July 2nd, 2019. July 22nd, 2019. The members were handpicked from a selection of MTF veterans and trained by UIU special agents on the field use and operation of SCP-7000 instances. STF Hotel was permitted use of the SCP-7000 instances due to the theory that multiple conflicting and powerful probability manipulators coming into contact will collapse waveforms and effectively cancel each other out. Footnote, based on previously observed interactions between invulnerable anomalies and enchanted weapons. The main objective of this mission was the assassination of top Puebla Cartel members and captains, with the secondary objective being the assassination of Juan Ledesma, the timing of the operation contingent on a meeting between Ledesma and his captains, which takes place semi-randomly throughout the year. Footnote, the time was preemptively leaked by a mole in the cartel. For this operation, the agents in their instances were Harbor, with a bolts-action rifle, probability engine that uses bolts' manium properties to heat particles in front of the barrel to 1100 Kelvin, creating a plasma projectile when fired. Monk, Macahuitl of Ancampechitle. Footnote, a wooden board studded with sharpened obsidian used as a sword by the Aztecs, renders the wielder unbeatable in battle. Caspian, SCP-7000-1 and SCP-7000-33. Gray, Tactical Antimemetic Active Camouflage, known as TAC. 10 footnote. 10-pound device that imprints conceptual antimemicity onto objects within a variable radius of the device, rendering individuals inside of the field effectively invisible. Prototype was found to be a carcinogen and impounded from Prometheus Labs before it could be put into active service. Rude. Video log begins. 000. STF Hotel is deployed at the location by Halo Jump at 1500 hours UTC 6 Central Time. Protected from observation by Gray's TAC, which he activated soon after the jump. 2 minutes pass until they land, they discard their parachutes and approach the property. 5 minutes. Monk calls for a weapons check, during which Harbor reports their ears popping painfully. After pausing, they concluded it was most likely originated from the jump. 6 minutes, shielded by TAC, STF Hotel approach the main residence, crouching underneath the eaves. They each take a pill of Exodal, reporting camera blind spots, cartel members, and their positions. 30 individuals in total. Several Puebla captains who is believed to be Ledesma are found in the security control room. Monk and Caspian boost Harbor onto the roof, where she overwatches the central plaza. 9 minutes as they are about to enter the building, Caspian orders a halt and reports sensing danger from SCP-7000-1. As they inspect the door, they observe several small ritual circles inscribed onto the door and frame, most likely curses and hexes for those not invited inside. They disable the circles, and the agents move inside. 10 minutes. 3 cartel members are watching television in the common area and are noiselessly petrified using the LTKs under cover of the TAC. 11 minutes. 15 more hostiles are in the barracks, and as Monk attempts to slit the throat of one of the men, a silver ring on the man's hand begins to scream, spouting tentacles and pulling him off the bunk. Only able to see Monk, he lashes out wildly with the tentacles. One of the tentacles happens to strike the TAC, causing it to undergo a technical malfunction and shut down, revealing the other 2 agents. The commotion draws the attention of the rest of the cartel members, who all draw weapons. 14 minutes, a shootout begins. A sonic grenade is thrown by a hostile, but Monk hits it back towards them with the flat of his blade. 3 hostiles liquefied. A woman transforms into a large blue gelatinous entity and attempts to subsume Caspian. Caspian fires at the entity with their LTK, and it turns into a powder instead of petrifying, releasing a cloud of dust obscuring the area. Agents activate infrared sensors. 15 minutes, one of the hostiles strides forward, heedless of the shots coming from either side. The hostile is wearing a wooden circlet and wields a machete. He attempts to strike Monk, but is parried and has his arm severed in response. He seems surprised by the wound, but continues to slash at Monk using his other arm, which is severed much to the same effect. Monk then decapitates the hostile, but his head attempts to roll forward and bite him in the ankle. Monk pauses for a moment and nudges the circlet off of the head. It immediately ceases animation. 18 minutes. Hostiles become disorganized and disoriented due to the dust cloud. Caspian and Gray petrify several other hostiles before they can trigger the alarm. More distant targets seem to be unaffected by the LTKs, most likely due to scattering effects. As such, conventional firearms are used. As Monk dispatches the last cartel member, Caspian reports sensing danger from the northeast quadrant of the compound, where the security office and Ledesma's residence is located. 19 minutes at this point, Harbor notices a contingent of guards exiting the security office into the plaza and shoots at them. She disintegrates 3 before the rest retreat behind cover and begin firing back. One of them, wearing a suit of armor, ignores Harbor and walks across the plaza toward the barracks. Harbor tries to shoot them but consistently misses. 20 minutes as the 3 agents prepare to exit the barracks, the armored hostile enters the room wielding a battle axe. Monk and Gray shoot the man with their LTKs to no effect. Caspian fires at the man with the Springfield, but the bullet seems to stop in the air before hitting the armor. The bullet creates a loud buzzing noise and begins to vibrate rapidly, glowing in the process. The man in the armor pauses, looks at the bullet, and tries to touch it. He screams and is spaghettified, leaving the empty armor behind. The bullet quietly falls to the ground. 21 minutes. Harbor, still under fire and under the influence of Exlodal, reports Ledesma seemingly has not moved since the engagement began. She notes the location of 2 engaged hostiles behind a large hangman's tree and fires her rifle, the plasma boring through the wood and incinerating both hostiles. 22 minutes, Monk, Gray, and Caspian plan to flank the hostiles engaged with Harbor. Before they can do so, Caspian senses danger behind them. Caspian reflexively fires, the bullet shattering the concealment charm of a previously unnoticed woman. She drops into a crouch and fires her pistol rapidly. All of the shots miss. When the woman expends her magazine, she throws the pistol at them, the gun hitting the ground before reaching the agents. They look at the woman, who shrugs. Gray petrifies her. 24 minutes, Gray disposes of the attack, and after close inspection, quickly dons the empty suit of armor, with Caspian aiding them. With Caspian and Harbor covering them, Monk and Gray move in on the hostiles in the plaza. Even with several hostiles firing, they are both unharmed and eliminate all hostiles in the plaza. 27 minutes, Caspian senses danger through the door to the office. Gray charges through the locked door, but before they issue the all-clear, they observe a bright flash of light. Gray accelerates backwards at high velocity, crashing through the hangman's tree, a brick wall, and a server farm before coming to rest. He is unharmed due to the steel armor, but unconscious. 28 minutes, the danger Caspian senses is still present, but the trap appears to be fully triggered, and so Monk and Caspian both enter the office. A door in the office was left ajar, and opening it reveals Ledesma sitting at a table waiting for them. Caspian immediately tries to shoot Ledesma with her rifle, but the bullet appears to pass through him without harm. 29 minutes, Caspian senses danger immediately behind them and dives to the side before the door is cleaved in half. The seated Ledesma hologram smiles before disappearing. Ledesma is revealed behind them wearing a GOC combat exoskeleton and holding a flaming broadsword. Caspian attempts to fire again, but their rifle jams. Ledesma swings at Caspian with a broadsword, but is parried by Monk, who steps between Caspian and Ledesma. 30 minutes, Ledesma and Monk exchange blows, neither having the advantage of the other. Ledesma leaves himself open to attack several times, but each time Monk attempts to exploit them, he stumbles, blinks, or otherwise misses the opportunity. Monk continues to backpedal out of the door in an attempt to draw Ledesma into Harbor's line of fire. Monk's sword, primarily made of wood, is taking damage every time it contacts Ledesma's flaming sword, and is seen partially splintering. 31 minutes, Monk attempts to circle around Ledesma to try and put him on the back foot, forcing him out of the entryway, but Ledesma catches him with the flat of his blade, knocking him sideways. Monk drops his sword, which Ledesma picks up. As Ledesma lifts up both of his blades in the air for the killing blow, Caspian finishes unjamming the rifle and fires, striking Ledesma in the thigh, causing him to stumble backwards into view of Harbor and allowing Monk to roll out of the way. Harbor attempts to fire, but finds that her rifle has blown a fuse. She attempts to swap it out, but Ledesma spots her right as she finishes inserting a new fuse. He throws Monk's sword at her, severing her right arm. She drops the rifle, which then discharges into the air. 33 minutes, Ledesma's necklace glows red and light emanates from his eyes as the bullet falls out of his thigh and the wound heals itself. Caspian tries firing again, but Ledesma reflects it with his blade, the bullet ricocheting back and splintering the rifle, wounding Caspian. Ledesma looks down at Monk, attempting to get into a boxer stance, and grins. 34 minutes, Monk and Ledesma exchange words, and Ledesma laughs. But before he moves forward to kill Monk, Ledesma frowns and looks off to his side, muttering, "Eso on mono, en una chaqueta." Is that a monkey in a jacket? Translation footnote. 35 minutes. At this point, a large fireball strikes Ledesma directly in the back, impacting the ground. All visuals are overloaded with white noise for a few moments. When visual was restored, Ledesma was gone. The area where he stood was scorched and covered with twisted metal debris. Despite being next to the impact, Monk survived with minor injuries as he was carrying an unsanctioned rabbit's foot. Luck. Video log ends. After action report. Following an investigation of the area after the engagement as well as communications with other sites, an explanation of the death of Ledesma emerged. 15 hours before STF Hotel was deployed, SCP-2820 was activated. Simultaneously, a communication satellite was reported as straying off course after a small power surge caused the sudden explosive activation of its maneuvering thrusters. The satellite then went offline, and attempts to regain communication failed. Later, one of Ledesma's lieutenants dropped a piece of glassware, injuring his hand in the process. He disposed of the glass by throwing it out of a nearby window. After STF Hotel was deployed, Harbor's ears popped during the weapon check, causing her to miss a power supply cable on her rifle that had torn in the landing. The communication satellite's orbit had decayed to such an extent that it began entering the atmosphere. During the course of the engagement with Monk, Ledesma was partially blinded by the sun reflecting off of the shards of discarded glass, stepping backwards several paces. The communication satellite maintained integrity during re-entry. Instead of breaking into manageable fragments as intended, due to several faulty screws, Harbor attempted to fire the rifle, but was prevented by the blown fuse, the broken cable causing a power surge. This caused Ledesma to notice her and throw Monk's sword at Harbor, in the process stepping to the side several paces. The discharged plasma projectile impacted the falling satellite, changing its course slightly. As Ledesma monologued, he observed a monkey in a trench coat, which distracted him long enough for the satellite to directly collide with him from behind, killing Ledesma on impact. It is theorized that the described series of events was so improbable and so specific that no SCP-7000 instance could have possibly predicted it, nor could have taken steps to prevent it from occurring. As such, Ledesma was rendered vulnerable to any effects caused by SCP-2820. Addendum. Observation of the Puebla cartel and its movements are still ongoing, though with the death of their leader and the destruction of much of their upper ranks, the cartel is much diminished in power and has struggled to mount a sufficient and cogent response to the actions of Handy Scarper. Following the raid, covert agents were able to seize sensitive documents belonging to the cartel from the ranch and upload them to a secure server farm, which will further inform actions against the cartel and their operations. Smuggling over the border originating from the cartel have slowed in recent months and is expected to decline further. With the capture of more SCP-7000 instances, reclassification is pending approval. Huh.
Interesting. I liked that. I mean, like, I wasn't super sold on the format originally, but it seems like it works in its favor, at least.
So I'm thinking in the original, my first thought was that this really felt like trying to justify the existence of a new group of interest inside an article. And I had a whole spiel about how group of interests are built better when you do them subtly and leave a little hints here and there and don't say too much and let other people pick up the torch. And then this is the kind of information that ends up on the hub.
Yeah.
But then this didn't do that. Then we got him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I am totally under the impression that if something is done well enough that it can be presented in any way it wants to. You know, I feel like the dry, like the Times New Roman bits kind of felt like they drug on a bit. Like in the middle, like the yellow and the letters and stuff. But overall, it was pretty good. I think some of the technology that they talked about was pretty out there. Like their plasma rifle thing. It's pretty cool, but a lot of times things are put into articles that are just cool and maybe not necessarily immersive, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know how the 7000-1 is contained to be a sniper. I don't know.
I don't either.
Interesting.
I guess it's if someone is using it, then that's how you take them out, maybe?
I guess so, yeah.
But the UIU being more competent than the Foundation here because they use anomalies while the Foundation doesn't typically. That threw me for a loop.
Yes.
I'm not I'm used to foundations that don't use anomalies. That happens in some canons.
Mhm.
But the UIU being more competent than us, that
Yeah, that made me turn, scratch my head a bit. But at the same time, Pentagram, I don't ever remember them being described as anomalous in their entirety. I know that they would deal with certain anomalies, but are they an anomalous branch of the DoD?
they might need a better clarification.
Yeah. Same thing with the one with the KGB, footnote 4.
Yeah, they're not so
Yeah.
much an anomalous wing of the KGB.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that requires a little bit of clarification. It does drag on a little bit, but other than that, like the whole visual of someone screaming and then being spaghettified was really funny.
Yeah, overall, I liked it enough to upvote it.
Yes, absolutely. Now, here's something for you to chew on. This next one has 16 offsets.
What?
I only looked at the first couple. I didn't want to get into it, but they all look like they have text on them. Some of them are a little bit shorter than others, but yeah, I just looked at the page source because whenever I see offsets that are split off into multiple paths, I'm always curious because, like, don't make the mistake of doing a reading of 6500, for example, and not have your, not have the next few days set aside.
Misfortune, SCP-7000 by Roofhouse.
We have an hour. You think we should just stop halfway through or something like that? Because yeah, this one's definitely going to take longer than an hour.
That
So
or
what is
skip
it
it and
for-
come back.
Yeah, I think that would be good. We could kick off the next stream with that one. That might be good.
Let's look at what Rainbow's End has with Captain Kirby.
Yes. Pull that one.
Oh, this
Rainbow's
one,
End,
next
yeah.
document.
All
Alright, how's the offsets look here?
Save options, page source. Only 9. Okay. I'm not sure if that's one we could do in an hour either way, but let me see. Kind of gives me 3002 vibes. These are actually relatively short, it seems. I'm gonna really regret.
All right. Well, let's take a swing at it.
All right,
We'll
yeah,
save
let's try it.
Misfortune for next time.
Okay, yeah, sounds good.
All right.
All right.
At Rainbow's End, Captain Kirby, start us off.
All right. Yes. SCP-7000 at Rainbow's End. Congratulations. If you have received these documents, you have been promoted to lead researcher on an SCP project. Your previous work assisting in the research, documentation, and containment of anomalies has proven that you have the capacity for a more intensive leadership position. To guide you through your first project, you have been provided with a mentor to meet with regularly. We also believe that detailed examples of your new position's scope and responsibility will aid you in your new position. Therefore, we present the full documentation of SCP-7000, including internal documents not traditionally available as part of the SCP entry, fully annotated to demonstrate what to expect as an SCP project lead. These annotations will be highlighted to distinguish them from the original text. We have also included transcripts from meetings between the SCP-7000 project lead, Dr. William Teller, and mentor, Dr. John Mackey, to give some preliminary understanding of what this relationship may look like. Next document. Interesting. SCP-7000 at Rainbow's End. Part 1. Preliminary SCP documentation. A preliminary SCP document is written as a brief overview of initial knowledge gathered by either Foundation observers or generated by Foundation AI. This document is meant to operate as a starting point to give initial direction to anomaly research. Item number SCP-7000. Object class to be determined. Footnote. Due to lack of formalized containment procedures, object class cannot yet be determined. Current containment measures. Individuals affected by SCP-7000 are to be administered low-intensity amnestics. Their actions taken after encountering an SCP-7000 event are to be monitored. Footnote. Preliminary containment measures are designed by the Field Operations Division. They are often reactionary rather than preventative. since it's your goal to design preventative procedures through your research. Description. SCP-7000 refers to a currently undefined event where, during a rainstorm, humans in a small area will briefly fall unconscious. A subset of these unconscious people will subsequently encounter a rapid acceleration of good fortune. Those who experience this fortune are henceforth considered SCP-7000 affected persons. Below is an abridged list of monitored affected persons. Name, age, location, and result. Leon Moulin, 41, of Limoges, France. Writes self-help book about identifying toxic relationships without prior research or publication history. Sells over 400,000 copies. Sandra Bodera, 34, of Omaha, Nebraska, USA. Wins statewide Powerball jackpot. Uses winnings to start a high-end French cuisine restaurant, which is awarded a Michelin star within 2 months of opening, despite her previously amateur cooking expertise. Wu Hisin Kai, 27, of Taipei, Taiwan. Publishes seminal work on negating for sensory disorientation in virtual reality. Found startup company to produce this technology, currently evaluated at a worth of over 50 million USD. Inducted as IEEE Fellow, footnote, Industrial of Electrical and Electronics Engineers. Observed correlations and attributes. The following is a brief list of observed correlations and attributes of SCP-7000 events. Events can occur anywhere in the world. While multiple individuals may fall unconscious during an SCP-7000 event, not all individuals experience the after effects of SCP-7000. SCP-7000 affected persons report similar experience surrounding an SCP-7000 event, but no individual report is sufficiently intense for civilians to believe they have experienced something outside of accepted normality. SCP-7000 events always occur when a rainbow is visible, but SCP-7000 events do not occur during every visible rainbow. Initial mentor meeting/briefing. Below is the transcript from the first meeting between SCP-7000 project lead Dr. William Teller and assigned mentor Dr. John Mackey. You want to take Mackey? I'll take Teller because William.
Sounds good.
All right.
I assume you've read all the briefing materials.
Of course, although there was less information than I expected.
Yes, there isn't much, but that's what happens when you head up a new project.
Right.
You have a plan of attack?
I have something. It's not super well thought out yet, though.
Well, let's hear it.
Right. So currently our connection between the disruption and rainbows is largely circumstantial or anecdotal, but nothing direct because, well, rainbows are optical illusions. So first I want to pin down a more concrete causation model. Footnote. Let's see. It is recommended that projects begin investigation at the most limited attribute of correlation, as to limit the initial scope of research before branching out to broader theories.
I don't have any outstanding notes so far. You have any clue where you want to start your causation research?
No, that's the part I still need to figure out.
That's fair enough. You have any questions for me?
No. Or, well, I don't think so.
Not sure.
Sorry, just a bit excited is all. It's my first time I get to lead a project, and I want to do a good job.
Well, you already have a better grasp on a plan than most of the other researchers I've mentored.
Thank you.
So, for next meet, same time in next week?
That works for me.
Fantastic. Now go wrangle that optical illusion.
Next document. Part 2. Initial conjecture. While there is no strict method for brainstorming your first theories about your anomaly, once a theory is constructed, it is good form to file a full formal report. This report should explain your conjecture, as well as any initial research or reasoning that should support your theory. Below is the abstract from Dr. Teller's first technical report on SCP-7000. Reaching the end of a rainbow, a theory on optical convergence. Abstract. According to the new laws of physics, rainbows are created by an optical illusion. Footnote. While the work does deal with the anomalous, phenomena that are innately connected to long-observed human experience are likely to have some level of consistence within scientific understanding. Sunlight that passes through raindrops will refract. Different wavelengths of light will refract at different angles, which separates it into bands of color, which then reflect off of a raindrop surface. The result is that, depending on the angle of the light relative to the viewer will see a different band of light. Therefore, if we are to locate the end of a rainbow, we cannot rely on a non-stochastic model, since they are products of each individual's perception. In fact, by virtue of rainbows being in some ways unique to the observer, yet a shared experience across multiple viewers of a non-physical event, it can almost be thought of as a mass hallucination. This means that its existence is entirely dependent on its observers. SCP-7000 instances are always observed near a reported, quote, end of the rainbow. However, not every rainbow is connected with a corresponding SCP-7000 observation. This could either mean that SCP-7000 occurrences are not as directly tied to rainbows as previously imagined, or that not every rainbow sufficiently fits the observation requirements for SCP-7000 instantiation. Therefore, I propose the following. Rainbows exhibit a similar wave-particle duality as light itself. It does not have a single location until properly observed. Rainbows will converge into a single discrete location if a sufficiently large number of observers see the rainbow at approximately the same location, and rainbows that do not converge will not trigger an SCP-7000 instance. This paper further describes a model I've implemented to determine the probability of rainbow convergence given the population density near a given rain shower, as well as a method to mathematically determine the location of a rainbow's end should it converge. Weekly Mentor Check-in number 1.
So, I read your paper, and just... damn, you work fast.
I know, it's a bit rushed. I realized after I submitted it, I had a few typos in there. Oh, they were intentional. Okay.
It's fine. No one gives a shit about spelling on internal documents.
Oh, okay then.
There's been a good amount of rain forecast for the next few days. Any storms look promising.
Well, even with our satellite, the forecasts can be iffy.
You're telling me. Some days I feel like the clouds are just trying to look a lot anomalous.
It's a little bit of a coincidence, considering the last one we read. One of the last ones. I think there's a shower tomorrow that could converge about 60 miles east of here.
Sounds right for a field trip.
Yeah, it does. But I realize it's kind of short notice, and I've never gone through the process of commissioning a field mission before. Could you give me a hand with that?
Helping you through the bureaucracy is why I'm here. Do you have a team in mind?
I don't know any of the MTF guys all that well, so I haven't asked them yet.
You don't need a mobile task force for this. Elle, you should probably be going out there. You should probably be going out there.
I can go?
Yeah, you should get some field experience, and it's never too soon to start.
I would love to go. I've never gotten onto the field before.
And then you know Casey. You know Casey?
I don't think so.
Okay, first note for you. You need to work on your networking. I know you can get a bit in your notes about things, but sometimes you don't have all the talent you need.
Right. Meet more people. Got it. But note, Foundation supports numerous mixers, seminars, and other such activities to encourage cross-department connections.
Ah, cute.
Fair.
Anyways, Casey does field work largely for Xingyu. Mission operations specialist type, you know? So I'll ask if she can take lead. And then she largely rides with Norman Pablo, so that makes 4 of you. You want to choose a 5th?
That sounds good. I want to cover all my bases, after all.
I'll let you make the call on that. Don't want to do too much for you.
Actually, I don't know if you're busy, but would you like me to be the 5th?
Okay, so I know I just said I don't want to do too much for you, but I would love a reason to bail on my meeting with the director tomorrow. I'm in.
Fair enough. Next document. We're breezing through these. All right. Oh, this one's longer. That's fair. Part 3, standard field missions. Oftentimes, as part of an SCP project research, a team will need to be sent to the anomaly on location to perform tests, gather samples, and take direct observations. These missions are separate from containment initiatives as they are performed before proper containment procedures can be established. While field missions do not require that the project lead attend, it is common for them to do so. This means that the project head has a direct control over the input over whether measurements are taken, which can be very valuable for research efficiency. SCP-7000 field mission. After using Dr. Teller's model to locate the converged endpoint, a field team was sent to observe and collect samples. The team consisted of Dr. William Teller, which is the SCP-7000 project lead, Casey Vivera, Site 23 field operations specialist, Norman Gallagher, field technician, Pablo Herrera, field technician, and Dr. John Mackey, Site 23 research subdirector. So do you want to take, let's see, you take Gallagher and Mackey. I'll do Vivera and Herrera and Teller.
Sounds good.
All right. The field team drives towards the predicted convergent rainbow endpoint. This is located in Elbert County, Colorado. The range shower has started, and the target rainbow is visible from the vehicle. How long is that rainbow supposed to last for? So it's supposed to remain here for about 3 to 4 hours.
That's plenty of time. Is it supposed to look like it's staying far away?
I don't know. This is the first time I've tested this, so I could just be wrong.
Oh wait, never mind. I think it's getting closer. Kinda hard to tell, not exactly used to driving up to a rainbow. You and the rest of mankind.
As the field team nears the terminus of the rainbow, small streams of colored fluid are seen trickling through nearby drainage channels. The terminus grows larger in view, and ripples can be seen in the color bands of the rainbow. Okay, I think I might need to pull over soon.
Why?
I'm realizing that the convergence point is in the middle of a farm.
I see.
The vehicle pulls off the road. The vehicles next to the highway are flooded with rainbow-colored liquid. The field team exits the vehicle. The terminus of the rainbow is seen approximately 150 meters away. It's there. Oh my god, it's actually there. We should get going. Don't want to waste any time. Right, of course. Norm, you got the sample storage? Gallagher holds up a plastic case of glass vials and a handful of hazardous waste plastic bags.
Right here.
All right, let's move. The field team hikes towards the rainbow terminus. At approximately 75 meters away, it is clear that the rainbow terminus is made of falling colored liquid, similar to a waterfall with distinct bands of color. Teller slows down and stares at the terminus. William, keep up. Oh yes, sorry, just kind of wonderstruck still. Stick with us. We can't afford to dawdle out here. Yes, ma'am, of course. The field team arrives at the terminus. Gallagher collects samples of the rainbow water. Teller begins to walk towards the terminus proper, but is stopped by Mackie.
I know you want to get your hands dirty, but you should probably leave that for the professionals.
My bad. Vivera, Gallagher, and Herrera take pictures of the surrounding terminus. Can I make a request?
It's your mission, kid.
Right. Could one of you just reach your arm through the terminus? Vivera wades towards the terminus proper.
What are you looking for?
Well, the way the water's falling is kind of peculiar.
It is falling from the sky.
Yes, but it's flatter than I would have expected. Like if you dump water out of a bucket, it kind of falls like a pillar. But here it feels like. Vera puts on a latex glove, rolls up her sleeve, and reaches her arm through the terminus. Footnote: proper protection should be worn at all times when engaging in contact with an anomaly. I'm feeling something pliable, large surface area, kind of floppy. A leaf? There's a wall behind it.
Oh ho ho! Casey, do you think you can kind of move it out of the way?
I think so. Mission Commander, ma'am. You can just use my name, kid. Casey, then, can we upgrade this mission to an exploration? But note, low-risk field missions can be occasionally expanded in scope should on-the-field commander deem the situation sufficiently safe. We should, I think that we have,
We have at least another 2.5 hours of consistent rainfall and sunshine, is what I think William is trying to say.
Right, that. And I don't know, or at least don't have a good estimate of when we'll have this kind of head start on this phenomenon. Norm, what are the odds that the fluid is hazardous?
I would say low. I'm soaked through to my socks, so I hope it's low.
Roger. Rivera looks back at the terminus and Teller. And I'll greenlight the upgrade. We'll go in and take a look around, but anything so much as blinks at us, we scatter. Right, of course. Yes. Safety first. The field team steps through the terminus of the rainbow. At first, the camera feeds are obscured by large clover-like leaves. These are parted and allow the rest of the area to come into view. Before the team appears to be a cavern. Despite the walls and ground appearing to consist of stone, the cavern floor is covered in clovers and bamboo shoots. The cavern is illuminated by a pulsating streak of light with a bright bulb at the end. Incredible. Herrera nods. We're on a timer. Let's get moving. The field team ventures into the cavern. They then try to avoid stepping on vegetation, but there's often no choice. However, the vegetation inside the cavern appears trampled.
Hey, boss, what are we defining as blinks at us?
Visible movement.
Okay, well, this isn't moving now, but it might have at some point.
Mackie, Teller, and Rivera walk over to Gallagher, who lifts up an oversized cloverleaf. Beneath it lies a 2-foot-long beetle. It is flipped on its back and unmoving. Rivera flips it over with her foot to reveal a white shell with black dots on it.
Is that a ladybug? Was a ladybug. I reckon from the way the color's drained out of it, it's been dead a long time.
Do you have a cause of death? I don't think it died of natural causes. Teller kneels down and reaches for the beetle's leg, but then pauses himself. Permission to touch it? Granted. Taylor rips off a segment of the beetle's leg. It crumbles in his hand like charcoal. I think something burnt it.
I don't know what would have caused a fire in here. The atmosphere is pretty humid.
Calling from across the cavern. I see some shards of light. I see some shards of some sort of highly reflective material scattered across the ground.
So they burned and petrified?
This doesn't look like it came from the beetles.
I don't think that's any better.
The team continues towards the real wall of the cavern. More dead beetles are found scattered throughout the cave.
Wait a minute.
You see movement?
No, I think I see... You know what, just follow me a sec.
Mackie ventures to the left side of the cavern, stepping between lightly grouped bamboo shoots. The field team follows. After weaving through the bamboo grove, a field team sees a small collection of destroyed structures. Most of these structures have been collapsed and trampled over. Only 2 remain partially intact and show that the others were originally tent-like structures built out of bamboo and oversized clover leaves.
Did people live down here? Well, I don't know about people per se, but they probably had some sort of opposable thumbs.
The team searches the ruined structures. There are at least 5 distinct tents and what appears to be a fire pit in the middle of them. Hey, Norm, I've got another candidate for sampling. Gallagher and Teller rush over to Rivera, who has ventured behind the ruined tents. She stands atop of an incline that leads down about 20 meters into a milky white pond. A rope tied to the handle of a wooden bucket is engaged in a pulley system.
You want me to take a swim?
I would prefer if you stayed dry.
I guess I'll try my balance then.
Gallagher begins to carefully descend the incline. It is covered in slick vegetation, so he maintains a steady pace so as to not slip. Are those caves back there? Teller points to 2 openings in the cavern wall. They are on the far side of the pond and appear partially flooded. Possibly. Perhaps we can finish searching this area, then have a look in there. Don't let your eyes get too big for your stomach. Oh, sorry, yes, ma'am. Gallagher reaches the edge of the pond. He takes out a vial to collect a sample, but before he can scope it through the liquid, the entire cavern experiences a seismic disturbance. The ground shakes, and dust falls from the ceiling. Gallagher slips into the pond, but is only ankle deep.
What was that?
That's a blink. The cavern shakes again, more violently this time. Teller and Rivera are sent tumbling down the incline and land alongside Gallagher in the pond.
I thought you said we had 2 hours of rainfall.
We should. Shut up and start running. The 3 begin to scramble up the side of the incline, but between the slippery surface and the continued shaking, they keep falling back into the pond. Mackie and Herrera appear at the top of the incline. John, Pablo, the rope up there. Herrera and Mackie untangle the rope from the pulleys and toss it down the incline. It is just long enough to reach the pond. Rivera, Teller, and Gallagher grab hold of the rope and begin to pull themselves up the incline, while Mackie and Herrera anchor from the top. Mackie is clearly struggling.
Holy shit.
How are you 2 holding up?
I'm not. Fuck, I'm too old for this. Just a little longer. We're halfway there. I don't know if I can hold up. Fuck!
Rope slips in Mackie's grasp. Herrera maintains his hold, but is pulled briefly towards the incline before Mackie regains his grip.
Damn it! Just a little longer.
He's not holding up. We need less weight.
What?
Don't wait for me. Rivera lets go of the rope and tumbles into the pond below.
Boss! Stop standing there and climb!
Gallagher and Teller pull their way up to the top of the incline. Teller looks back at Rivera, who stands at the edge of the pond. I said go! Gallagher grabs Teller by the arm and drags him away from the incline. The 4 remaining field team members run toward the other side of the cavern as seismic activity grows even more intense. Herrera, Mackie, and Gallagher and Teller exit through the rainbow terminus. Upon re-entry into the baseline reality, they find that the crops are no longer trampled and that the field is no longer flooded. They turn back to look at the rainbow terminus, but it is no longer present. All they can see is the baseline rainbow optical illusion far off in the distance as the rain continues to fall.
Shit.
I didn't mean to.
It's okay, kid. It happens.
Or was I wrong? Mackie pats Teller on the back.
Now's not the time for it.
Teller sniffles. But it's still raining. Following the field mission, Teller, Mackie, Gallagher, and Herrera were offered 5 days vacation. Footnote. This is standard procedure to ensure that Foundation employees who may have witnessed a traumatic event remain in good mental health. Upon the completion of this vacation, the field team was debriefed and allowed to return to their normal work. Weekly mentor check-in meeting number 3.
Hey, William. How's the first few days back been treating you? Debriefing go well?
I expected them to yell at me more.
Yelling rarely solves anything. Even the higher-ups know that.
So, I assume you're the one who tells me my new assignment.
Come again.
I mean, I'm clearly not cut out for this. I've been a project lead for barely 3 weeks, and I've already lost someone on a mission, and I clearly don't deserve this kind of responsibility. So it would make only make sense.
Hey, kid, slow down. No one's asking you to step down.
Am I supposed to do it voluntarily?
No. Look, I know accidents like that are rough. I've lost some good people in my time as well. It happens in this field.
But it was my idea to keep exploring.
And Casey knew the risks. She's good at her job. She knew what she was getting into.
Right, of course.
So let's discuss next steps. Where are we going from here?
Well, I did some research over the past few days to help out my replacement.
That's not how mental health breaks are supposed to work.
Sorry, I just couldn't get it out of my head. I mean, I needed to know what I did wrong, and I found out that there was a scheduled summer fireworks show over in Ponderosa Park, which is pretty close to us, and I don't have it fully written up yet, but I believe that it may have drawn attention to the nearby observers. And if there aren't enough observers, that means that the expected position of the convergence point has too much variance and it'll dissipate.
Well, that's a good theory, but you seriously should have taken those days off.
Yeah. I just knew that if I was going to get Casey back, that we would need to figure out the kinks in my theory.
Oh, whoa there, sport. You're skipping quite a few steps.
Was it the plan to leave her behind?
I mean, no decisions have been made, but you're assuming that's even possible. We don't know how replicable that excursion was. We also don't know if every rainbow leads to the same place. I like your attitude, but there's a lot of questions before we begin commissioning rescue missions. Or else I would have been advocating for one since yesterday.
Oh, right. Sorry.
No worries. It's still your first,
But I do have to answer those questions.
Okay.
Well, we saw those tents, right? And the dead beetle, right? That place probably exists even if the rainbow doesn't. Or at least, it will be incredibly strange if every rainbow manifested a new space, and this one just happened to have debris inside it.
That doesn't necessarily mean all rainbows lead to that cavern.
Not on its own, but, no. But that exact rainbow isn't going to exist again, right? Like, that cloud isn't going to stay that cloud forever. Same with every cloud. There's not some clear way to distinguish between clouds over time. So either what we see on the other side of every rainbow is entirely arbitrary, which would be unlikely because that place clearly has some consistency over time, or all rainbows lead to the same location, because their only consistency between them is the fact that they are convergent rainbows.
I think I follow, but honestly, you spoke so fast I feel like I need to see it written out.
Sorry, I've been trying to slow down.
Trust me, kid, I've noticed. But it sounds like you know what you're talking about. Just try to get the mission specs to me soon.
Shouldn't maybe someone else write up the mission specs? I'm not sure I'm the best choice after last time.
No, it should be you. You'll do fine, trust me.
Okay.
Do you have another lead to follow in the meantime, though? Since I know you, and this will be written up before I clock out today, you'll need something to chase while that request processes.
I should have a list of potential interviews. I was assembling it over the past week for my replacement.
Saved yourself some work, then. Keep your chin up, kid. I'll see you next week.
Next document. Part 4, Interviews. Interviews are a crucial aspect of anomaly research as they provided an opportunity to receive eyewitness testimony. Despite the Foundation's vast network of surveillance resources, these are not ubiquitous. Being able to identify individuals who have useful information about your assigned anomaly, as well as being able to efficiently extract that information, is crucial to the research process. While some interviews may be simple to arrange, oftentimes getting a researcher to a designated interview target involves multiple legs of transportation. However, we believe it is important for either the SCP project's lead researcher or other assistant researcher on the project to conduct these interviews when possible. These interviews often require clearance appropriate to the SCP project to perform. Therefore, onboarding new researchers for one-off interactions is less efficient than the necessary travel due to the strict operational security a Foundation prides itself upon. SCP-7000 interviews. The following are logs of interviews conducted by Dr. Teller to gain additional insight into SCP-7000 phenomena. Interview 1. Subject bio. Subject is Mr. Jeremy Larimer, mythologist specializing in leprechauns. Rationale. Mr. Larimer has an extensive knowledge of leprechaun mythos and legend. While we remain skeptical as to the existence of this mythical entity, it is clear and the clear analogy between SCP-7000 instances and the myth of the leprechaun indicate a possible historic connection.
Mr. Oh,
Larimer?
sorry, no, that's not me.
Hello, Mr. Larimer. Thank you for joining me.
My pleasure. It's rare anyone wants to talk to me nowadays.
I imagine a leprechaun myth.
Lucapon.
Excuse me.
I prefer to use the original pronunciation from Old Irish.
I see. Sorry about that. But I imagine not many people are all that interested in Lucapon. Larimer nods.
Yes, yes. It's looking quite grim in the modern era. My ancestors will be devastated.
Were they also Lucapon experts?
They were more than just experts. In fact, I believe that my great-great-grandfather was the last real Lucapon trapper.
Is that also part of the original Irish tradition?
It is not. They largely developed during the old colonial days of the United States. They're Lucapons outside of Ireland, you know?
Right, of course.
Lucapon trappers were masters of tracking down Lucapons. They had developed meteorological techniques long before the field properly developed, just so they could predict when rainbows would form.
The Lucapons are always found around rainbows.
Yes, that part of the legends is accurate. But not all rainbows. There are many days they camp out a spot only to see a rainbow, but no Lucapons.
I see. And they were able to make a living from this.
Beaver trappers, plantation owners, anyone who wanted to make a buck would take whatever edge they could get. Not at all different nowadays, but back then they were more open-minded from how they went about it.
So your ancestors would capture Lucapons?
No, not exactly. It's a misnomer of the name. See, you couldn't do much with just a Lucapon. They've always been dispensers of luck, but not lucky themselves. But the trapper definitely had their fair share of scuffles. One of my uncles far up the family tree apparently had his arm bitten off.
Lucapons bite.
Of course. Lucapons are very territorial creatures. They have to defend their space somehow.
So, just making sure I understand. The trappers fought the Lucapons for their luck.
At first, yes. But then the trappers realized it was an unnecessary violence on both sides. The trappers proposed sort of a bargain system. Mutually beneficial exchange.
They bought the luck.
Yes.
Okay.
Don't believe me?
No. Footnote. Never reveal skepticism to an interviewee. Always ensure that they feel heard, as to encourage them to continue to reveal details of their knowledge or experience. Sorry, I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around the logistics. Did they buy like a charm or some physical manifestation?
Unfortunately, that was one of the secrets the old trappers took to their grave. My grand-grandfather refused to tell his son, and by that time all the other Lucapon trappers were dead.
Interesting. Teller begins furiously taking notes. Footnote. Taking notes during the interview is important to record any thoughts or revelations you have at the moment.
You have any other questions for me? I know I could ramble all day, but I don't want to hold you up.
Not at the moment. Thank you so much for your time, though. This has been very, wonderful. Very informative.
Oh, it was nothing. I just answered some questions.
Well, in all honesty, you gave me a lot more than I expected. So, again, thank you. Interview number 2. Subject bio. Subject is Mrs. Erin Stafford. Mrs. Stafford was recently affected by SCP-7000. The following interview was conducted after the SCP-7000 event, but prior to amnestics were administered. Rationale. Mrs. Erin's testimony, alongside that of other SCP-7000 affected individuals, may prove insightful into the events that a layperson experiences during the SCP-7000 event. Hello, Mrs. Stafford. Thank you for your time.
You are welcome, young man. The past few days have been quite a whirlwind.
Yes, I can imagine. I wanted to talk to you about yesterday, actually. Could you tell me a bit about that?
Oh, most certainly, dear. It'll be hard to forget the first time I fainted in 26 years.
Sorry. I didn't mean to pry if it was traumatic.
Don't worry about it. It wasn't that scary. At least not with some retrospection.
Do you remember seeing anything before you fell unconscious?
Well, I was sitting on the porch reading Metropolitan. It was such a nice day, even with the showers, that I couldn't stay inside.
So nothing visual stood out to you.
No, not that I could think of.
Then after you blacked out, do you remember feeling anything? Hearing anything? Smelling anything?
Yes, there were two things. When I told my ladies about this, they said I was crazy, because you aren't supposed to feel anything when you're unconscious. But I swore by my husband I did not lie to them.
Don't worry, Mrs. Stafford. I believe you.
Well, that is comforting to hear. First, I heard this light little clicking noise.
Like a clicking, like someone clicking their tongue, or a mouse click. Maybe like a crab clicking its claws together. Footnote. While leading questions are generally advised against, in some instances providing discrete examples may prompt an interviewee to be able to better describe a novel and anomalous experience.
That last one is closest.
Okay. Anything else you experienced?
Nothing that I heard, but I felt something strange. I had this distinct feeling of being pumped full of something.
Can you explain further?
I think it was like a lot of water was being poured down my throat, just swallowing gallons and gallons.
Did it have a taste?
Yes, it was earthy.
I see. Do you recall anything else?
Nope, just waking up on the porch after the rain showers had passed.
Well, I believe that is all I have. Thank you so much for your time. Keller conducted an additional 19 interviews with other individuals who were affected by SCP-7000. These additional interviews all reinforced the information given by Ms. Stafford's testimony and contained no significant deviation and therefore are eluded here for brevity. Weekly mentor check-in number 4.
William, my man, absolute interview machine. Flying across the country to get those completed must have you fried.
Yeah, it was a lot.
So did they go well?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Well, I mean, yes, they all went well, but by all measures, they went very well. I'm just a bit flustered.
How so?
So first, I was thinking back to our mission, and I realized that, our expertise did not align with the vast majority of testimonies. Our experience did not align with the vast majority of testimonies I received, or with the previous descriptions we've heard. None of us blacked out. None of us heard any kind of clicking noise. Not a single person I interviewed ever saw the terminus proper.
That is an interesting discrepancy.
And then that's the other problem. Discrepancies.
Were your interviews inconsistent?
No, they were the opposite. All of the victims I spoke to were very consistent in their recollection, which I know is supposed to be a good thing, but like you told me before, how you usually had to do hundreds I missed it. Do hundreds of interviews to find any sort of consistent thread.
Well, yes, but also I wasn't a very good interviewer. I didn't have a good grasp on what I should really be looking for, so my questions were all over the place.
I mean, I guess, but still, everyone was so consistent and detailed. People are really bad at remembering things, especially things that shouldn't make sense. And it doesn't stop even there. It doesn't even stop there. I spoke to that Leucopon expert.
Excuse me?
I mean, leprechaun expert. Sorry, Old English pronunciation.
Really? Huh. Learn something new every day.
Anyways, I was talking to him, and the things he told me about the old leprechaun trappers being able to bargain and some kind of built-in rapport with these creatures directly supports my theory about recurring environment phenomenon. It lined up so well.
That's great to hear.
Yeah, I mean, it is. It feels too easy. Like I can't shake this feeling I'm missing something.
Sometimes things just line up. No need to worry about a lucky break.
That's actually what's bothering me.
Things lining up.
No, the last part.
A lucky break. Oh.
Killer swallows. I mean, I've never been very good at talking to people, but they all responded in such convenient ways and were so nice. And I would have expected at least one to get flustered with me or their memory and just... It feels like Occam's razor.
Hell, it's a small sample size, but we should keep monitoring that. I want you on this mission, but I understand your concern. Of course, I trust you'll tell me if things start getting worse.
I will.
And I'll submit that request for a rescue mission today. Try to get it pushed through this week.
Do you think she's still alive?
Casey's tough as nails. She'll be fine.
Next document. I need to use the bathroom. Can you do this? Like,
I'll keep it running.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you. Yeah, just.
Part 5, Scientific Experimentation. The very nature of the anomalous means that the phenomena we tackle do not conform to our current understanding of science. However, that does not mean that application of scientific method is without merit. The Foundation has state-of-the-art laboratories at its disposal. However, these facilities are shared between all researchers at a facility. Make sure that, before your scheduled time slot, you have been thorough in your experiment design as to ensure efficient time usage. Microscopic examination. Monochromatic fluid. Examination of sample under a microscope showed no anomalous characteristics aside from the liquid maintaining its color. When 2 different colors of the liquid were poured into the same petri dish to examine their combined form, each color liquid separated similarly to oil and vinegar. Milky white fluid. Examination of sample under a microscope showed no anomalous characteristics. Chemical decomposition. Monochromatic fluid. Chemical analysis of the fluid found that its molecular structure was no different from water. Milky white fluid. Chemical analysis found that the fluid consisted of a combination of water, bone marrow, and an additional unidentified compound. Ingestion experiments. Hypothesis. Footnote. Going into an experiment with a clear hypothesis will ensure that some minimal amount of information is determined from testing, even if ultimately the hypothesis is inconsequential to final containment. SCP-7000 affected individuals reported feeling liquid being poured down their throat. It's possible that there's a correlation between their increased luck and these substances. Procedure. Footnote. Documenting your procedure is a key step, even if it is never read by other personnel, as it will ensure you have thought out each aspect of the experiment and that you remain consistent between trials. For each fluid, we will have a subject ingest a given amount and then partake in a luck-based activity. They will be isolated after the ingestion until results from their luck-based activity have been reported to limit the number of activities where this luck could manifest outside of the selected activity. Each fluid luck activity will be tested 10 times across different test subjects. We have selected ingestion as the method of applying the liquid to a subject, as it most closely resembles the testimonies from SCP-7000 affected individuals. However, in future experiments, we may test the effectiveness of applying the fluids through alternative methods, such as skin contact or eye drops. Results presented below on a subset of the case-by-case trials in the table below. We have ingested fluid, luck-based activity, average result. Monochromatic fluid, 50 milliliters. $5 scratch-off lottery ticket, won $1.2. Monochromatic fluid, 100 milliliters. $5 scratch-off lottery ticket, $1.8. Monochromatic fluid, 200 milliliters. $5 scratch-off lottery ticket, $1.9. One as in winning, $0.9. Milky white fluid, 50 milliliters. $5 scratch-off lottery ticket, won $5.2. Milky white fluid, 100 milliliter. $5 scratch-off lottery ticket, won $25.4. Milky white fluid, 200 milliliters. $5 scratch-off lottery ticket, won $70.2. The average significantly raised by one $200 winner. Footnoted. Milky white fluid, 100 milliliter. 10 hands of poker. 1.4 high card hands, 4.6 pairs, 2.72 pairs, 0.5 three of a kinds, 0.2 straights, 0.01 flushes. Milky white fluid, 100 milliliter, applying to 10 jobs. Footnote. Subjects all applied to entry-level office jobs, which none had previous experience in using their real resumes. Subjects previously worked largely in labor jobs. 4.5 interviews, 2.7 offer letters. Milky white fluid, 100 milliliters, attempting to match with 100 people on Tinder. Subjects all filled out their own profiles and used real pictures of themselves. Subjects were all male. Attractiveness was controlled for. 7.8 matches. Men supposedly have a 0.6 match rate. Weekly mentor check-in.
All right.
Good afternoon, William.
Afternoon.
I can't tell if that hesitation is because testing went poorly or if it went well.
It's the latter.
I see. Well, let's hear it then.
So the rainbow water from the terminus it had no correlation to increasing a subject's luck in primarily financial activities. Specifically, a winning scratch-off lottery ticket.
Okay.
But the other fluid, the one we found inside the cavern, had a very statistically significant correlation, like uncharacteristically convenient levels of correlation.
I see.
And that was the one I was was, well, drenched in back during the mission.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Should we put me in containment? I'm not sure it's safe for someone affected by the anomaly to be heading the project.
I know you know that I want you on this project, but I hear your concerns. I still want you to keep monitoring, but I'll put together a list of possible replacements. I can start sending over your files so if something happens, they're primed to take over.
Doesn't sound very preventative.
Containment is fundamentally reactionary. We just don't talk about how much work Conprocs ought to come up with in the official files. Besides, I wouldn't want anyone leading this, not after all the work you've done so far.
But I'm just...
Trust me. The moment things get out of control, I'll step in.
Sorry.
No need to apologize. And hey, if you really think you might be affected, it might do some good to do a follow-up on our previously affected persons. Those are mostly short-term investigations anyways. A longitudinal study would inform your case better.
Right. I'll do that.
Any other questions on the docket?
So, what about the rescue mission? How did that go?
They were able to re-enter the cavern we explored last time. Instead, it had the same beetle bodies, tent debris, everything.
Did they find Casey?
Not exactly. They found her recording equipment. It was discarded in the pond where we left her, but no Casey.
They checked the whole cavern.
The whole thing.
Does that include the caves?
The ones flooded in the back of the pond? No, they didn't search there.
Well, why?
Well, due to the instability of the terminus that we experienced, they didn't want to get too far away from the entrance in case of a sudden disruption.
She could have been down there.
I know, kid, I know.
Was Norman on the team?
I don't think so.
Oh. Maybe we should do another one then. Bring me and Norman.
Why?
Because then we'll be luckier.
I'm not going to tell you you're wrong because you rarely are, but I can't recommission an entire rescue mission, with the only change being the team will be luckier. Financials and operations will both laugh my ass out of the sight.
But you can't survive down there forever.
Probably not. But unless you can give me more reason to commission another operation, I'm telling you right now, I can't get it approved.
Let's see.
I mean, I don't know why you're being so mopey about it. You'll have a whole 45-page proposal on my desk in about a week.
I can't make any promises.
Then don't, Mr. Lucky. Make a bet.
Next document. Part 6. Resource-intensive requests. As part of anomaly research, you may find yourself in need of significant additional funds, large numbers of personnel, or other high-intensity resources. The Foundation does have expansive resources, but our resources are not infinite. To ensure proper resource allocation, researchers must submit proposals for different levels of Foundation grants. The main levels of grants are the following: grant level, grant type, grant purpose, and frequency of award. Dodo, monetary only. Purchase of materials not currently in Foundation possession, 100 per week. C-Cow, computer clusters, comprehensive web scouring, machine learning training, 3 per site per week. Mastodon, monetary, personnel, large-scale exploration missions, once per week per site. Sabertooth, personnel only, highly dangerous field missions, 20 per week. The following documents were submitted by Dr. Teller as a bid for a Mastodon-level containment mission grant. Rainbow Duality Theory. Abstract. In Reaching the End of a Rainbow, a Theory on Optical Conversions, Teller et al., 2022, footnote. While spelling and grammar are less important than internal documents, the Foundation is still conscious of plagiarism and proper citations. We propose the existence of a physical and reachable terminus of a rainbow based upon the collective observational conversions. This paper seeks to extend this theory to another aspect of this common optical illusion. When light enters a raindrop, it will reflect off the interior of the raindrop, separating the light into the beams seen. However, at certain angles, light entering a water drop will reflect twice instead of once. In the correct conditions, this creates a double rainbow phenomenon.
Wow.
In fact, yes. In fact, all rainbows are technically accompanied by a secondary rainbow. The double rainbow phenomenon is only considered distinct from the traditional single rainbow because oftentimes the secondary rainbow is too faint to see. I posit that the anomalous activity that is related to SCP-7000 originates not from the terminus of the primary rainbow, but from the terminus of the secondary rainbow. This paper will demonstrate the claim through 3 vectors. 1. Meteorological analysis of past SCP-7000 instances reveal that they only occur in cases where a secondary rainbow is visible. 2. The terminus of these secondary rainbows aligns with the locations of individuals who have been affected by SCP-7000. And 3. The phenomenon experienced by both field teams that have commuted excursions to the primary rainbow termini have not aligned with the testimonials of SCP-7000 affected individuals. Mastodon-level grant proposal. Return to Rainbow's End. Recent developments in the SCP-7000 project have indicated that our initial field excursion to the Rainbow Terminus was not properly representative of SCP-7000 instances, as experienced from the field members did not align with the eyewitness testimony. Historically, there is cause to believe that SCP-7000 events did occur at the primary Rainbow Terminus, this being due to the existence of pre-built structures. It is conjectured that these structures either belong to entities residing within the terminus or to colonial-era anomalous trappers. In either case, whatever activity was once performed at the primary Rainbow Terminus no longer occurs there. It follows that if SCP-7000 events occur at the secondary terminus instead, it is additionally conjectured that these 2 locations are connected via the unexplored tunnels. Thus, the goals of the missions are threefold. 1. Rescuing Operations Security Specialist Casey Vivera, lost during original field mission. 2. Documenting the terminus of a secondary rainbow. 3. Recording the events of a proper SCP-7000 instance. Using resources from a Mastodon-level grant, we can utilize cloud seeing and power light sources to artificially instantiate a rainbow. With sufficient numbers of personnel observing the rainbow, we can also create a stable convergence point to ensure the safety of the exploration team. By acting on this as a Mastodon-level grant, we can rapidly expand our knowledge of SCP-7000, as well as possibly save Casey Rivera, who has been stranded for more than 30 days. Jeez. SCP-7000 affected persons follow-up. Below is an abridged list of the updated situations of SCP-7000 affected persons. Name, previous situation, update. Leon Mullen. Previous situation, commercial success after public toxic relationship self-help book. Update, foray into writing fiction is poorly received. Publishers refuse to additional self-help manuscripts. Sandra Badera successfully opened a Michelin star awarded restaurant, but failed a health inspection after mold was found in the kitchen. The restaurant was subsequently closed before Bodera could turn a profit. And Wu Xin-kai, inducted as IEEE Fellow after publishing seminal work on VR orientation. A research team from the India Institute of Science, Bangalore, claims Xin-kai plagiarized their work, while Xin-kai claims that this paper was not accessible to them during their literature research. They are still stripped of their IEEE fellowship and professorship offers. Weekly mentor check-in number 6.
Okay, so I was joking when I said 45 pages on my desk. I was not expecting you to get a Mastodon grant within a week.
Well, we couldn't wait too much longer, right?
No, we could not. I assume you want to use the same team from the field mission, to maximize your luck and all that.
Actually, I've been going back and forth on that.
Oh?
It's just that while I was waiting for the grant review committee, I did some follow-up research on the SCP-7000 victims we had on file.
You really never slow down, do you?
And I found that all of them were struggling, either financially or romantically or physically. None of them are doing well.
That's unfortunate to hear. I guess even magically conferred luck doesn't last forever.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about.
Oh, right.
It's been more than a month since the field mission. I don't know how long this stuff lasts. I haven't had time to do those tests. What if everything runs out while we're in the terminus? I'm not a field specialist. I don't have half the training on these sorts of missions. I was thinking that during our first outing, but everything seemed to be going so well, and I didn't even question how out of my depth I was, and...
William, stop it!
Sorry, just nervous is all, I guess.
You're not the only one going on this mission. You got me, Norm, and Pablo. They've been doing field work for a combined 11 years, and I've been working with anomalies myself for 15. We've dealt with a lot more than a little bad luck.
But last time,
we didn't know half as much as we do now. Even if your luck goes down the drain, you've armed us with enough knowledge to make up for it.
Right. Thanks.
No problem, kid. Well, let's go grab us a pot of metaphorical gold.
Next document. Part 7, Full-Scale Exploration Missions. While exploration missions share many similarities with smaller-scale field missions, there are a number of distinctions. Firstly, field missions usually last a few hours at longest, while exploration missions can last anywhere from a few hours to multiple days. Secondly, field missions are supposed to be low-risk operations as opposed to exploration missions which have no minimum safety expectations. Lastly, exploration missions are often more resource-intensive than field missions. Due to lack of proper training, it is rare for an SCP project lead to participate in an exploration mission. However, it is crucial that you understand the process so that you can select the best team and set optimal mission goals so that you can plan alongside the selected field specialist in an efficient manner. SCP-7000 Exploration Mission. The following is the log recorded from William Teller's body camera during the SCP-7000 Mastodon-level exploration rescue mission. The team consisted of Dr. William Teller, the SCP-7000 project lead, Norman Gallagher, a field technician, Pablo Herrera, field technician, and Dr. John Mackey, Site 23 research subdirector. All right. I mean, we want to keep it going, right?
We got our people, yep.
We got three more. We got three more iterations. All right.
Yeah, we'll get through it.
Yeah. The field team receives a confirmation of secondary rainbow stability from command. The artificially induced rain is torrential and can be clearly heard pounding on the outside of their car.
Okay, one last ready check before we begin the drive. Everyone mics working? Check.
Check.
Body armor still fitting comfortably? As comfortable as sitting on concrete. I know you spent a lot of time designing these, William, but you couldn't put some padding in here?
Sorry, I was trying to maintain as much maneuverability as possible with the plates already in there. They're not as pliable as Kevlar.
Electrostimulus braces still readied?
Check for 3 of us back there.
All right, we're off then.
The field team drives towards the predicted secondary rainbow convergence point. As the terminus comes into view, the field team falls entirely unconscious for 0.23 seconds before their electrostimulus braces activate, sending a light shock through their bodies, reawakening them.
Jesus Christ.
Did you black out too?
Yep. I know you said it would happen, but it still scared the shit out of me. Waking up to be still driving a car is like its own kind of nightmare.
Still, it means we're probably coming up on a true SCP-7000 instance. The secondary rainbow terminus appears similar to the deceased specimens located in the primary rainbow terminus. However, from far away, small green dots are seen moving around the terminus. As the field team approaches the terminus, it's clear what these dots are. In fact, large ladybug creatures similar to those found in the primary rainbow terminus. The only distinction in appearance being their green wings with white dots. A chorus of clicking can be heard originating from the swarm.
Holy shit, we got a whole infestation on our hands.
I should have concluded some sort of pesticide in our materials. I knew I forgot something. Maybe we should turn around and...
William, it's fine. We don't need bug spray.
Oh, okay, right. Sorry. The field team stops their car 15 meters away from the terminus and exits the vehicle. The swarm of green ladybugs is dense. However, they avoid the field team members. The clicking noise is intense and almost overpowers the field team comms. The field team presses on through the cloud of oversized beetles until they arrive at the terminus. They each step through the waterfall. On the other side of the terminus appears to be a cavern similar to the one found at the primary rainbow terminus. However, the inside is populated with green ladybugs, but not as densely as outside the terminus. Additionally, the vegetation inside of this cavern appears untouched and undamaged. It's here. The beetles inside the cavern all freeze. They collectively turn to face the field team. The beetles' clicking now consists of short bursts at different harmonies.
I don't like the way they're looking at us.
Wait, do you hear that?
The clicking? It's all I've been hearing for the past 20 minutes.
No, one moment. The teller turns to the beetle swarm. Sorry, could you please start over? The clicking pauses for a moment and then resumes. This time, the mixed harmonies from each burst of clicks resembles the sound of garbled human speech. Footnote. Not all anomalies can communicate. However, it is important to be perceptive as to not miss an opportunity to directly communicate with an anomaly. These are interpreted below to the most logical and nearest English word counterpart. You want to do beetles?
Leave us.
We don't want another to bother you or your masters. We just want to look around. A friend of ours might be down here.
Leave us. We will not be deceived again.
Again? I'm sorry. We don't intend to do you any harm.
Your kind only do harm. This is ridiculous. Don't speak to us through your weird pets. Just come out here and let's have a chat face to face. We are no pets. Then what the hell are you then? We are lupricons.
Oh, that's what Larimer meant.
We know that name. It belongs to murderers.
I thought you bargained with them for your luck juice.
Larimers were one of your kind. Your kind enter our home, slaughter us, steal our nectar.
I did not know that. I'm so sorry.
Your kind is not sorry. Your kind only knows greed.
Well, I don't want to downplay the atrocities of the past, but we're not like them. We're just here to find someone.
Your kind has not changed. We have seen this. Your kind knows not the limits of fortune. Haven't you all been locked up in here? Your kind is ignorant. They've been running around and pumping people full of nectar for probably decades. And your kind shall continue to suffer its reparations. What kind of reparations is good luck? Your kind does not understand. Luck runs out. Your greed is your punishment.
Again, we do not mean you any harm. Those people that hurt you are gone now. No one hunts you anymore.
Yet you are here.
We're just looking for someone.
Leave us. We will not be deceived again. We are prepared for violence.
We're not leaving until we find Casey Rivera. The beetle swarm flies directly at the field team. They attempt to batter the beetles away, but some find purchase on the field team. They bite into the team's special protective suits using large, sharp mandibles. The plates on the suits crack. Ladybugs hiss, steam emitting from their mandibles, and fall off the suits.
What the? Doesn't matter. Just go.
The field team sprints through the onslaught of beetles towards the far side of the cavern. They encounter an incline that leads to a pond of milky white liquid. The team slides down the incline and continues to run into the flood cave on the far east of the pond, or the far side of the pond. The beetles continue to bite their bodysuits and then immediately fall off. The field team continues deep into the tunnels, past where the light from the cavern reaches. Once the cavern light is no longer visible, the beetle swarm stops chasing the field team and retreats to the cavern. The team stops running to regain their breath.
I thought you said you didn't bring bug spray.
I didn't. I thought if we were dealing with entities of luck, they wouldn't take well to breaking mirrors. Footnote. Bulletproof vests and temperature offset suits are sufficient across a broad range of anomalous environments. However, designing custom defense equipment catered to your anomaly will increase the likelihood that your exploration team is safe.
Small thinking, kid. Alright, flashlights on. Remain on high alert. If anything moves, we move.
Team flicks on their flashlight and continues down the tunnel.
She's supposed to just be down here, right?
I hope so.
No need to worry yet. We got plenty of time still.
Found her.
That was fast.
Field team rushes ahead to Herrera, whose flashlight shines upon the limp body of Casey Rivera. She is slumped against the side of the cavern. Herrera kneels down to take her pulse.
How is she?
Still alive.
Holy shit.
Thank goodness. Herrera pointing to Rivera's mouth. Any idea what this is? Rivera has dried, milky white liquid on her lips.
Maybe she drank the stuff. She had to stay hydrated to survive somehow. And it has enough nutrition to last her this long? Looks like it. Or at least enough to let her hold out. Huh, that's... Wait, never mind. Now we just need to carry her out. Through the swarm of angry luck beetles? We didn't bring a mirror suit for her.
Sorry, I should have...
Not the time, kid. Can we go out the other side, through the primary rainbow terminus?
I'm not so sure about that. I mean, we don't know how long she's traveled to get here. Tunnels could take, like, days to traverse.
And we don't have that kind of time. Shit.
Actually, I do have an idea, but it's a bit of a coin flip.
Luckily for us, we win those. Go for it.
Okay, yes. Give me a minute. I'll be back. Teller runs down the tunnel. When he emerges into the cavern, Teller is met by a large cloud of beetles surrounding the cave entrance. Wait. Please, can we try to talk this over one more time?
We asked you to leave. You did not comply.
We just wanted to retrieve our friend, and now we have her. But if you keep trying to attack us, you'll just keep killing yourselves, right?
It is more dignified than being stripped from our home, leaving our land to be tainted. retreating from brutes.
I am very sorry that happened, but things are different now.
They are. Now we ensure you are plump with luck before you can steal it for yourselves, yet you still defile our space.
I know that, and I can't make up for that, but can I offer a trade?
That word is ruined.
Reparations, then, in exchange for a prisoner. The beetle's clicking ceases resemblance to human speech for 30 seconds. Teller takes a step back into the cave.
We will hear your proposition.
Thank you. All I want is free passage. The four of us will leave with Vivera, nothing more. Then, in return, we will guarantee that no one enters this place ever again.
Even if we trusted your kind, there are no such guarantees.
Well, yes, you're right, but I'm still talking about 0.001% chance that we could fail.
That is still preposterous. The naturally occurring random events of the universe hold no such consistency.
We have a track record to match. I mean, my example is it's different, but you see, there's about 7 billion people in the world, right? And our job is to keep things like you secret, right? Right now, between our estimates, there's about 10,000 people in the world that know anomalies exist. About 75% of those people work to ensure their secrecy. That leaves us about 2,500 people out of 7 billion who have slipped past us.
And how do you guarantee that success rate moving forward?
Well, the people I work for are just they're good at what they do. They're really good at it. They're so good that the odds are stacked in their favor that they just make it work. It's not just a numbers game.
So that is your offer? Free passage for an absurd gamble?
If you want to think of it as a gamble, then I'd stake all the luck I have left on it. The beetles return to their indecipherable clicking. The swarm begins to surge and whirl. The cloud of beetles expands, and an occasional ladybug flies only inches away from Teller. The volume of clicking only grows. Teller does not move away.
We have decided.
The surging of the swarm halts, as well as all other clicking.
We accept your terms.
Teller suddenly takes large, gasping breaths. He had not been breathing. Thank you so much. Teller returns and runs back to the group. We should pick up Vivera and go.
What did you do?
I just talked to them.
I'm real curious what you said, but that can wait until our footage review. Someone help me with her legs.
The field team walks back towards the cavern, with Herrera and Gallagher carrying Vivera. When the team arrives at the mouth of the cave, they see that the ladybugs are all perched on the walls of the cavern, creating a sparkling green and white polka dot pattern. They are entirely silent until Teller is about to leave the cavern.
Human!
Teller stops and turns around. Yes.
What are you doing? We have to go. Do not fail your promise to us.
I won't.
Good luck. Come on.
Mackie pulls Teller through the terminus. The beetles are no longer present outside the terminus, despite the terminus remaining and the rain continuing. The team carries the unconscious Vivera to the SUV, where they put her in the back and then climb inside the vehicle themselves.
Can we talk now?
Yeah, that should be good.
In that case, good shit, William. Good shit. I didn't know you could intimidate a swarm of bugs.
Well, I kind of just reasoned with them. They seem to value their lives, and, I just pointed out that throwing themselves at us wasn't working for them. So from there, I just promised them containment.
And they believed you?
I wasn't lying to them.
No, I know. It's just they seem real on edge. You know, William is quite the smooth talker when he wants to be.
I mean, I don't know about that.
All right. We'll shower you in compliments later. Let me just call this into command first, then we're getting the hell out of here.
Casey Vivera was transported to the Site 23 medical ward and stabilized. She was malnourished and likely would have not survived longer than 48 hours past the point of rescue. However, even after medical recovery, Vivera was prohibited from any field missions for the next 6 months on the recommendation of Dr. Teller. Weekly Mentor check-in number 7.
Well, if it isn't the man of the hour, that hour now stretching out over 6 weeks or so. How does it feel to be the hero of Site 23 for a few days?
I mean, it's nice. Yes, it's nice.
You don't sound very enthusiastic about it.
I know, it's just, I'm still concerned.
About the luck thing?
Yeah, I mean, you heard what they said in there. Luck runs out. I'm grateful everything worked out, and Casey's back and safe, but my luck is running out. They said it always does.
Yeah, it's complicated. It's
scary.
For now, don't worry about it too much. We've been monitoring for weeks, we got the short list of replacements ready, and there's not much more raw research to be done. Take the time to celebrate.
Thanks.
And then after that, do you think you can come up with some final comprocs for the rainbows? I normally would have pushed for them earlier, but we had the whole, rescue mission to deal with.
Right. I think I have an idea. I'll get it written up soon. Next page. Part 8. Final SCP entry submission. After all the requisite research has been completed, final containment procedures can be designed. Since containment is the most important aspect of any SCP project, there is no need to heavily constrain your resource as long as it successfully contains the anomaly. Revised SCP entry. Item number, SCP-7000. Object class, Keter. Special containment procedures. Possible SCP-7000 instances are to be monitored using the Teller I/O unit. Should the probability of convergence register above 80%, the nearest Foundation site is to dispatch a drone to intercept the origin rain cloud and lace the water vapor with compound Y059. This will modify the index of refraction of the raindrops so as to create a broader band of wavelength dispersion, heavily reducing the probability of instantiating a secondary rainbow. Should a secondary rainbow still instantiate, the convergence remains stable. Foundation personnel are to amnesticize those affected by SCP-7000 and to monitor their actions. All remaining SCP-7000-2 samples are to be stored in glass vials. Consumption of SCP-7000-2 samples is forbidden due to lack of research on their long-term effects. Description: SCP-7000 is the phenomenon of a physical reachable rainbow termini manifestation. The method of manifestation is described in Dr. Teller's Reaching the End of a Rainbow, a theory on optical convergence. SCP-7000 instances act as portals to extraspatial caverns. SCP-7000 instances that originate from secondary rainbows will be inhabited by SCP-7000-1 instances. SCP-7000-1 instances are insects that resemble the Conchilidae genus. Footnote. When using subdesignations, it's good to have as little space between the first use of the subdesignation in the description and the definition of the subdesignation. However, they measure approximately 0.75 meters in length and 0.5 meters in width, and have green wings with white dots. These insects are sentient, sapient, and through harmonized clicks can approximate human speech using similar methods to pianos that utilize MIDI to recreate speech. The SCP-7000-1 instances claim to be the mythical creature known as the leprechaun, however, share no physical resemblance. They store a nectar, SCP-7000-2, that, upon consumption, increases a consumer's luck. See experiment log for examples. During the manifestation of an SCP-7000 instance, humans near the terminus from a secondary rainbow will fall unconscious through an unknown mechanism. While these humans remain unconscious, SCP-7000-1 instances will attempt to force-feed them large volumes of SCP-7000-2 to increase their lucks by extreme amounts. Affected persons will experience intense luck for a short period before quickly returning to normal probabilistic existence. This sudden change in fortunes often takes affected persons by surprise, leading them into deep misfortune, as they often do not have the proper skills, knowledge, or disposition to maintain their position that they achieved under the effects of SCP-7000. The mechanism by which civilians either forget or fail to perceive SCP-7000 instances from primary rainbows is unknown. Footnote. Clearly stating the lingering questions from an SCP project is crucial in case further research is performed on this anomaly by a new project lead. After the final SCP document has been submitted and approved, you will find your final debriefing. You'll have your final debriefing with either your mentor, a senior site researcher, or site research subdirector to formally close out your role as project lead. You will likely be contacted in case any new developments arise, but otherwise your focus will shift to new SCP projects. Your debriefing after your first SCP project is also the last meeting you will have with your mentor as their mentee. From there on out, you will be considered a fully functioning and autonomous anomalous researcher. Debriefing.
Afternoon, William.
Hello. Sorry it's taken so long to arrange this meeting.
I get it. You've been busy with those other projects. How have those been going?
Well, really well, but I did want to talk to you about that. I would like to formally step down from my position as SCP lead researcher.
Is this still about SCP-7000?
I think that it is unwise for me to continue in this position. I made it through my last project because of SCP-7000-2, but I do not believe that I have the skills to lead anomaly research. It would be best if someone properly qualified took over my luck before my luck catches up with me.
Have you submitted the paperwork to HR?
Not yet. I wanted to tell you first.
I see. Well, let's table that discussion for now. I do actually have some questions about SCP-7000 for our debriefing.
Oh, right, of course. Sorry.
Alright, first question. Did you keep in touch with Norm at all outside of the field missions? You two were both covered in goop together.
No, not really anyways.
Ah, then I'll fill you in a bit. 2 weeks after our mission, his car broke down on the way to work and he had to call AAA. Then the next week, his girlfriend caught COVID and they couldn't see each other for 10 days. And then a few days ago, he stubbed his toe real fucking bad on the stairs.
Okay, I'm not sure why you're telling me that.
Next question. Did you ever finish those tests on other applications of SCP-7000-2, like through skin contact?
No, I didn't.
Last question. When you were rolling around in goop, did any of it get in your mouth?
I don't think so. But wait.
You're smart enough to connect the dots.
That's such a small sample size. Barely any evidence at all. And it doesn't explain why everything fit together so nicely or why my new projects have felt so easy. Mackie walks around to the other side of his desk and claps Teller on the back.
Face it, kid. You're not lucky. You're just talented.
Woo! I saw a 9 on the directory. It's just okay. Interesting. It's a blank one. I was thinking that there'd be some secret thing on it, but it's just blank. Okay.
All right. So number one, chat. Thank you for enjoying my Beatles voice. I had a lot of fun playing that part.
I enjoyed the Beatles voice for sure.
B. This is definitely in my favorites. I, as a teacher, adore the way that Captain Kirby brought us through the entire process of an SCP article from in-universe beginning to end.
Yeah, I love things that go into like the more granular, like, you know, everyone does things this way, but here's why they do things this way, and make it entertaining too. That's really cool.
Oh yeah, the story, the framing device, both of them immaculate. I've got not a single negative thing to say. I was gripped the entire time. I love it. I love it. I love it. Captain Kirby, you frickin' nailed it on this one.
Yes,
I'm pleased.
Yes. There was times where I didn't know if the typos were intentional or just because, you know, as Teller says early on, he blew through it and there were some typos and they were like, oh, typos don't really matter. There's a few times where I think there's like a word that was, you know, missing or something like that here and there. But I can easily forgive something like that easily.
Whew.
Yeah, that was fun. That was quite the romp.
Wonderful. Very pleased with that. And
yes,
in our next run, we will be coming back to Misfortune and its 16 offsets.
Yes, absolutely.
So chat,
I'm
remind
excited
us
for
to
that.
come back to Misfortune in case I forget. Remember, final notes that, of course, why are we here? Dr. Cimmerian's hit by a tree fund.
Absolutely, yes. We've gotten the tree, we've recovered it, we've gotten every tree connected to it in terms of like its pine cones. We've gotten all the saplings and we're holding them hostage until you provide us the funds to execute them properly.
They are in a dark site. They don't know where they are. They are separated from their saplings.
Yes. We will make sure that no trees ever befall Cimmerian again.
And on your way out the door, in the description, you can go click on SCP Foundation Files on Twitter, supported by Billith, part of the team.
Absolutely. Head of the sound team here. We are just finishing up some new episodes, and we have them out sometime within the next week. And you can see the schedule on their page, everything like that's over there. You can take a look, and we're looking forward to that for sure.
And you can become a patron of Site42, so I can quit my day job, do these streams more often, get more content made, help consult with all these different film and VR projects we're working on in games, and fly to LA and film theater shows for us. Jesus. Busy. So with that, thank you so much. We will be seeing you guys. Billith, do we put you on for tomorrow over on Twitch?
Absolutely, yeah. I gotta think of what time, but I'll announce something on Twitter for sure.
Whenever you're ready for it, make sure you're following me on Twitter, chatters. That way you can find the update of when Billith is going live tomorrow, because as soon as he tells me, I'm going to tell you, because unfortunately I cannot stream on Tuesdays.
Yeah, also you can go right to the source and follow me at twitter.com/BillithOG.
That is an even better idea. Even better idea. Go follow Billith on Twitch. Right here. Beautiful at Billith. Wonderful. That's not the right window. The right window's over here. There we go. Go over there. Phasmophobia. Ghost Gang. Ghost Bashers.
Absolutely. Yep.
Legally distinct from the Ghostbusters.
I have to say that. We have to say that every time. But yes, fantastic. Another episode, another issue of this, another part of this this wonderful live stream on the books. That's great. I'm pleased with the articles today. Fantastic.
Big fan. Big fan.
And I'll let you know if I hear anything about the stuff from Initiative. I don't know if that's something we want to retroactively read if it comes down to that.
If they hit us back with something, then definitely we
Right.
can go back and update ourselves a little bit.
Yeah. I messaged some of the members. I didn't hear too much about that, but I will definitely let y'all know for sure.
And so, thank you and good night from another anomalous broadcast from Site 42. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Somewhere over the rainbow, way up high. Where is it? Why are the lyrics wrong? The lyrics are all wrong. No, I brought up lyrics and I ruined